Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the inquiry into budget estimates for 2026-2027. This is the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 1, Premier and Finance, for the inquiry into budget estimates for 26-27. Firstly, I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the chair of this committee. I welcome Premier Minns and accompanying officials to this hearing today. The committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of the Premier. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of those procedures. Again, to all our witnesses, thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And I'll begin with you, Miss Boyd.
Hello, it's Kate Boyd, Secretary of the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. You didn't even have to read it. Thank you, Mr Draper.
I'll go first, radio.
Simon Draper, I'm the Secretary of the Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly affirm and declare that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Premier for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm. With a 15-minute break at 11am in the afternoon, we'll hear from the departmental agencies from 2pm to 3:30pm. We will then have a 15-minute break before holding a session with integrity agencies from 3:45pm to 5:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Premier, in 2019, 6 years ago, you said to a meeting of Labor for drug reform that it was, and I quote, time for Labor to have a big debate that includes a commitment to legalising this drug, that's marijuana. You also said in 2019 legalisation would make it easier to control without rewarding bikies and organised crime groups that feed off the black market. Do you stand by those comments?
Well, thanks for having me, Chair and members. No, I've been asked about this many times, this previous speech. This isn't the first time it's come up, and my views have evolved, and I think in 2015 there was not the current 2019, there wasn't the current medical cannabis availability for many potential people that needed to use it.
Sure.
And given the changed circumstances between 2019 and 2026, I don't think it would be the right thing to do. But that's not the first time I've either answered questions relating to that speech or this issue.
Sure, but you're not ruling out answering questions today about anything you've spoken about before, surely? So
redundant
let's
question.
go there.
Yeah.
Sure. So 2 weeks ago, your Attorney General was asked to rule out taking any steps to decriminalise marijuana. At no point in his answer did he say that he'd rule it out. So given your Attorney General refused to do it, will you look this chair in the eye and rule it out now?
What did he say?
Legalising cannabis.
What did the Attorney General say?
He didn't rule it out. That's the point. He didn't say.
Oh,
no,
okay.
you don't ask the questions I do.
Would you mind just rolling through the transcript so I can understand the context?
No, I don't need to roll through the transcripts. Your
That's
Attorney
very difficult
General. Well, Premier, are you saying your Attorney General didn't say that? You just want to argue and quibble about what he said. What I'm asking you to do is assure this committee of what you're saying.
Is it reasonable for me to just ask perhaps what the question he was asked was and what his answer was?
He was asked to rule out taking any steps to decriminalise marijuana.
That was the question he was asked.
He was asked to rule it out. At no point in his answer did he say he'd rule it out.
I'm sorry, I feel like
given
this
he
is a
refused
silly
to
sort
do
of...
so.
I'm genuinely just asking, can you just give me the transcript that he was asked the question so I can understand what he gave as an answer? Is that okay?
Maybe one of your 39 staff members can look that up or
So
call
the
the
answer's
Attorney
no?
General. I'm asking the
Well,
questions,
it
Premier.
seems to me,
You're the
Mr Chair, that
Premier,
this
You're
is
the Premier, will you rule it out?
a tricky operation.
Order.
You're the
Mi-
Premier.
Order.
Trying to give out
Ms. Ward,
scan
you-
information
order.
in relation to a question and an answer so that we don't have the full picture of the circumstances in which
You're the
he
Premier.
was asked.
Rule it out.
Well,
It's
it
really
seems
easy.
odd to suggest that I would be following the questions and answers of the Attorney General. I've got other things to do. But to the substance of your question, yes, I will rule it out. We're
Thank
not
you.
going to
Not hard.
decriminalise cannabis. But just in relation to this committee and its undertakings, giving half-baked, partial quotes of other ministers is not elucidating an answer and is probably designed to try and get a headline or a cheap political trick rather than get to the truth of the matter. Why won't you give us the circumstances or the transcript in which he was asked those questions?
That's a matter for you. You're
Well,
the
there you
boss.
go.
You're in the
There you
big
go.
chair,
It's
Premier.
because
You're the
you're
one
interested
sitting
in-
here.
because
Can
it
I finish
seems
my
as
answer?
though, to me, Mr Chair, that you're interested
We are
in
2
tricks.
minutes in, Premier, and you're already quibbling with the questions. This is a serious budget estimates
gonna
hearing
ask
about
Order,
your
order,
budget. Can I finish?
order.
For the
Ms.
context
Ward,
in which
Ms. Ward,
questions
order,
were asked
Premier,
and answers were
order.
given.
That's not a
Question time, you should
question.
have been there.
Let's not have a to and fro where we're casting aspersions at each other. Let's ask questions and have answers in an orderly way.
But Mr Chair, I just want to make it clear, I am going to ask for the question and the answer and the transcript wherever
It's in Hansard,
possible.
Premier. It was
It's in
And I'm not
Hansard
gonna
in question
rely-
time.
I'm not going
You
to
were there.
rely on
Why
the
not?
judgment
What are you dodging?
of
Order,
those opposite.
order.
Sure,
Because
and
they've
I will
got
make
a long
it.
history of manipulating
Don't
these
you
committees,
think it's
Mr
question
Chair.
time?
All right, let's move on. Premier,
Well,
we've
you only have
wasted
to read
enough
the
time.
newspaper over the last couple of weeks to see that.
Will you
surely.
also undertake to not obfuscate and filibuster and waste time in this committee, which the taxpayers of New South Wales have paid us and you to serve, a privilege to serve, to ask questions of you as the Premier of this state about your budget?
Order, Ms. Ward. That's not your role to do
massive waste
to
of time
oversee
to be
the
asking
conduct
that
of
question.
the
Surely there's other things.
hearing.
Chair,
That's
I'm
my-
merely trying to ask a question of the Premier.
Well, please do, rather
Trying.
than cast aspersions. So far, you've asked
All right.
half of one question.
Thank you. So you were asked, you might remember, in the 7 News Leaders debate. You were there at that debate on the 8th of March 2023. You don't need us to look that up for you, do you, Premier?
Maybe. I mean, can you give me the question and the answer?
No, I'm just confirming.
To
The question
suggest
is
that I
you
would
were
have
at the 7
automatic
News Leaders
recall of a
debate.
debate from 4 years ago.
Were you at
seems
the
a bit
debate?
extreme.
You're at the 7 News Leaders debate on TV. You denying you were there?
No, I mean, clearly
Okay.
I was there.
All right, great. So we're getting there. So you were at the Leaders debate, and at that time you were asked square on whether you had a plan to, whether you would decriminalise marijuana, and you said no. Do you need us to look that up for you?
Oh, could you give me the question and the answer?
Yeah, in the Leaders debate, you were
What was the
asked,
question I
will
was
you
asked? Could you put it in?
decriminalise marijuana? And your answer was no. So it's not something you took to the last election. In the debate, you'd said no, you weren't going to do it. So I just want to be clear that you have said that you don't have a mandate to make that policy change about cannabis reform, and you've undertaken today that that's not something you would do.
I don't. What was the question?
It's not a trick question.
Okay, would you mind repeating it? I mean, it's not an outrageous
We're going to do
request
this
from
all
me.
day, seriously. You have no mandate
What was
to.
that?
You have no mandate to decriminalise marijuana.
Is that a
It's not
statement? Ms.
complex.
Ward, is that a
What are you
statement
talking
or
about?
is that a question?
You don't need to run cover. I'm trying to help you.
I'm
here.
not, order. I'll call you to order, Ms. Ward. That you're not going to
We're not
call
even-
into question my independence as the chair. I'm not running cover for anyone. It was unclear to me, and I think anyone
Thank you.
tuning in, as to whether that was a statement or a question. That's what I was clearly
All right, thank
clarifying.
you.
So if you'd like to ask a question, the Premier might answer one.
Thank you. Well, between the filibustering, I'll try to get to asking questions, and we may even get to an answer on one. So I want to take you back to that April 2023 time when you first got into government. Premier, you were elected then, and at that time you said about drug driving laws, it's a difficult one to ensure that you've got compliance with road safety rules in place and that someone isn't inhibited behind the wheel of a car. being drug driving. So I'm not prepared to give that assurance or make that policy change on the run. They're your comments. So if you didn't take legalising or decriminalising cannabis to the election and you said you didn't have a mandate, where's your mandate for taking this drug driving
Well,
policy?
they're not the same thing, Mr. Chair. Clearly not. I mean, for that to be the case, you would have to presume that medical and legal access to prescription cannabis is the same for those that use it recreationally, and that's not the case.
So you didn't take to the election that you would be changing transport safety rules on our roads, and you're prepared to say now that that's fine?
Well, I wasn't asked that question, was I?
Well, you didn't take the three
I think
strikes
it's
drug
reasonable
driving
for me to ask
to
Mr.
the
Chair
election.
whether in that Channel 7 debate was I asked, would we review
And now you've
or
got the
change
text
the
from your
road
staffer.
safety?
Can I ask a question without...
No, sorry, I'm giving an answer.
The Premier is giving an answer.
I think it's
Oh.
reasonable for me to answer a question if in that Channel 7 debate I was asked a direct question about whether we would reform or change road safety laws.
That wasn't my question.
Well, that's the
Order.
point, isn't it? I wasn't asked that question.
Oh, so we have
And
to
if we
ask
were-
everything for you to rule it out.
Well, no,
So the
but they're
point is-
separate issues, surely. I
Premier,
haven't finished my answer, Mr.
the question
Chair.
I have
Order.
on
The point of the
behalf
matter
of...
here,
Order.
Mr. Speaker, is the implication of your question is that we've pursued cannabis law reform changes in New South Wales because we pursued road safety law changes in New South Wales. I think in fairness, I wasn't asked a question about road safety reform in 2019 or 2023.
Thank you, Premier. So your position is that you have to be asked a question
No,
in order
but-
to rule it out.
No, not
See,
necessarily.
Premier,
but
here's
your
my
question is why are we pursuing cannabis law reform changes? I would argue we haven't.
Well, what you said in the 7 News debate is that you didn't have a mandate, and so what you're saying now is it's fine without the same mandate. And what I'm asking of you is, what do you say to those
Well, look,
families?
the
Let me
good-
finish my question, if I may.
Okay, sure.
You see, you didn't take that to the election, and we just want to be clear that you didn't have a mandate to introduce drug driving on the roads. It's simple, isn't it? So what do you say to those families, the experts and the people that are concerned about road safety, about introducing
I would say that this was a
radical new
difficult
law?
reform in New South Wales, that we had to pursue it because we believed passionately that having pursued changes to medicinal cannabis and access for its use in New South Wales, primarily led by members of the previous government, members of your political party, well, that is the truth of the matter. And the scoffing associated with it is either evidence of a lack of understanding of your previous policy position or the flippant nature of these questions. But I just make this point. We pursued it because there are literally hundreds of thousands of people in New South Wales that got access to medicinal cannabis. As a result of them having access to medical cannabis that is legal from a pharmacist and a doctor, many of them can't drive or pursue their livelihoods. And I thought, having listened to literally hundreds of them and received correspondence from members of Parliament, including a lot of National Party and Liberal MPs, that might surprise you to know, but over the last 3 years, we received a lot of correspondence from Liberal MPs saying their constituents wanted a change to this law. We pursued a common sense change. Now, to suggest that we
Thank you,
have,
Premier.
in a unilateral way, changed cannabis laws because we've changed road safety laws, I think is a stretch of the circumstances.
All right, let's
So
clarify
the last
then.
point in relation to a mandate is that these changes are largely going to be implemented after the next state election. So voters will
Thank
get a
you.
chance to make their determination and judgment on it.
Yeah.
And therefore, I don't believe in effect, we will go to the election seeking a mandate for the change. If you win and you repeal it, it won't go ahead as
Thank
a
you.
result. And I think that's a reasonable
Did the-
proposition for the voters of New South Wales.
Thank you, Premier, and that's an interesting take. But did the police tell you that they wanted the law changed on drug driving, or did you tell them that you wanted the law changed on drug driving? Because they're the ones that will have to deal with
Yeah,
the
I mean, I
fallout
think in
of
some
this.
cases the police tell us they want a law change. In other cases, the government, because of other advocates and other government departments.
So the police wanted
I'd love
you
to
to
get an
change
answer
this.
out.
No,
Order.
Love to
specifically.
get an answer
Order.
out.
Specifically drug
In those
driving.
circumstances, in some cases, we take advice from the police. In some cases, we take advice from other road
Thank
safety
you.
users,
So in this
experts.
case,
Sorry, I'm going to continue my
no,
answer,
it's not a
Mr.
press
Chair.
conference. In this
No, I
case, did the
understand
police
that,
tell
but
you?
it's not an opportunity
Yeah,
just
a point of
to
order
be
to be
yelled
taken.
at either.
Mr.
surely.
Nandler, on a
Wow.
point of order.
7
order,
minutes
Ms.
in.
Ward, please stop.
Chair, I refer to paragraph 19 of the procedural fairness resolution.
Here it is.
I think it would be
Bingo.
fair
Front cover
to
for it.
allow the Premier the courtesy of giving a more fulsome response to what was a pretty detailed
be any more
question and a
fulsome.
multi-pronged question. I just think
All right, let's
he
move on.
ought to be afforded a reasonable
Order.
amount of time to complete his answer, which he
Yes,
hasn't
I uphold
done.
the point of order and remind the all honourable members that interjections are disorderly at all times. You've asked a good question, very interesting question.
I'd love an
The Premier's
answer.
giving an interesting answer. Let's hear it in full without
Thank you, Mr.
interjection,
Chair.
please.
I mean, I think the
Please.
problem was
Can I ask a question
the
at some
pursuit
point?
of the
You will be able
change,
to when the Premier is finished.
having pursued the change, and this was largely driven by the previous Premier and previous health ministers. They put a lot of pressure to get the national rule change so that this would be available to people as an alternative medical treatment other than OxyContin.
Understanding that.
No, sorry, I haven't finished, Mr.
Well,
Mr. Chair.
at some point I need
In
to be
those
asked to ask a
circumstances,
question,
I think
Premier.
the problem with the changes to the law is that when that law change went through and it became legal to access medicinal cannabis in New South Wales, no thought or understanding was given to what it would mean
Premier,
for the
I'm
road
asking
rules
about
in
your
the state.
time in government. Can
And
we
I
move
think-
to that, please?
Well, no, but this is directly
You wanna blame
relevant
the
to my
previous
time in
government.
government. And I think in those circumstances, they should have put more thought into it at the time. This
All
was
right,
the
so you're
natural
seriously blaming the
and
previous government
obvious
for your current drug
consequence.
driving laws. Is that your answer?
No, I think this is a natural and obvious consequences of those changes to the law, and it wasn't anticipated for whatever reason.
That
by
it's
the
fine to
previous
have
government,
drug driving
but we
on
had to
our
deal with it.
roads because of the medicinal cannabis from a previous government. Is that seriously what you're telling the people of New South Wales?
What was that question?
That you're blaming the previous government and you think that's all fine as a reason to now decriminalise drug driving on our roads? Is that seriously your answer?
I don't even understand the logic of the question.
All right, well, you had no mandate. You didn't take the police's advice. They didn't ask you to do this. And your answer to the people on the roads who are at risk, to the experts who are concerned, to the families of road trauma victims, is that you blame the previous government
So
for
I'll
you
answer that
changing
in
the
turn,
road rules
Mr.
now to
Chair.
let
I mean,
drug
in the
drivers on
first
our roads.
instance, you said that we
Seriously?
have no mandate. I want to answer that question. Most of these changes will be implemented after the next state election. So we are identifying the changes to the road laws. We do believe this is necessary for New South Wales, and that I am concerned about some of the vilification of people that have lawfully accessed medicinal cannabis in
No
our
one's
community.
vilifying them.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's not the case.
Well,
I've
I'm
seen
not.
opposition frontbenchers say that people are accessing this medicinal cannabis as if they're popping pills or it's being handed out like confetti. That's not fair, and it's not reasonable to the people
Could
who
we
are
get
suffering
back to the
chronic
topic?
pain. Sorry?
Could we get back to the topic of the roads?
No, I'm going to answer the question.
The roads, please.
That's not fair to the people who have accessed
Wow.
that kind of medicine for chronic pain, or who are cancer sufferers in our community.
Okay.
They shouldn't be treated as if, in a flippant way, as if their views don't matter.
No, we don't disagree with that.
is that
but the
right?
legislation is before the Parliament now, and so saying that it won't come in or we're not dealing with it till later is not a difficulty now. The issue is it's right before.
Well, I mean,
the
ultimately you
experts
can
now. But hang
reverse
on,
it
can I
if you
ask
get
a
the
question,
Treasury
please?
benches.
May I
Surely
ask a
that's a
question of
reasonable
you?
proposition.
Why don't you hold that legislation off until after the
Because it
election?
won't be. Because of the timetable. It largely won't be implemented until March. I mean,
Largely.
it has the same effect.
So you have, in April 2023, returning to your comments, you said that any proposed changes would need to be informed by experts. There are experts like Dr. John Crozier who have said that because of your 3 strikes drug driving policy, there will be more body bags. Why are you ignoring the experts?
Well, I mean, there are certainly experts that don't agree with the change. There are experts who believe that the system as it currently is constituted isn't working. It's not working for people that need to access this medicine because of the chronic pain that they suffer and their ability to see their family, to go to work. There's also a question...
What about the people on the roads?
It just seems deeply unfair when I'm trying to answer the question that there's a constant interruption. I'm here for 3 hours, Mr. Chair. Can I string together 2 thoughts for a minute? In these circumstances, we believe that having undertaken extensive consultation and listening to the experts on both sides of the argument, this was the appropriate pathway through.
Thank you. What expert
And the
evidence have
reason
you relied on?
And the reason for that is because the current threshold on the side of the road for the detection of marijuana will be the current threshold on the side of the road under the proposed changes to the law.
Thank you. So you
Surely
said
that's
you
a
relied
relevant
on
aspect
expert
of the
evidence. I have 3
consideration of the
minutes,
legislation.
Premier. I'd really like to get to a question, if I may, before you look at your cheat notes. But I'd like to say this. What evidence is it that you've relied on when making the most radical changes to New South Wales road safety laws in a generation? What
We had
was
an
that
expert
evidence, and will
panel
you
of
table
government
it?
officials, and we listened to Monash University that supplied
All right,
information.
will you table that evidence?
Will you make it public?
No, it may well be cabinet in confidence, but
Why
I'll
would it
look
be
at it and
cabinet
take
in
it on
confidence?
notice.
It's now legislation
Happy
before
to
this
take it on
parliament.
notice.
You
Why
take
don't
on
you just
notice.
agree to providing it?
Why won't you provide it today if you're
Well, I
relied
don't
on it?
understand the circumstances in which it was presented to the government
How do you not understand it? You're the Premier and this is a signature policy.
because of
for
the
you.
many things and many aspects that I have to deal with on a daily basis. But I don't think
not a
it's
very good
unreasonable
answer.
for me to look
Well,
at the question.
people on our
and
roads
give a
deal with
considered
road
answer.
trauma on a daily basis also. You might be busy dealing with your own internal issues on a daily basis, but they are dealing with serious road
Who's that,
safety
sorry?
issues, road trauma victims and drivers on our
yeah.
roads. Can you table that evidence or make it public?
I'm not going to
since
commit
you
to that,
say
Mr.
you're going
Speaker.
to
I'm
rely on
happy to
it?
take it on notice.
Why won't you table it? What are you hiding?
A point of order has been
I've already
taken.
answered that
Mr.
question.
Nairn on a point of order.
Well, Chair, I
Premier
have
is
1
entitled-
minute
Order,
left.
order,
And you're
Premier
taking
is
some
order,
time.
entitled-
order. Mr.
Any
Nairn.
witness is entitled to take a question on notice
Sure.
under paragraph 11 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution, which the Premier has done. He's taken an objection to the question. The committee can determine what it does with that answer once
Thank
we
you. I'll
receive
move
it.
on. Happy for him
Yeah,
to
hold
table
point
it.
of order.
Thank you.
Ms. Ward.
So, Premier, despite all the expert evidence against it, the lack of expert evidence in favour of it, the clear criticism from bodies like the NRMA, you're still going ahead with your 3 strikes drug driving policy despite any evidence supporting it. That's right, isn't
No,
it?
that's not true. I mean, there is evidence supporting a change. We've looked at other jurisdictions. We've obviously collected information from our government agencies and senior bureaucrats. We've consulted universities that have provided evidence to the government relating to the change. The circumstances on the side of the road as it relates to the detection level will be the same before and after the legislation. And there are people who disagree vehemently with
All
the
right,
position that's...
thank you.
No, sorry.
Minister, I have
There
30
are
seconds.
many,
I just want one
there
more
are many
question
people
to
who
ask.
disagree vehemently
Thank you.
with the description that's been consistently put by the opposition that those who have accessed a legal medicine, medicinal cannabis, are getting it like it's being given out like confetti. That
Thank
is
you.
not
Premier,
sorry.
would you feel
No.
comfortable with one of
Order.
your 3 sons being in
No.
a car driven by a drug
Order.
driver?
Order.
Look, you know what?
Would you be
I don't know.
comfortable?
I don't know your family circumstances.
Would you be comfortable
but
with your
I don't-
children
I
in a
don't-
car
I
with a
don't
drug
like, and
driver?
I'm not going to answer questions about my children.
But these
They're
are
not
other
public
drivers'
officials.
children.
They're not public officials.
So
and
you're
they don't
comfortable
deserve
with
to
a
have
driver
you
driving
dragged-
your children being a drug driver?
Sorry, I'm just going to repeat it.
Are you
I'm-
comfortable
Order.
with
I'm not
a
going to
driver
answer questions
having
about
your
my
kids
children.
in the car, my kids
When
in
they
the
get
car,
elected
any
to
members
Parliament,
in the car
you can
with
ask
a
questions
drug
of-
driver? That's
Order.
seriously, you
Thank
won't
you,
answer
Ms.
that.
Ward. Your
Mr. Chair,
time has-
Mr. Chair, I'm
Wow.
just going to answer that.
Okay.
I don't
Please
think
tell us if you're comfortable with kids being in
Order.
cars with drug
That's
drivers.
not the question you asked. The
Ask
question
if
you
your
asked.
kids, I'm concerned for my kids, I'm concerned for
Order.
anyone
Order.
that's a parent
Ms.
here.
Order. Ms. Ward, I'll call you to order for the first time. You've asked the same question 10 times in a row. You're now just badgering the Premier. It's
Parents
not...
want to know, Chair.
Order.
Parents want to
Order.
know.
Order. You show some respect to the Chair and to this committee and this inquiry.
Well, Chair-
You're not, order. You're not to badger the Premier. You've asked the same question 10 times. The Premier is going to answer it. Please desist
Thanks,
from...
Mr.
Chair,
Chair.
if I
Look, I'm
may,
not
to the
gonna
point of
answer-
order, people are...
There was no point
Chair?
of order. I'm
Well,
just...
point of order.
I'm-
Point of order.
order. All right, what is the point
Chair,
of
I've
order?
endeavoured to ask calm questions that constituents and the taxpayers of New South Wales have asked us to ask the Premier. I simply ask that our questions be answered, and you've taken points of order. The government members have taken points of order.
I haven't
Everybody
taken any
seems
points
to...
Mr. Chair, can
You're
I answer the
interrupting me.
question?
He's
I
interrupting
wanna
me.
make
I'm
it
just asking
clear.
on behalf of the parents of New South
Thank
Wales.
you, Ms. Ward.
To the point of
Please,
order.
Can I just make it...
is there a
can-
point of order?
Mr. Chair, can I answer the question?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not going to answer questions about my children. I'm not going to answer
What
questions
about other people's children?
Order.
I'm not going to answer questions about my children. The member opposite asked specifically about my 3 sons.
Yeah, what about
They're
my
not
kids?
public officials. They're not elected
Neither
to
are mine.
Parliament. I think that is incredibly low
What about
rent.
people's
I
kids
don't
on the
know
road?
your
Don't
family.
you think
Thank
it's
you,
offensive to
Premier.
them and to the
Thank you,
parents out
Premier.
there that are
Thank you, Ms.
concerned?
Ward.
Imagine
It's
the
your
last
time.
thing you would
Your
want-
the
Sorry,
time for
Mr.
your
Chair.
answer.
I think the last thing you would want, or any member of parliament wants, is for opposition politicians to try and
We are
trawl through the
asking
mud.
questions
family members.
because
All
we
right,
are
not reasonable
concerned
and
for
Order,
parents
Miss
on
Ward.
our roads.
Miss Ward, please desist
I wouldn't
from
do it to you,
interjecting.
and I don't think you should do it to anyone.
I don't think you should do it to the parents
Annie,
and kids
thank
on
you.
our roads.
Premier, I will now turn to some questions from myself. Thank you very much. Premier, which of the following is responsible for more deaths each year in New South Wales? Is it A, motor vehicle crashes, B, shark attacks, C, workplace accidents, or D, accidental drug overdoses?
I don't know, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me?
Well, you might be surprised to learn that it's accidental drug overdoses. It's far higher than the road toll, accidental drug overdoses in this state, and nationally. And given the gravity and the scale of the situation, if you accept my figures there, will your government consider implementing community-based drug checking and pill testing, in addition to any possible extension of last year's pill testing and drug checking trial that was held at New South Wales festivals?
I don't think we've got any plans to do that, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we've had the trial in relation to music festivals, and we're still collecting the evidence and information as it relates to those trials and the information that was collected. But as it stands at the moment, we don't have extra plans to do that.
Where is the independent evaluation of the trial that was conducted last year, and will the government release its findings?
I might ask Kate to... Oh, okay. So I've been told that the independent evaluation has been finalised by the University of Sydney. It must have been given to the Minister for Health, and we're considering it.
Okay. Premier, are you aware that the vast majority of accidental overdoses occur in the home, and therefore drug checking and pill testing at festivals does nothing to diminish the risk for those who may be taking drugs outside of these events? Isn't it a matter of equity and social justice that we try and reduce the harm and even the use of some of these dangerous drugs wherever a person lives in New South Wales?
Well, look, I understand the concern, but it is risky to take those prohibited drugs, particularly the ones that can lead to an overdose death, anywhere, even in the house, and that needs to be government messaging, and those that partake in that activity. It can be dangerous. It is dangerous. I understand some advocates' calls for a legislative change. We don't have plans to do that. We've specifically paired it with what we termed to be a terrible and toxic mix, which was music festivals, hot weather because it's summer, and often a lack of water. And it was really the toxicity of the environment, the geography, that has meant that we had to make a decision that said, when it relates to that, we think a trial is necessary, but as it relates to all other aspects of life, we're not proposing a change to the law like that. I'm not aware of it being in place, maybe in the ACT, but I'm not aware of it being in place in any other jurisdiction.
Well, in actual fact, in the ACT, Queensland, Victoria's just put in place a permanent drug checking and pill testing facility in Fitzroy in Victoria, and what that's leading to is people taking less drugs. The vast majority of people who are going to that facility are getting for the first time, getting some advice about the implications and the consequences of taking those drugs, and a lot of those people then decide not to take those drugs. Isn't that a good outcome?
Well, potentially, but if there's evidence or information as a result of that change in Victoria, I'm sure you'll furnish it to the Parliament. But you've asked us a direct question. We're not proposing a change.
Thank you. Premier, Derek Pyra is a retired Australian Air Force veteran who served in the Iraq War and now advocates for veterans to access medicinal cannabis as an alternative to heavy pharmaceutical treatments. Derek is a legal medicinal cannabis patient, and he's tuning in to listen to this question today. Last weekend, Derek was stopped by New South Wales Police and has now been charged with drug driving because THC from his legally prescribed medicine was detected in his system. There is no suggestion that Derek was impaired. He was not charged with an impairment offence. Do you think it is fair that a veteran who is following the advice of his doctors and legally taking a prescribed medication can lose his licence simply because of THC is present in his system and he is driving while he is unimpaired?
Well, look, it's difficult for me to comment about the specifics of that personal case because I just don't have them in front of me. But I mean, if it is as described, then that's one of the reasons we've proposed what we regard as a common sense, sensible change to the law in New South Wales that grapples with the reality of the changed circumstances of access to medicinal cannabis. We can't pretend that that is a circumstance or a change to the law that hasn't happened. It is being used by hundreds of thousands of people across the state, sometimes in desperate situations. And I've spoken to many, many returned servicemen and women, particularly from the Afghanistan theatre, who've served the country with distinction and respect and are heroes. And they are passionate advocates for a change to the law. They believe it's necessary. They think that accessing medicinal cannabis has been a life-changing event for them because it's meant that they are no longer reliant on the kinds of previously medically subscribed or prescribed drugs that do have impairment, that are addictive and can have a massive impact on their lives. By the way, potentially a huge impairment on the road. However, there's no testing for those drugs. So part of the reason for the change and the reform in New South Wales was a recognition and an understanding that are we perhaps unintentionally driving people towards more serious forms of drugs that are highly addictive that lead to worse externalities both for the person involved and for the community at large.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, do you think the community in New South Wales and across Australia support a return to capital punishment? And what is your response to the public policy position of One Nation leader Pauline Hanson, whose candidates are going to be running in this year's next year's state election, who have called for mandatory death sentences for those convicted of homicide, drug trafficking and drug manufacture? Do you think that that policy of a return to mass capital punishment, if I put it that way, is supported in the community, or is it supported by your administration?
Well, look, I can't speak for everybody in the community. I don't know what the latest polls are or figures are, but I don't support it. And I think it can lead to judgments that are irreversible in our criminal justice system. It's not necessarily common, but it does happen that a conviction is overturned, that new evidence is found, and that the person, despite the best intention of the criminal justice system, hasn't committed the offence. If you're going to lower that from murder, capital murder offences to drug-related crimes, well, they're particularly contested because often there's a lot of nefarious actors involved, and in some cases, because of the prisoner's dilemma, they may well implicate someone who's got nothing to do with the manufacturing and distribution of drugs. So I don't support it because it's an irreversible criminal sanction and the state doesn't always get it right.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, are you an AI doomer?
I don't know what that is.
Do you think that AI is going to have a necessary a net benefit to society, or are there significant risks that could lead to, as some have put it, economic collapse or human extinction?
Yeah.
Are you positive about the impact AI is going to have on our society?
Well, the truth is the verdict's not in yet. We don't know. The commonly understood birth of AI was OpenAI's introduction via the Apple app on their devices, which obviously we weren't given a heads up about, and was launched simultaneously all over the world. And those large language models rolled out simultaneously in every jurisdiction and country at the same time. I think we've been rapidly trying to come to terms with the consequences and implications of that across government, but also energy and how we'll drive access to those changes to our economy. I mean, the positive case is that it will lead to a mass productivity surge in our economy and make life easier to pursue economic change and opportunities in our economy, which should be welcome right now. I mean, when the United States, when the tech boom happened in the early 90s in the United States, the US economy was at its absolute peak in terms of economic growth and output. The then Federal Reserve Chairman didn't increase interest rates, Alan Greenspan, because he said that the productivity associated with the technology change was so much that these were unique rules. So it could help us in an economic sense. There's also serious implications in terms of accessing jobs and ensuring people have got, well-paid, meaningful jobs in a new economy. And we're grappling with it. I'd like to do it faster, but it's obviously a major epoch change for our economy and our society.
Just one quick one before I hand to Mr. Borzak. One of the recommendations of the inquiry that this committee conducted into AI, which the government supported in principle but has not enacted, was the formation of an Office of AI to oversee its integration and its regulation. Given its significance and implications to the labour force, economy and democracy, isn't it time we had an Office of AI in this state and even a dedicated minister in this area?
We don't have a dedicated minister. I'd be worried AI would just take over the function of her. But we do have an Office of AI. We announced that on Monday.
On Monday?
On Monday.
And I missed it.
If you AI'd it, it might have come up. But
I do believe that your time has expired and you've allowed yourself an extra question, and this is now going into extra time. Just wondering if that will be afforded to all members of this committee, or is that only
thank
yourself?
you for the
as
point
chair?
of order, but the allocation of time is to be equal to the opposition and the crossbench. The crossbench in globo.
So we can ask questions outside of.
No, you can't. You get half the time. We get half the time. In the later course of events, will make sure that Mr. Borzak, because we have a good working relationship, gets an equal amount of time. So thank you very much. There's no point of order. You were saying there is an Office of AI.
There is an Office of AI, and that plays an important coordination role in understanding and determining, what the I think probably the threats and the challenges in our economy are, but also as it relates to government functions. The most recent example that I can give is the Deputy Premier's announcement that they'll be doing a review of the HSC. We need to protect the integrity of that exam. An element of it, depends what your subject mix is, but an element of it is take-home examinations. And the large language models mean that people can come up with university grade assessment responses to those prompted questions that could potentially make the exams redundant. So that's why we've got it, and I hope it works.
Thank you. Mr. Borzak, you get your 14 minutes too.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair. Premier, I want to start with the gun buyback you announced. Your government has set the 2nd of November for phase 1, says police will administer it, and says that up to 274,000 firearms and about 50,000 owners are affected. But your website still says key eligibility, compensation, participation details will come in due course. Premier, before announcing the 2nd of November commencement date, did you receive a review a final approved operating plan for phase 1, yes or no?
I didn't personally receive it, but I know that the Minister for Police obviously looked at the operational changes and plans to implement the policy, and they're working through that now.
So you announced the commencement date before an operating plan was finished?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I think you asked me whether I personally received it. I didn't, but I wouldn't ordinarily run the operational plans of New South Wales Police. I'd leave it up to the police and the Minister.
So you didn't approve a plan, but you did approve an announcement?
Well, I mean, that wouldn't necessarily be uncommon Mr. Borsak. I mean, our responsibility is to pursue. If you're going to change policy and implement a new regime, quite naturally you need new operational changes. Sometimes that works in tandem with the policy change. It's one of the reasons why we're phasing in the second part of the buyback for more expensive weapons. We're not ready to roll that out yet, but we believe we will be ready on the 2nd of November.
Thank you. How many surrender sites will be operating on the 2nd of November, and where will they be, and what is your weekly processing capacity?
We don't have that to announce today. We hope to have that in the coming weeks, but it being August, there's still plenty of time to educate the public and gun licence holders about where the drop-off zones will be and the protocols in which you'll be asked to participate in it. The other part of this is that the gun buyback procedure doesn't extend for a week or a day. It'll be in place for at least 12 months. So there's
You actually think you can get it done in 12 months?
Look, I hope so.
274,000 firearms?
In many respects, we're grateful to have the Western Australian example in front of us as an operating procedure, so that we can see how it worked over there. In many ways, our estimates and our timelines have been predicated on their example in the first place. So I think it's reasonable to sort of pro-rata up what they were able to achieve.
So you announced a start date, but there is no logistic plan behind it.
No, I didn't say that. There's obviously a logistic plan behind it. We just haven't announced that yet, but it's the 20th of August and it doesn't begin until the 2nd of November, and it will extend for more than 12 months.
Will owners receive their full compensation at the point of surrender before firearms leave their possession? Yes or no?
Well, they will receive their compensation as per the schedule we've announced. I don't anticipate New South Wales Police will be handing cash over the register, and it may well be through a Service New South Wales account.
So what's the guarantee that the maximum payment period, and where is that guarantee to be published?
When it's ready.
Sorry?
When it's ready.
When it's ready. So what does that mean?
Well, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of mystery about it. I mean, we will pay the schedule of fees to the returned firearms when they're returned to those drop-off sites. The mechanism by which that occurs, which the government's pretty good at, I mean, we've got scheduled payments, either it's the toll rebate or various other kinds of transfer payments that the New South Wales government's responsible for. I'm not particularly worried that wouldn't happen. It will, and it'll be ready on the 2nd of November.
Will the owner receive a written accepted classification and compensation amount before surrender becomes irrevocable?
Would you mind repeating that question?
Will the owner receive a written accepted classification and compensation amount before surrender becomes irrevocable?
Kate, would you mind?
Oh, look, I think given that there's a link between the gun and the licence, if it's a lawfully held firearm, that classification has occurred as part of the original licensing decision. So yes, they will know what kind of gun they're handing in and what their entitlement is before they hand it over.
Well, I'm talking more about classification as to valuation, not classification as to class.
Oh, okay, so you're talking about the value exceptions pathway
That's right.
as part of Phase 2. Yeah, those details are still being worked through, and Phase 2 doesn't start until 2027. So.
And what happens if payment is delayed or rejected after police have taken the firearm? Because the Premier isn't saying that it's irrevocable. Yeah,
we'll have to take that on notice. The focus at this point has been on the fixed price schedule rollout, which will happen from the 2nd of November. The details of the valuation exception pathway are yet to be decided, and all of those issues will be considered.
So you want the firearm on the spot. Why shouldn't the owner get the money on the spot and get an irrevocable IOU from the government that they're going to get the money?
Yeah, look, that will be considered as part of the design of the valuation exceptions pathway, but I understand the point that you're raising, and that'll be considered by police and the other agencies who are designing that.
Okay, thank you. What independent review right exists if police incorrectly identify, classify or reject compensation for a firearm? Premier?
Do you mean for Phase 2 or for Phase 1 with the
Or
designated
Phase 1.
schedule?
Phase 1.
Well, there's set amounts, so there won't be a negotiation about the amount that's paid for a particular licence or style of firearm.
So the police will simply say, you've got a bolt-action rifle that you bought for $2,500, it's worth $500, end of discussion. This is the West Australian model?
If it's part of the first phase, then yes, the schedule will be as per published. If it's a firearm that's worth more than that and the individual owner wants it evaluated separately, well, we'll announce those details when it's ready.
The first phase goes to $3,000.
Yeah, correct, but our first phase is particular amounts for specified types of guns and rifles. That's published and isn't subject to negotiation.
So it's not published in negotiation, so police are just simply going to say, this is what we're going to pay you, see you later.
Well, for a revolver, the compensation's $1,000. For a semi-automatic handgun, it's $850. For a double barrel, it's $850. I mean, the schedule's out.
So we don't know what the review process is going to be. We don't know what the appeal process is going to be. In other words, this will be the good old West Australian Gestapo approach. Cop this, like it, and go away.
No, not if you are electing to go down the Schedule 2, which is a increased amount for a particular kind of handgun or rifle. In that case, then we won't be going off the schedule, and the amount will be up to $10,000.
So, in relation to Phase 1, up to 274,000 firearms affected, how many does the government forecast will be eligible and surrender in Phase 1, and how many in Phase 2?
It's market driven, so we don't have those numbers. I mean, in many respects, this is separate and apart from the Western Australian scheme precisely because of advocacy from those in the industry who wanted a separate schedule in place for more expensive or alternative weapons that wouldn't fit under the schedule. So we've attempted to accommodate that with a separate and apart scheme from Western Australia. If you elect to go through the set amount, the compensation amount, then that schedule's been published. If you want a higher amount, up to $10,000, then we'll announce the details soon, but that's more complicated. We need to make sure there's an adjudication in place before it begins, and we didn't want to hold up the first schedule or the mechanisms behind what we would regard most people will pursue whilst we got that up and running.
So 274,000 is a headline figure and not an operating forecast then? Is that what you're saying?
We've been very clear from the beginning that is what we anticipate will be returned on the basis of the numbers in Western Australia, and bear in mind the restrictions in Western Australia were for 5 weapons, ours is 4, so it may well be an underestimate.
What fee will the owner pay to access Phase 2 valuation? Who receives it, and why must an owner pay to approve the value of a property that the government is requiring them to surrender?
Well, have we released the number on that yet? No.
That's Phase 2.
Phase 2, the schedule amount that the owner of the handgun will pay for an evaluation hasn't been released yet. The reason for it, and again, this is a departure from the Western Australian scheme because of the advocacy from people in this part of our community who wanted a change, needs to be in place so that I guess everybody doesn't tip themselves into Category 2 or the second schedule, and that we do have a significant number take up the prescribed amounts to be distributed via Schedule 1.
Well, Premier, the compensation is capped at $10,000. What if I've got a Beretta or I've got a Holland & Holland that's worth in excess of $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000? I'm just supposed to hand it in for $10,000?
Well, you wouldn't necessarily have to hand it in if it was under the prescribed amount. I mean, that would be a decision for individual gun owners.
Sorry, I don't understand that answer. Under the prescribed amount, 10,000 is the cap.
No,
I've got a shotgun.
The number of weapons within the household. I mean, it's not mandatory that you return the gun unless that you've got more guns than the prescribed amount per licence holder.
Thank you, Mr. Borzak. Thank you, Premier. We'll now turn to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Ward.
Premier, what's the current gross state product identified in your most recent budget papers?
gross state product of New South Wales is, I think it's about 800 billion.
No, your own budget papers say that 0.9% gross state product. It's in budget paper 1. Have you got the budget papers with you? Here, Premier? Budget paper 1.
Oh, there you go. Kate's got it.
There you go, Kate's got it. Page 1-2. Got it there? GSP, gross state product. Anyway, the answer is 0.9% in your own budget paper. Premier, at 0.9%.
Sorry, just for the edification of the hearing, Ms. Ward, 0.9% of what?
Yeah, it's in your own budget paper. 1-2, 0.9.
Real gross.
Table 1.1, Premier, your own, is there a typo? 1.9.
I think you're referring to real gross state product, but anyway,
GSP, yeah. So the answer is 0.9, your budget, it's not a typo, it's in there.
Sorry, just for the...
Percentage. No, I'm asking the questions, Chair.
Oh, well, I'm just seeking...
You don't need
just
to
for
run
the-
cover for him. We
I'm
know
not
there's
running-
a stitch up.
Order,
We know there's a
order,
deal.
order. I'll call you to order for the second time.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Ward, and I'm doing so because that's the second time that you have called into question my integrity and independence as the chair. I'm not running cover for anyone. I am interested in your question, and I was seeking clarification about what
Can I
that
just ask the
question was.
Can I just ask?
Well, he's trying to find it out as well, and I'm
All
trying
right,
to
so
find it out
it's really
as well.
simple, Premier. In your own budget papers, budget paper number 1, page 1-2, gross state product 0.9. Do you see that there in your own budget papers?
Yes.
Great.
But,
so, at 0.9,
sorry.
New South Wales gross state product growth is amongst the lowest in the country. That's right, isn't it?
Growth. Thank you. The
Gross state product.
gross state product
Growth.
growth.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I think you've
Growth.
misidentified the... Sorry, are you referring to gross state product or gross state product
Your
growth?
budget paper, 1-2, there's a table 1.1, real gross state product 0.9. So that's the lowest in the country, isn't it?
A point of order has been
Gross
taken.
state,
Mr.
it's
Buttigieg on a
Your
point of
budget
order.
paper
It-
says
my
gross state
recollection-
product
Order,
GSP
order,
growth.
Point of
order.
order, Chair.
A point of order has been taken,
My
Mr.
recollection
Buttigieg.
of
You are
the
running
question was that it was
Order,
specifically...
order. Before that, order. I warn you, Ms. Ward, that is now the third time I've just called you to order for the second time, I believe, for calling into question my independence as the chair. I take that very, very seriously. Mr. Buttigieg had taken a point of order, which I am required to listen to, and that has nothing to do with anything other than the proper functioning of this committee. And I warn you that I will stop this this hearing and resolve into a deliberative to consider your conduct if I have to call you to order again.
May I please ask a question?
Well, after I've heard from Mr. Buttigieg in terms of his point of order.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the point of order is about clarification for the purpose of the committee. My recollection of the question was that the honourable member asked the Premier, what is the state's gross state product?
Yes.
The Premier said, I think it's about 800 billion. And then the member proceeded to say, your budget papers say it's 0.9. And then,
the
after
change.
several interactions,
Right,
we found
now
out that it's
clarify.
0.9
What's the
growth.
point of order? May I please
So could you
clarify?
rephrase the question
Sure.
to say what's the growth?
Thank you,
so
Mr.
much.
Buttigieg. That is actually not a point of
No.
order, but it's very helpful.
Is anyone going to let me ask a question?
Yes,
please?
we
All
are right
Premier,
now.
Table 1.1 outlines how the change in economic outlook since the half-yearly review in 25-26 has impacted forecast gross state product, GSP, growth.
So I think you've
So,
misidentified
can I ask the
it.
question, please?
No, but
May I ask the question,
But I think you've
please?
misidentified it.
May I please ask
so
the
the
question?
GSP,
I haven't asked the question yet.
I think you've asked several questions.
May I
haven't
please ask the question?
You
Chair?
please do. Please,
Thank
just
you.
please wait,
So,
Premier.
Table
We're getting there.
1.1 outlines how that it's impacted forecast
I know,
gross
that's
state
right, she's
product
misidentified
GSP
it.
growth, and the number there says that it's changed by 0.9.
Sorry, just-
That is
just
my
for clarity,
question to you,
Mr.
Premier.
Chair.
I haven't asked the question yet. You
Just
don't need
please
clarity.
wait,
The world's
please
longest
wait,
question.
Premier.
May I
Please,
ask the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Premier, at 0.9%, New South Wales GSP growth is amongst the lowest in the country. That's a fact,
So,
isn't it?
Mr. Chair, the first question asked was, what's the
I'm asking your
GSP
question
of
now,
New
Premier.
South Wales? I think I identified it as 800 billion. The actual number is 855 billion, so I was off. But the honourable members, I think, misunderstood the budget papers. What she's referring to is real
haven't
gross state
misunderstood
product, which
anything.
is presented as a percentage of the
Yes.
economic growth. But
Yes,
that's not
that's
the
what I'm
question you
asking.
asked.
I'm asking you this. At 0.9%, New South Wales GSP
Sorry, but
growth.
the question
Can I
you
finish
asked
the
was what the
Order,
GSP...
Premier, please.
No, Mr Speaker,
can't
Mr
even
Chair,
get a
I think
question.
I've just elevated you.
Thank you very much.
To,
How about I just
Hello.
ask
That's
Really an elevator.
How about I just ask you a question, Premier? Can we
Yeah.
agree
Sure.
on that
Why?
much?
Sure,
Let's
go.
have the question.
For the fifth time, I think, at 0.9% GSP, New South Wales GSP growth is amongst the
Real
lowest
but it's
in
real
the country.
GSP. Sorry, it's real GSP.
It's amongst the lowest in the country. That's a fact, isn't it?
So these reports and the budget
It's your budget.
is
Order.
an indication, and this is the form of budget paper number 1. It's always the same. It has to be for every budget, but it's recorded as the 24-25 financial year, and that's how it's recorded in the budget papers. The most recent information from the ABS in relation to growth in our economy is the September quarter and the July quarter. And both on a quarterly basis and on a yearly basis to that point, the New South Wales economy is the fastest growing in Australia.
Let's talk
So
about
hopefully
that.
that clears it up. But if you misidentify it, you're going to
No,
get
I haven't
everyone confused.
misidentified anything, but
I
thank
think-
you for the
Okay,
patronising comment. But what I will do is ask you this. When the Liberals and Nationals were last in government, our GSP was the highest in the country at 4.1%. So clearly, New South Wales has been taken under your government from top to bottom in just 3 years. That's
Look, the
correct,
good news
isn't it?
is,
It's
and you'll be
dropped.
pleased to hear this, that we are the fastest growing economy. So I'm
But that
happy
wasn't
to
my
report
question.
that to you.
Yeah.
So
Premier,
just to be clear, the March quarterly accounts. Sorry, I think I said July. It's the March
No,
quarterly
I need.
accounts.
I've got those. Thank you.
Demand, I suspect you don't, but
That's not my
in any
question.
event, it's 1.8% in New South Wales in that quarter, which was
Premier.
twice as fast as the next nearest state. So the
Premier,
good news for
business-
you and for everybody in New South Wales is that no, you're not correct. New South Wales is the fastest growing economy.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Let's move on that then.
Okay, you
so,
happy to move
Premier,
on?
thank you for that clarification.
Do you want to move on? or-
Business closures are at record levels, closures on your watch, so I'm glad it's all rosy and fine. Do you know how many businesses closed in New South Wales in the last year?
I don't have the number in front of me, no.
All right, I can give you the answer. It's 6,200 businesses closed in the last year. And do you know how many have left New South Wales to set up in other states who have left?
I don't have the number.
Don't have
no.
that either. That's ABS data. That's 6,000 analysed by Business New South Wales. Dan Hunter from Business New South Wales has called for reforms to payroll tax to reduce the rate from 5.45% to below 5% and increase the threshold to 1.5 million. Do you support Mr Hunter's calls, Premier?
Well, look, we have worked with Dan Hunter and Business New South Wales on a range of reforms that they've called for, and we think that they're making a difference. I mean, the most important and lasting reform that the state has seen for a long time was reform to workers' compensation.
Thank you, but this is
in the
payroll
state.
tax.
And
Order.
as it relates to payroll tax versus small businesses, the good news is that far more businesses pay payroll tax than pay, far more businesses pay workers' comp liabilities than payroll
yes, but
tax.
we're talking about payroll
which
tax.
is why
Will
it
you
was the
support
number
this?
one for many quarters in a row. It was the number one concern for businesses as part of the Business New South Wales survey. And in those
Have you read that
circumstances, we
survey?
pursued that reform with the Chamber of Commerce, a good reform for New South Wales, one that we eventually got the opposition on board for.
So,
when it comes to
I'm-
new businesses
I'm
that are
interested in
registered this
payroll
financial
tax.
year, 134,000 new businesses were registered last financial year, which is the fastest growing the state has seen, and
Premier,
60% more new
6,200 left.
businesses each year than the opposition had when they were in government.
Thank you, but
So that
Premier,
is a
6,000
profound
under your
turnaround
watch.
Order.
in the business conditions for small businesses. Now, I accept that it is very tough for businesses in this current environment. There's
Thank you.
absolutely
May I
no
please
doubt
ask a
about it.
question?
But the conditions today, with the reforms to workers' comp in our state, advocated and called for by Business New South Wales, were the correct reform in these times. we dragged the opposition kicking and
Premier, we
screaming to it,
supported
something
those,
that they
but
still
my question
oppose.
is not
One, I
about-
suspect that they'll reverse if they win the next election.
Premier, I ask a question, you talk about something completely different. What I'm asking you is to give an answer to this committee and to the taxpayers of New South Wales that I've been asked to ask questions. And it's not a press conference. You have the opportunity to ask those questions anywhere you like, and you can smile and smirk if you want to.
Miss Ward.
Can I ask a question,
No,
please,
no,
Chair?
Miss Ward, I'm calling you to order. That is not a question. You're just reflecting on the Premier and as a witness here. So just get around to asking a question rather than making a long...
That would be amazing. Thank you. I would love
it would
to ask
be
a question.
amazing.
Thank
It'd be
you.
a surprise.
It'd be great if you could answer it too. How much less in New South Wales did we receive in infrastructure spending from the federal government budget compared to other states?
I think in rough terms, I mean, compared to which state? It's such
Queensland.
a broad question. But
Compared to Queensland, what did New South Wales receive?
But do you mean in net terms or in as a
Infrastructure
percentage of our
spending from the
economy?
Commonwealth budget.
What are the two numbers?
What did New South Wales receive in infrastructure spending as opposed to
I
Queensland?
I don't know what Queensland got. I mean, I'm not the Queensland Treasurer. I can tell you that we've got about 33% of the country's population, maybe a bit less than that.
I'm
and
not
we
asking
receive-
about population. I'm asking
Mr.
about
Chair,
infrastructure spending.
Order. No, I don't need a point of order. It is disorderly at all times, Ms Ward, to be interjecting. You finally did ask a question. The Premier is about
answer it.
30 seconds into answering it, and your interjections are disorderly. It makes it very difficult for us to keep a track of what's being said, and also for poor old Hansard to record what's happening. So please desist from interjecting while the Premier is giving his answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Why
What
don't
was
I
the
just cut to the
question
chase? Okay, I can tell you the
I think
answer.
it was,
It's $7.9
we got
billion
33%
less
of the
than
country's
Queensland.
population, and I understand that we receive in the mid-20s when it comes to our share of federal government infrastructure,
Thank
so
you.
well
So,
below
Premier, can
our
I-
share of national population.
Thank you, Premier.
Which
Can
is
we
a
move on?
persistent issue as it relates to the
Thank
GST
you.
and infrastructure spending.
So, in relation to Queensland, New South Wales received $7.9 billion less than Queensland from the Commonwealth budget. We received $5.6 billion less than Victoria. That is a huge amount of drop in federal infrastructure spending in New South Wales. Given those, are you concerned about our infrastructure pipeline in New South Wales?
Well, we'd love more help from the Commonwealth Government, and
What did you do
we're
to
in talks
ask?
with them about getting more infrastructure help for major capital projects in the state, which is good news
All right.
for New South Wales and something we're pursuing.
Then let's talk about wage growth figures. Those wage growth figures came out for the March 2026 quarter. You would have been watching those. What was the quarterly figure for New South Wales?
Now, look, I mean, can you provide it to the committee?
Sure, I'll give you the
If
answer.
you know the answer, then I think it's probably quicker to...
I'm asking you.
It's
You're
just
in the
that
big
you've
seat.
misidentified quite a few indices
I've
so far, and I don't
misidentified
want
nothing,
to lead
Premier.
everybody
What
down
I'm asking you
the
is you're
wrong
sitting in
path.
the big seat.
Well,
So
you
can
called
answer
it real GSP when you're actually referring
Premier,
to...
you can attack me all
gross
you
state
like, but I'm
product.
asking about your budget. I'm asking you in the big chair to answer for the people of New South Wales. Do you know what the wage growth figure was, the quarterly figure for New South Wales? But I'll give you the answer if you can't answer it, 0.4%. Do you know which state or territory performed worse than New South Wales on the March quarter's wages growth?
Are you fair dinkum calling for more wage growth in the economy
I'm asking you
after
which state or
12 years
territory
of a wages
performed
cap in New
worst?
South Wales? Is this the new
I'm
policy
asking
from
you
the
a
modern
simple
Liberal
question,
Party?
and you can't
This is
answer
the
question.
craziest
You can't
conversion I've
handle
ever
the
seen in
truth.
this committee.
You cannot
Even
handle the
Sue's
truth.
shaking her head,
Bring it
Mr.
on.
Chair.
It is
So
very
you're now on the
clear.
side
Answer
of
the question.
wage
Can you
growth
answer
and
the
workers,
question?
are you?
Can you answer the question?
I'd love to hear your
Didn't even know the
perspective on
number.
it.
Or if you want to swap seats, I'm happy to sit in your chair and answer about what my government would do. But you're the Premier, you're sitting in the chair.
But
I'm
it
asking
seems
you
you can
which
understand
state or
why I'm
territory
perplexed
performed worse
when
than New
for the
South Wales
last
did on the
for the
March
last
quarter's wage
decade
growth.
we've been hammered
'Cause you
by the
can't
opposition.
name one. You know why? Because New South Wales did the worst.
Mr. Chair,
That's why you can't
this
name
is
one, isn't it?
insane. The Liberal Party have had a persistent articulated and consistent position
I'm
to
asking about
push
wages
downward
growth.
pressure on wages
I'm
in our
asking
public
about
and
you.
private economy for 20 years, and now you're suggesting it's not quick enough. Is that the argument?
I'm asking which state did worse, and you can't name one, Premier, and that's the
Well,
problem.
in any
You
event,
don't
can
know
you
your own
imagine where we would
number.
be
You
if we
don't know
didn't
your
remove
own
the
number.
wages
You
cap in New
can't
South
own your
Wales?
own number. You can't even answer the question about your very own
Order.
number in your very own budget.
Order.
This is just insane.
Order.
What
Premier,
questions about the
let's-
budget are insane?
Order, please. Let's not devolve
All right.
into name calling and just
Thank you.
heckling each other.
So,
Let's
Premier-
have some questions and answers.
I'm happy to say,
So,
but just
Premier,
on
can
a
I
general
Yes,
point,
please
I mean,
do.
this is important.
Please
for
make
the
it.
economy.
question. I have
The
5
Premier's
minutes.
providing an answer.
Real
please.
wages have increased
He's
even
got the
in
cheat note.
even with persistent inflation in our economy under a Labor government. It's very important to note, and this is not a trivial question, but under the previous government, real wages
We're talking about
declined
your
by
government.
1.2%, and that's during a period when the vast majority of the time was a low inflation environment,
Thank
which
you.
is an extraordinary outcome, one we've persistently tried to reverse with our industrial relations policy.
Thank
and
you,
I
Premier. Can I
frankly,
ask a
Mr.
question?
Chair, the height of the opposition members to come in here and say wages growth aren't quick enough
That's not what I've
after
said.
doing everything possible to keep them low, I think it's appalling.
Chair, is it possible for me to ask a question in the 4 minutes that I have left? If I may, it would be great to ask a question, as I have, of the Premier about his budget.
Yes, I think so.
Great. So, Premier, do you notice a pattern emerging? Because under your watch, New South Wales has the lowest economic growth, the lowest wages growth, the lowest GST revenue, and the lowest infrastructure investment. Our state's economy can't get much worse under your leadership, can it?
Well, firstly, you haven't established that the economy is not growing. In fact, we've got the fastest growing economy.
It's the
Secondly,
worst
real
in the
wages are up
country.
1.2%
They're
under
not.
the
It's
Labor
the
Point of
worst
order
in
has
the
been taken.
country.
They were
It's
down under
clearly
the
down
coalition
in the
government.
country.
Order,
Thirdly, we're
order,
pursuing
Premier,
infrastructure
order.
changes.
Please,
Chair
I
is
hate
down.
to cut you off, but
Chair is
order,
down.
Mr. Ward, Premier, please stop. Mr. Nambra, on point of order.
Chair, the Premier got 10 seconds into his answer before
He
the
started
honourable
yelling.
member unhelpfully interjected.
Yes.
I appreciate the passion, but it would assist the fair and orderly conduct of this hearing if the Premier could at least be given a reasonable opportunity to answer the question that's been put in front of him.
Yes, I uphold the point of order again. Premier.
Well, I mean, the premise of the question is completely wrong. The
doing
honourable
okay,
members
Lee.
suggested
Order.
that economic growth is the lowest in the country. It's actually the fastest in the economy.
It's the
If you
lowest
look at
wage
the,
growth.
what's the point? I mean, honestly, it's
Order, look, to like...
not interested in answers or
Yeah, you-
facts, and now trying to rewrite history, suggesting that the Liberal Party is
wow.
the party of wage growth in our
Premier,
economy.
can I just ask
Man,
a question
it's
that
insane,
you might
right?
answer something relevant to? Premier, have you ever run a small business?
No, I haven't.
So you have no idea of the pain that people are going through, families and small businesses
have an
trying.
idea
Can
of
I
it.
ask the question before you answer something else? Those families are doing it really tough right now because they are facing an onslaught of increased prices, and they don't have any faith that there is growth, that there is an opportunity for them to succeed. Given you haven't run one, do you understand, or can you at least empathise and know how hard they are doing it right now? What do you have to say to them?
Mr. Chair, I do understand what they're going through, and whilst I haven't run a small business, my wife's run quite a few. And
But you didn't
I
want to
under-
bring family into it.
Order! Order!
I said my children.
Order!
My children.
When it's
Order!
convenient.
Ms. Wood, you're above that.
Look, I mean, the low road of the modern Liberal Party.
1 minute you
is-
don't want
is
them in,
just-
the
Order!
next minute you're running behind them.
Order! Order! Ms. Wood, I
How
remind you that
appalling.
you're on 2 calls to order. If you call to order for the 3rd time, the committee might have to consider what further action to take. I would like to have a constructive hearing without casting aspersions on our witnesses and without constant interjections.
Thank you.
What do
Mr.
you
Chair,
say
I
to
mean,
small
just to
business?
clarify the
Order!
record, the
Ms.
member
Ward,
opposite.
this is the last warning.
Please just-
I had just warned you, and it took you 2.5 seconds to then interject again.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't know
Now
who
this-
was going to speak. I was actually just trying to put the question. I wasn't trying to talk over.
Well,
I haven't
the
even
Premier
answered the
is
question.
answering, so please stop.
Just to put this in
Okay.
perspective, the member opposite asked about my children earlier. Not about my wife, about my children.
Anyone's children.
So I just want to make the point.
Anyone's
No,
children
you
in a
asked
car
about
with
you
a
asked
drug
specifically
driver.
about my
That's what I
3
asked,
sons.
yeah. Would you be
Don't
comfortable?
rewrite history.
Order,
You know
order,
what
point
you-
of order has been
Driver.
taken. Mr. Saval on a point of order.
You have just reminded the Honourable Natalie Ward about interjections being disorderly. She's continuing to interject whenever the Premier attempts to answer a question. I'm finding it very hard to follow the answers that the Premier is rightly entitled to give, and she's showing no courtesy to the witness under paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution.
Please do.
Which I'm sure you will
uphold
know.
the point of order, and I remind again the honourable member that she's asked an important question. You've got the Premier of New South Wales answering that question, and you should pay him and this committee the necessary respect and give him the necessary time to desist from interjecting so we get a proper answer. Premier.
Mr. Chair, I do understand what they're going through, and I haven't run a small business personally, but my wife has. And I remember the nights when we'd have a full day, we'd both have a full day, we had little kids, and then you'd feed the kids and give them a bath, and we'd both work through the day. And then you put the television on, and then Anna would go back to work, pull open the laptop and begin all over again. And she was responsible for other people's wages, and she was responsible for other people's livelihoods, and it was incredibly stressful. And I remember saying to her when we were young parents, can't someone else do this work? And her response was, no one can do this work. There is no one else. I have to do it. The days of the week blur into one another. Small business people work weekends, they miss family weddings, they miss school retreats, they miss important birthdays because they've got to keep their business up and running. I don't understand it personally because I haven't run it, but I have seen it in my house. I have seen it in my family. I understand the pressures that those businesses are under, and we're doing everything we possibly can to get the economy working and to reduce red tape and compliance costs as well as workers' comp liabilities for businesses in this state. The job's not done, but we've made far more of a change than under the previous government. There's no doubt about that.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, can you update the committee and, in fact, the people of New South Wales on the works and timeline for the repair and restoration of the Great Western Highway, including how and when the recently announced federal government funding will be delivered?
PC6 tomorrow we can check.
Well, I mean, we're hoping it's in two tranches.
You might not care about the Great Western Highway, but I do.
I'll ask a lot about it tomorrow to the minister responsible.
tomorrow.
Oh, good. Well, I'd appreciate if you were quiet while we got an answer from the Premier about it.
We anticipate that the initial works will be completed and the roadway will be opened in Q2 next year, 2027, excuse me. We've recently received $100 million from the Commonwealth Government. That's matched with our $100 million to complete the works. But yesterday, I think it was yesterday, we announced that there'd be a takeover lane, a third lane, particularly as you're coming up towards Mount Victoria when you've got slower trucks. There's a slip lane for cars to get around them, which will be a big change and hopefully in the longer run makes traffic more reliable. I realise this is a huge inconvenience for the Central West, for those in Little Hartley, Lithgow. There's no doubt about it. It's added extra time and inconvenience to logistics firms, to those that want a holiday in Orange and Lithgow and Bathurst. We're very sorry about it. We haven't worried about the costs. We've just gotten on with fixing the road. I know that the minister responsible put an order in immediately to get going with geotechnical and engineering works as soon as possible, so that we could have the road up and running and operational. But it's no doubt about it. It's an inconvenience for those communities.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, you've secured the future with the federal government of the Tomago smelter and put it on a pathway to renewable energy. As coal mines progressively close across the Hunter, how can we make sure that this transition isn't about losing one industry after another, but using the Hunter's existing workforce, infrastructure and industrial land to create the next generation of jobs?
Well, I mean, it's an important employer for New South Wales. There's, I think, close to 1,200 direct jobs at Tomago, and by some estimates up to 8,000 indirect jobs. It's the biggest employer in that part of the Hunter region. And, you know, I understand it's a big intervention from the federal government and the state, and I'm not suggesting it's not costly too, but when communities, particularly those outside major cities, deindustrialise at that scale, you never get the jobs, the expertise back. You never rebuild the communities that have been lost. And I think if you looked at Detroit car manufacturers or South Australian car manufacturers, once those industries left, they weren't able to necessarily replace both the communities and jobs that were lost. So we made a decision to intervene with the Commonwealth Government. It wasn't an easy one because it's a complicated venture. It's jointly funded from the state, the Commonwealth, as well as Rio, who are, I think, a 51% owner in the smelter. So it took a while to negotiate, but it's hugely important for that economy, and I'm glad we did it.
What does this mean for the Santos Pilliga project? You've said previously that you think we need to get that project going, especially to provide energy for Tomago and the like. Does that mean that Santos is their Narrabri gas field is less necessary?
No. Gas is going to be needed in our economy and our energy transition regardless. There's more than one energy user in the Hunter, or even in New South Wales. They're all energy intensive. We're going to have to get it from somewhere. It makes a lot more sense to use the gas that's right here in New South Wales rather than having to import it at international spot prices. So, look, it's an investment decision for Santos. We don't own it, they do, but we're going to need it.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, you've met with the Mining and Energy Union, the New South Wales Minerals Council routinely, and I believe to discuss coal policy and the Hunter Valley Continuation Project. In contrast, some people from regional New South Wales impacted by climate change have not had an opportunity to put their concerns to you directly. Would you commit to meeting with some of those communities who are concerned about the climate impacts of those projects, such as the bushfire survivors for climate action and other community groups, to discuss their concerns about the potential climate impacts of some of these large projects?
Look, I'm happy to receive correspondence, communication from them. I'm reluctant to just agree to meetings. I'm unsure of who these groups are without properly working out their relationship to both that community and their, I guess, their standing on the issue. I'm not questioning them, Jeremy. I understand they've got an interest, but what if something comes up and I can't meet them? So what I will do is look at any invitation and do my best to accommodate a meeting. But certainly I can promise you that through the IP&C's decision, those views will be and have been presented to those decision makers as part of this process. Part of my reticence or reluctance in relation to this is, this has got to be made by an external body, not by me.
Thank you. Premier, New South Wales has a massive debt burden, and the cost of the borrowing have ballooned from $6 billion in 2023 to $7.7 billion this year, with a projected cost of $11 billion in this year's budget by 2030. According to your government's budget this year, Treasury has forecast they expect the cost of borrowing to stabilise in terms of our bond issuances at 5.2% going forward in the forward estimates, and help diminish that debt burden. Is this a heroic assumption, and what is it based upon?
Do you mind repeating that?
Is our interest bill going up or is it going down? The Treasury is saying that it's going to, our interest that we're paying on our bonds is going to stabilise at 5.2% on the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of bonds we have. They're not issued all at once. But that's a pretty important figure, and how is the government coming up with that figure when the cost of borrowing globally, if you look at the Japanese bond yield and other indicators, is going through the roof? Are you confident that the cost of borrowing will stabilise and that cost will level out at $11 billion per annum on our credit card?
Well, I guess there's two metrics there. The first one is the bond rate that the market charges, and that's subject to geopolitical changes, wars in the Middle East, particularly the international reserve currency, what the US does in those circumstances. There was concern at the beginning of the week, I was reading, about bondholders and their demands that Kevin Walsh, the Federal Reserve Chairman, raise interest rates to stabilise some of the yield prices that they were seeing coming through. But I think that dropped this morning from my casual reading. I'm happy to look it up if you like. So that will move. I mean, that will move with geopolitical tensions as well as the latest economic data out of Europe, China and America. There's not a lot we can do about that. I mean, ultimately we're a price taker because we do have debt markets, and we are at different points rolling over our debt or issuing those kind of bonds in that marketplace. Treasury make a best case judgment, but they made that judgment when the books closed at a pretty volatile time in global politics, and so I wouldn't assume that the rate at which they predicted the bond yields to be was rapidly out of kilter or exaggerated. I mean, ultimately they made that decision when after the US was entering into a war with Iran. So I think they probably priced in that volatility. So that's the first element. The second element is the amount of debt New South Wales has that needs to be paid back depending on whatever that bond rate is. And we've made a conscious effort to reduce our exposure to the debt that was left to us by the previous government. I mean, Mr. Chair, we were given the largest debt ever handed from one government to another in the history of New South Wales, both as an overall figure and as a percentage of our economy. We have taken it down by about $10 billion from where it was going to be, predicted to be. We've been criticised for the decisions that we've taken in relation to that, but we had to make room for both our spending decisions and with recognition to the debt that was being piled up. When we were elected, the year before we were elected, the previous government brought down a $15 billion deficit. There are reasons for that. It was in the middle of COVID. It's currently sitting at $2 billion, which is the largest turnaround in the budget result in the shortest period of time in the history of New South Wales. So we're trying to do our bit to reduce our exposure to whatever that bond rate change ends up being as a result of factors outside of our control.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Premier, what is the total estimated cost of the buyback, itemised into compensation, administration, policing, collection and storage, destruction, registry resources and industry assistance?
Well, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. The reason I don't have a precise figure for it is that it's in some ways demand driven, but we've set the money aside, and obviously we've got a generous contribution from the Commonwealth Government as well, which means that we can meet our liabilities as far as the gun buyback program and progress is concerned.
So you say you've got some set aside, so how much is that?
I have to take that on notice. I just don't have that in front of me. But I'm not trying to deflect. It's expensive. It's hundreds of millions of dollars.
What is the estimated aggregate market value of all firearms expected to be surrendered, and what total compensation has been budgeted against them?
Yeah, again, I'd have to take it on notice.
Premier, I want to turn to licensed firearms dealers. They are regulated businesses, but they are also part of the state's firearms control infrastructure. Police data says dealers were the initial recipient of about 80% of the unique permanent amnesty hand-ins. Your government may now need the same network to make the buyback work. Before announcing this scheme, how many individual licensed New South Wales firearms dealers did the government directly consult?
I understand there was consultation with the dealers. We will compensate them, and you're right, we do need their goodwill, and we do expect a downturn in their trade. But if you don't mind, Mr. Borsak, I might ask the Secretary to speak to it.
It might be better for you to ask Minister Catley in her hearing about the number of dealers.
Ms. Boyd, I'm here now asking you, and when I ask Ms. Catley questions, I don't get answers either.
All right, I'll do my best to tell you what else in the package will assist dealers. There's obviously an industry support package with a significant grant amount for dealers.
Yeah, but this is not about industry support. This is about ongoing surrender of firearms, handling of firearms, time of employees and owners of businesses storing those firearms. It has nothing to do with loss of business compensation. You understand that?
Look, we understand there are a range of impacts on dealers, and so there are a range of targeted measures in the buyback scheme to address some of those. But details of those will be announced.
Well, through you, Premier, did you actually consult with the dealers network beforehand?
I understand that they were consulted, but I don't have the details of it.
Well,
I didn't do it personally, no.
No, I don't expect that you would do it personally, but I can tell you that there's been no consultation. There's been no consultation. There's been no discussion about the likely costs of how this was going to work. There are hundreds and hundreds of dealers around this state who don't even know that they're going to be in the program. Yet you made an announcement that there was going to be a program where these things would be handed in, compensation given. There's no detail. How can we do that?
Well, we announced the changes to the policy in December of last year. We believed it was necessary to pursue these reforms to keep the public safe. They have been controversial, I accept that, but they are absolutely necessary for our community. And in many respects, despite the fact that there's been consultation and negotiation, there hasn't been agreement. And maybe we're quibbling on the idea of consultation or negotiation. We may not have got a commonality of views amongst some of these dealers. They may not agree with the policy, but I understand they have been spoken to, because we need to get an understanding of what the compensation schemes are in place. As far as the criticism of having not all elements of this announced and ready to go, I think that's fair criticism, but I would just say that these are complicated by the fact that we need, when it comes to assessing the price of a firearm that's worth more than the schedule of fees, we need to set up a system where there's some kind of evaluation.
So who would do that assessment?
Price.
Would the dealer do it?
No, I mean, someone in the government will, but we're not ready to announce it. But if we waited until that element was completed and ready, which is a brand new system, which is a brand new scheme that hasn't been rolled out in any other jurisdiction, then the important elements of getting out Schedule 1 and the announcement of the buyback, as well as the 2nd of November opening for the return of guns, we would have missed that. And I think that would have been
what you just said, that some faceless bureaucrat in the police department is going to make a decision about the value of a firearm. Is that what you said?
Mr. Borsak, can I just clarify that the options around how dealers might be able to participate in the administration of the scheme is a live issue? We're really aware that is...
So you haven't decided that they're actually going to be even involved yet?
They may well be, but that is subject to New South Wales police advice about,
so their advice is always so good. That's why we had this. We're in this disaster already, and you're taking their advice still.
Yeah, we are taking their advice. I mean, we have to. And ultimately, someone's going to have to make a judgment about what the value of these guns are. We can't just it'd be a joke for us to roll in and say, look, you just put your own price on it. We'll just pay that. So there's got to be some kind of independent evaluation.
With respect, the dealer's the only one that's qualified to make a valuation. Not some faceless bureaucrat sitting at the firearms registry.
Someone's going to have to make the call, Robert. Someone's going to have to make the
Sure.
call.
The dealer makes a call and it goes to the registry for approval. And if they don't approve it, then what's the process for appeal?
Yep.
The answer is we don't know.
We understand the point that you're making, and we recognise that dealers have expertise in relation to
this is where the West
valuation.
Australian model is a complete disaster. It's not in the tradition of New South Wales to deal with firearms owners in this way, Premier.
Yeah, but that's why we introduced the second schedule, because of opposition and criticisms of the Western Australian schedule of fees as a one-size-fits-all. So we've tried to invent a brand new system.
But it still isn't fit for purpose, Premier.
Yeah, but I understand that, and it may well still be opposed by people from the gun lobby and the dealers and those that hold licences. But we've implemented it specifically because people criticise the Western Australian model. So we've tried to work out an alternative framework where a higher evaluation can be given. That's not an easy thing to do because we're inventing it from scratch. But in the meantime, the schedule of compensation still needed to be released, and I suspect most people will pursue that mode rather than the second.
Well, the question...
I'll tell you why. And I realise gun prices have dropped since December of last year, and this isn't for everything. I won't name the gun shop, but it's in Sydney. For a Pieta black powder revolver, we're offering $1,000 in compensation. It's being sold at the retail level for $829. So the compensation is more than you can purchase it for on the secondary market. And bear in mind that's the retail price. So they bought it from a gun license holder for less than that at the wholesale price. For a semi-automatic, we're offering $850. For a Stoger semi-automatic pistol, you can purchase it for $719 on the secondary market. Again, the compensation is more than the secondary market, at least on the internet, is showing.
Look, with respect, Premier, I don't know what the context of that is. I'm not a pistol shooter. By far and above, the majority of licence holders in New South Wales are recreational hunters and farmers. And they're the ones that you need to think about in more detail.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but a double-barrel nickel side-by-side shotgun, we're offering $850 in compensation. The RRP is $1,000. That's more than compensation, but bear in mind that's the retail price, not the wholesale price. A single-barreled synthetic shotgun, recommended retail price today, $464. The compensation the governments will hand out is $650, well in advance of the retail price. Now, I can't ascribe that to every weapon that will be handed in. Some will be below what the compensation is, but it's not true to say, as some have said, I think Matt Canavan and others, that it will be the case that the compensation is less than you can get on the secondary market.
Premier, why did the government set dealer assistance at up to $25,000 before the Small Business Commission had finished understanding the financial impact on dealers or what assistance they do need?
I have to take that on notice. I think the Minister for Small Business is giving evidence now, but I'll take that on notice.
Take it on notice? Okay, thank you. Do you expect dealers to continue providing permanent amnesty intake, firearm identification, secure storage and regional collection support while absorbing commercial damage caused by these laws?
Well, we're working with the Commonwealth in relation to those measures. They're going to pay for the destruction of those firearms, which is a significant cost that New South Wales taxpayers avoid, and we're grateful for it.
Well, the question really is that program going to continue side by side?
Right. Do you want to answer that, Kate?
Yeah, we understand that the Commonwealth amnesty will continue side by side with the New South Wales gun buyback.
Okay, thank you. Done.
Well, I will just wait for the clock to tick down. And, yep, it's cleared. Thank you. The time being 10:47, in the absence of questions from the government, we are going to have a short recess and reconvene at 11:15 a.m. on the dot. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you then. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are live and Hansard is up and running, so we will recommence the hearing with some questions from the Honourable Sarah Mitchell, MLC.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Premier. How many criminals will hand in their firearms as part of your gun buyback?
Well, it's hard to know. I mean, if they have already been convicted of a criminal offence and been deemed not eligible to hold a gun licence, then the number might be low. But one of the problems, hopefully they've been caught by the other changes to the gun reform legislation that we pursued in December around appeal rights and strengthening checks as it relates to intelligence reports. But as it relates to these changes, I mean, the truth of the matter is we can't always tell who's going to be a criminal before they are a criminal, and this is a dangerous weapon, and as a result we need to pursue the change.
Okay, so how many unregistered or illegal firearms do you estimate will be taken off the streets by this buyback?
Well, this is a program not designed for illegal weapons. This is lawful weapons in the community. We have recently strengthened and increased penalties for illegal weapons and illegal weapon use in our society, increasing penalties and prison terms to 14 years. So, I mean, this is part of the message that I am trying to communicate. These reforms are not the only change that we've pursued as it relates to criminal justice reform or gun safety. There's also the changes to increasing penalties for illegal use of illegal weapons, alongside changes to appeal rights and the minimum number.
Thanks, Premier. Obviously, a lot of this legislation has come in the wake of Bondi and horrific, terrible terrorist attack that we saw there. But how many firearms did the shooters have at Bondi?
Look, I understand your interest. I'm not questioning the reason that you're asking it, but I'm just reluctant to get into chapter and verse about that. It's before the courts and there's a royal commission. So, yeah, I'll take it on notice because I just want to be considered in terms of my answers.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to talk a bit more, and I know Mr Borzak has asked a little bit about this as well, but just in relation to the cost of the buyback, you've said hundreds of $1 million. There was a bit of a break then over morning tea. Were you able to get the actual figure of what you think it will cost the New South Wales government?
No, I took it on notice from Mr Borzak.
Right. You said also that the Commonwealth, I think your words were, there was a generous budget allocation from the Commonwealth for this. What's that amount from the Commonwealth then?
Again, it's demand driven, so they've agreed to the parameters and the circumstances relating to the buyback, but in many respects it's demand driven, so it'll change.
But how do you know then that it's a generous budget allocation? Have you talked to the Prime Minister about how much? You've said hundreds of millions of dollars. Has he committed the same to you for this?
He has, and the reason I would determine it a generous budget allocation is that they've agreed to carry the full cost of the destruction of the weapons, which is a significant cost for the state.
Right, but you can't give me a dollar figure or even a rough estimate of what you think this budgetary implication will be.
Let me take it on notice, but
how do you, with respect, like this is a pretty big issue at the moment, and you'd be aware of that. There's differing views in the community. You knew you were coming today. How is there not even a benchmark or any work being done on this? Is there a budget allocation for it? What does that look like? Because I think it's not an unreasonable question to ask.
Yeah, no, it's a reasonable question, and I'll take it on notice.
All right. Do you think maybe Mr Draper or Ms Boyd could come back with something for us this afternoon on that?
Yep, we can do that. I think it's in budget paper 1 in the special appropriation. It's part of those funds, and obviously, as the Premier said, it's demand driven, so we don't know the exact costs, but we have, based that budget allocation on the fixed fee schedule and then the total number of firearms that we expect to be eligible for buyback under the scheme.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms Boyd. Premier, you mentioned earlier that you hadn't personally met with any, I think, gun industry sort of groups or suppliers in relation to this legislative reform. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand your evidence from earlier.
I think the question was whether I'd spoken to any gun shop owners, and I haven't spoken to any gun shop owners, but I've spoken to people in the industry.
Okay. Have you spoken or met with any farming groups?
Yep.
Would you be able to provide on notice a list of all of the industry stakeholders and farmers and farming organisations you've met with specifically in relation to
you
this?
bet. I've spoken to farming groups, I've spoken to shooting associations, I've spoken to sporting shooting associations, I've spoken to the Shooters Party. I've had direct conversations with many advocacy groups who are opposed to the government's reform, but I've heard them out.
All right, and if you could provide that full list on
Sure,
notice,
no
that'd
problem.
be great. When you've spoken to farmers, I assume that they've raised with you, as they have with me and my colleagues in the Nationals, the difficulties that they face with that cap of 10 firearms. Has that come up in your discussion with farmers?
I think that's the position from New South Wales farmers, although I don't have it up to date, but there probably wouldn't be a unanimity of view on this.
So
I heard a farmer on, I have no reason to, I don't know who the farmer was, I've got no reason to believe it wasn't accurate, but someone was on the ABC yesterday morning, a farmer from the Hunter who said that they need a variety of guns to manage pests on the farm, but had no knowledge why you'd need more than 10. Now that was his perspective. So I mean, I don't pretend to speak for them, but I just make the point, I suspect like any large industry in our community, there's probably a number of views.
with respect to that though, Premier, have you met with any sort of individual farm? When was the last time you visited a farm?
Oh, a couple of weeks ago.
And have you ever had a look at a gun safe or storage of
Yep.
guns on farms? And do you understand that firearms are an essential tool for these farmers to
That's right,
effectively
and that's
do
why
their
we're not
job?
extinguishing them.
And
We're not abolishing the right to have a firearm on a farm. That continues in New South Wales.
but you are capping them at 10, which
We
is
are.
what the concern is coming from a lot of farmers who
That's
are
true.
raising it with
Yeah,
us.
that's true.
So will you commit to looking at the cap for 10 for farmers and exempting farmers from that 10 cap?
No.
Why not?
Well, because we had to make a considered decision. It's not 4, which is the general licence condition for guns, and we believe that this is the appropriate number in regional communities. Otherwise, it may get to the point where there's no point in having the reform or the change.
So how did you
Sorry,
arrive-
can I just finish the answer?
Sure.
So, you represent that constituency. Should the number be 20 or it should be unlimited?
Well, Nat's position on this is clear. We don't think farmers should have a cap. But
Well, then
how
I guess
did you
that's the
land?
point
But
I'm-
with respect, it's
I
not
guess
up to
that's
me
the point
to
I've
answer
landed
questions.
on.
I
We
shouldn't
had to
have
come
done
up with a figure
How
because
did
we
you
want
come
to
up with
reduce.
10 then? That's
We
a
want to
genuine
reduce
question.
the net number of guns in the community.
Right, how did you come up with 10 then for farmers?
We listened obviously to the farming community, and we believed that in agriculture, as was the case for sporting shooters, there needed to be a special exemption, not the minimum 4, but it couldn't be an infinite number.
So,
Like for
sorry.
it's
Yeah,
very
please.
hard to get the
No,
answer out
I'm
when you
not
just
trying
keep
to be
interrupting.
combative,
So I
I'm
just think
curious
that
with your answer.
in these circumstances, we had to nominate a number. It's not 4. It is a substantial number, and we think it's appropriate for farming communities. Many disagree with us, but at the end of the day, there needed to be a figure, because if the figure was so astronomically high, it would make the whole policy redundant and not worth pursuing in the first place.
So when you landed on the 10 figure, you said you consulted with farmers. We spoke to them prior to this legislation that came before the Parliament last year. New South Wales farmers, they hadn't been consulted. So who did you talk to? Who did you specifically get that advice from in farming communities, in the agricultural sector, that 10 was an appropriate number for farmers?
Now, we've spoken to industry advocates and people across the spectrum about this change. I mean,
Before the legislation was passed?
Well, hang on a second. In the intervening period between when it was introduced in December and our announcement on Monday as to how the schedule would roll out, we've spoken to many groups, many farming groups, many sporting shooter associations, and many industry advocates who maybe opposed the change but wanted input into policy design. So we have spoken to them.
But as
I don't
as you said-
understand
no,
I don't know who you've spoken to, but
to
the
a lot of
suggestion
people.
that we haven't spoken to anyone is not correct. There's people who don't agree with the change, and that's fair enough, but the idea that we haven't had engagement is not correct.
Okay, do you accept that there are circumstances where some farmers will need more than 10 firearms to do their job properly?
Well, we believe that's the right number, but 10 is a big number of guns, and in many instances on farms we think it's the appropriate number. Now, in order to have the policy intact and in place at all. I mean, ultimately, if the number was so high, it would render the whole purpose of the policy change meaningless. And the purpose of the policy change is to reduce the net number of firearms in the community.
So just so I'm crystal clear, no appetite from you as Premier to have any discussions or negotiations about extenuating circumstances or specific circumstances where a farmer may need access to more than 10 firearms for reasonable purposes. The answer to that is no.
Look,
it's 10
you deserve a straight answer. We're not going to change the policy.
Okay, thank you. Why aren't core accessories, spare parts and reloading equipment that can only be used on those firearms part of the buyback scheme?
Again, it's a cost issue. This is significant cost for New South Wales taxpayers. We are including ammunition. My understanding is that was not part of the amnesty from the 1996 buyback, but is a significant change as it relates to this policy proposal. And again, that's the policy change that we're pursuing because we don't have infinite money.
And then in terms of the value, and I know that you've put out the schedule of, and again, Mr. Borzak asked you about this earlier, but of what the compensation will be for certain firearms. Have you received any legal advice to assure yourself that the buyback is compensating people justly for this property?
Kate, do you want to answer it?
Well, yes.
And Premier, with the schedule that's been released, you're comfortable, because again, I have to say, I've had multiple people, even just this week, raise specific examples with me of guns that they bought pre-December when the prices were higher than the list you read out earlier. They're going to be thousands of dollars out of pocket for some of these firearms. Do you think that's just compensation?
Well, look, I do. I mean, we had to nominate a figure because we're looking at the hundreds of thousands of guns being returned and surrendered to the state effectively. It other than specific bespoke firearms as part of our second schedule, we needed to nominate a figure. And I saw federal senators say that this was organised theft. So I did my own research on what the recommended retail price was for these designated firearms, and in many of the instances, it's below the compensation that we're asking for.
Again, I've got a lot of
But isn't that reasonable?
I've got a lot of examples where it's actually well below.
Well, I'm happy to go through my examples, but would you mind doing that?
Premier, I've got real farmers and people who've raised examples with me.
Can you tell the committee?
I can give you one. Literally on Tuesday, I was out at AgQuip in Gunnedah, and I had a farmer talk to me about a double-barrel shotgun that they bought in November for $2,900. Under your schedule, they'll be getting $1,000 back for it. So can you say to him, and I won't name him because I don't want to be inappropriate, but we can call him John or Scott or John Scott or whatever you want to call him, is that a fair compensation? If they've bought something that they need for $2,900, they're going to have to hand it back and they'll get $1,000. Is that fair?
A double barrel shotgun's actually $850. It's not $1,000. And the schedule is such that less. In some instances it will be below the recommended retail price for the resale value, but it's not in every instance. And in the number of guns and shotguns and rifles that we've looked at, an air rifle, for example, Diana 11 break air rifle, recommended retail price $234, government compensation is $450. A rimfire rifle, Chiapa TD Extreme break action rifle, recommended retail price on the internet today, $478, compensation $600.
Okay, thank you.
Now the truth of the matter is, I know gun prices have declined.
They have, yeah.
But as many people have criticised the government's policy, it has not been implemented in other states. So the marketplace and jurisdiction to buy a lot of these rifles is still there in other jurisdictions. So these are the recommended retail prices. It's not the wholesale prices, and in many cases the compensation the government is offering is above what can be got on the resale market.
So can I ask...
The last point is, and I understand for some farmers they want more than 10 rifles, but
well, they need more.
Unlike the Howard era gun buyback scheme, you don't have to return that rifle. If you are below the threshold or you want to substitute a different gun or a firearm, you can do that. The difference between this scheme and the 96 scheme is that for the prohibited weapons, you had to return it. And yet these compensation arrangements are more generous than those that were implemented in Western Australia.
Can I just one final question on this topic, and then we'll move on to something else. Obviously, you said you've consulted with people. You've only recently announced these specific buyback amounts. Understand you're out in Dubbo next week. Will you commit to meeting with regional farmers, industry, gun shop owners when you're in Dubbo, or if you want to come anywhere, come to Gunnedah? I'm happy to host you, Premier, to talk to people now that you've made these announcements about the buybacks and what the...
Look, I'm not going to commit to that because it would be an open-ended commitment to a group of people of which I've not met and don't know the circumstances.
Okay,
and I'm not questioning their bona fides, but one of the things I will make clear in Dubbo, in Parliament and every day until the next state election is that we will pursue this reform. The National Party, in fairness to you, opposed it, but your coalition partners supported this change. I know you don't want to talk about it, but it's absolutely essential because there seems to be a major backsliding in relation to the Leader of the Opposition's position. We had bipartisan reform on these important changes. We didn't introduce the bill in Latin, it was written in English, and I need to know, and I think the public deserves an answer as to whether the Liberal Party in New South Wales will reverse their position or stick with the point and the position they took in December of last year.
Premier, I want to move to a new issue if I can, please. 22,000 people signed the petition opposing the New England Res transmission lines project. There was a debate here at Parliament. Hundreds of farmers came down. I'm sure you're aware of that. Why did you not agree to meet with some of those farmers who've requested multiple times to come and meet with you about that issue?
Well, look, I don't know the circumstances relating to that meeting request, but I get literally hundreds of meeting requests every week. I try and accommodate people, particularly people that oppose the government's legislation. I've met with people who oppose the renewable energy rollout in different parts of the state. We have many community cabinets, and in those circumstances, it's often the case that people will ask a direct question about renewable energy zones or changes to the legislation. We've got a strong relationship with regional mayors, and they've extended to us their perspective in relation to the renewable energy zone in the New England and other places. But I can assure you I understand the issues, but it's not through a lack of interest or sympathy for their point of view. It may just be a bandwidth issue, which is not going to be acceptable to many people, but they're the demands of someone who's got my job.
Well, with respect, I think earlier the Chair asked you about meeting with community groups on to do with climate change, and you said that you're happy to look at any invitation and do your best to accommodate a meeting.
No, I said the same thing, didn't
I? Voices for Walker, the High Country Guardians.
No, but I said, in fairness,
just so we're
you
clear, because
shouldn't
some of them are
rewrite
watching
what
now.
I gave as evidence and
There's been
answers to this
multiple
inquiry.
requests to meet
The
with
chair
landholders from
the chair
this
asked me to
area.
have
Will
a
you meet
meeting
with
with
them?
climate change groups, and I said I can't give that commitment.
Well, and then you also went on to say, I'll look at any
through this
invitation
whole
and do
hearing.
my best to accommodate a meeting. I wrote it down, what you said.
Sorry, what did I say
you
prior to that?
You said, I will look at any invitation.
What did I say prior to that?
You said you're happy to receive correspondence, you'll look at any invitation and do your best to accommodate a meeting.
I think you're being selective in terms of
you,
my evidence.
You've had
Mr. Chair, you asked me
email
whether I would
requests,
meet
written
individuals.
Will you
It's
meet
not,
with
it's
these
look,
people
you're
or
being
not? It's 22,000
flippant with
farmers.
your answers. The chair asked me whether I would meet with environmental groups, and I said I cannot give that commitment. Now,
And then you
if
said-
if you're trying to
you said
rewrite
all of
history,
that.
that's
Read
fine,
the
but don't be
hazard.
silly.
I'm not being silly.
Order.
You said that earlier, that you are happy to accommodate a meeting. I'm asking
it's
you, on
bizarre.
behalf of farmers in Walker, in Gundy, everywhere along that transmission line corridor, real landholders who are impacted by this decision, they would like to meet with you. They're happy to drive hours and come and have 10 minutes of your time, Premier, in Sydney. Will you meet with those organisations?
I'll give you
and some
exactly the same
representatives?
answer I gave Jeremy when he asked me to meet environmental groups. I can't give that commitment.
Will you look at their meeting requests? Will you commit
Of course,
to doing
yeah,
that?
we would do that all the time.
Right, but so far you've done that.
One
and
of the
answer
things
has
I
been
will
no.
say about the New England Res is that this was an idea that was championed by the National
Yeah,
Party.
I'm not asking
I
about
know you
that.
don't want to
I'm
know that,
asking
but
you
that is the
about
truth. And I've spoken to a lot
Premier,
of farmers
farmers
and
are
a lot
watching
of
this.
One Nation mayors in that part of the state who are
Landholders
furious
in
with the
Walker
National Party
want to
for
meet with
pursuing
you.
the
They're not
change. Now, I
interested
think
in
it's a
your
good reform for the
politicking.
state.
Order.
You are
I think
the
it's
Premier.
important for energy needs in New
Mr.
South Wales.
Mr.
I think it's absolutely what we need in terms of the energy rollout for New South Wales, but we can't allow the National Party to rewrite history. They inaugurated the New
People
England
are
Res.
watching this,
They're
Premier.
running away from it now, and
They're
I
not
have to say
impressed.
a lot of people are furious with their flip-flopping position.
A lot of people in Walker and in Gundy and along that transmission line are furious that you won't meet with them, Premier. So if you want to talk about who's got white hot anger, I'm really happy to do that.
Well, I mean, I guess that's true, and I accept that that's the
Yeah,
case.
so you
but
should meet with
your members are facing re-election, and a lot of them are asking, why are you so opposed to the New England
here to
Res when
talk
it was
about
your
that. I'm
idea in the
asking
first
you.
place?
Premier, I just, in the short time I have left, Bathurst Council have asked for some additional funding from the state government to run the Bathurst 1000 on an additional day, just to have more economic sort of action in the town, given what's happened with the closure of the road, and also to maybe stagger visitors leaving. Is that a funding request that you're happy to have a look at?
I'll tell you what, most of the visitors
Can-
stagger out of that place.
Can you, do we make a contribution at the moment?
Yeah, my understanding is that you do. Yeah, so
Do
they're
you know
asking for
do you know the figure?
$185,000 to extend that. That's coming from Bathurst Regional Council and the supercars. I'm just asking, would you have a look at that?
I mean, I'm happy to look at the request, but I can't give a commitment to taxpayer funds on the basis of a question without notice. It's not responsible. But of course, I'll look at the request.
Thank you. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit more in relation to unregistered guns versus known guns being handed in for compensation. Premier, the police data show dealer route amnesty hand-ins nearly halved after November. What is your government doing to restore surrender of unregistered firearms while your policies weaken the dealer network that receives most amnesty hand-ins?
Well, amnesty hand-ins might have been affected by the schedule of compensation that we announced in conjunction with the planned reform. And
I think you're at cross wires there, because the amnesty hand-ins are for illegal firearms, as opposed to you are now looking to take legal firearms. And the stats show us that the dealer route amnesty hand-ins averaged 129 a month, so it was running pretty good from July through November 25, and it dropped to 102 a month in January to June 26, a 47% fall, because of what the government's doing in relation to legal firearms.
why would that be the case, though?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, I think because those firearms are simply now going to be retained by the criminals.
Well, look, we need to have laws in place to throw the book at criminals when they break the law. I mean, the suggestion that we should have lax rules or watering down of gun laws because the criminals don't pay any attention to it anyway, I mean, that's a recipe for disaster. I mean, ultimately, we've increased penalties and jail time for those who breach the law with illegal guns or using guns in an illegal way. If we just scrap those laws because the criminals won't pay any attention to them, I mean, where does that end? You end up with zero gun control on the basis that bad people won't listen to the law of the land in the first place. We've implemented these laws so that when someone does run foul of the law, we've got statutes on the books that mean police can charge them and throw them in jail. If we didn't have them there, then the police wouldn't be able to pursue those, and they pursue a large number of them. Operation Amarok over the weekend arrested hundreds of people for domestic violence offences in New South Wales, and there was a large number of firearms that were found on the property, stored and housed illegally. Now, if the police wouldn't be able to charge the individual with those offences if they weren't on the statute books in the first place. I mean, what I'm trying to say is I'm grappling with this idea of, well, if they're going to ignore the law, don't have the law. I mean,
Premier,
we need these laws in place.
I hear exactly what you're saying, and the reference from the police media saying that there are all these illegal firearms is a bit of police propaganda, frankly. Just to turn to another line of questioning, Premier, shortly after the Bondi Beach attack, you said government needed to take a deeper look at arming the community security group. In late April, your discussions, you said, were ongoing. Where are those discussions up to now, and when can the Jewish community expect a decision?
Well, in the first instance, the community security group is already armed, and they're highly trained, and that provision has been in place long before October the 7th of 2023.
But with respect, I don't want to cut you off, but they are not allowed to use those firearms for personal and self-protection.
No, I know that, and I'm not proposing that. I don't think they're asking for that, and I'm not proposing. All I'm doing is
then what's
establishing.
the deeper look? What's the deeper look? If nothing's going to change.
But give me a second to explain the context. I mean, The CSG, we've been asked repeatedly over the last week or the last 6 months as to why we would arm the CSG. The point I'm trying to make is they're already armed. They're already armed and protecting Jewish places of worship and community groups and centres and schools and synagogues today. That's already the case, particularly on Friday afternoons and Saturday mornings. So the question that was asked of me, and I think it would be pretty silly of us just to dismiss the request, is can we have a situation, given we're already armed for Jewish institutions, when we have an event like Hanukkah by the Sea and there's limited police resources, are we able to have one of our security guards to have a firearm on their person? Now, there are reasonable reasons why that needs to be talked about and worked through with police, particularly the de-escalation protocol that's in place if police go to a site where there is an active shooter in attendance. But to be fair, those de-escalation protocols are in place as it relates to synagogues and schools. I mean, the police do have those protocols in place. We haven't made a final decision as it relates to it, but I do think it needs to be considered. And the reason I think it needs to be considered is that many people in the Jewish community will not go to public places unless there's someone there who's armed who can protect them. And I think if this was happening in other... we just can't accept the fact that December the 14th in Sydney didn't change everything, and everything needs to be looked at, and in particular the security and safety of the Jewish community. So, yeah, I've given a commitment to look at it. It's not an easy policy prescription to change, but I'm not just going to say no because of the custom and precedent that's already been set.
Well, you've led into it. Does the government support, in principle, appropriately trained and licensed security officers being permitted to carry firearms for protection of people at high-risk public events?
Well, that's the question we're asking. I mean, if it relates to high-risk public events in Jewish institutions, that's already the case today.
For personal protection of those people at the event?
Yeah, at schools and synagogues and other Jewish places.
I don't believe that is the case, Premier. I don't believe that is the case. It's not the case. I think you've got it wrong. The Australian Jewish Association President Robert Gregory told the Royal Commission that many in the Jewish community would not feel safe attending open-air events unless there is armed protection. Premier, do you accept that concern? And if police cannot provide armed protection at every Jewish event, what is your government's alternative?
Well, I mean, I think I've alluded to that question already. I mean, that's the question we're grappling with.
So you're saying you haven't come to a landing on it at all yet in relation to this?
Correct.
Again, just to clarify, under the current New South Wales law, armed guards can be licensed to protect cash and other valuables. Can you understand why members of the Jewish community question a system that permits armed protection of property but prevents appropriately trained security officers from carrying firearms for the purpose of protecting human life at a public event? Premier, how do you justify that distinction?
Look, it's hard to justify. I mean, that's why we're trying to grapple with the policy change. And it's not the only thing we're pursuing. Operation ARC's also been deployed, which sees hundreds of New South Wales police officers in a permanent command to protect particularly vulnerable people with long arms and a 24-hour security presence. So it shouldn't be seen as the only initiative or reform that the government is pursuing. We're pursuing others as well.
Well, Premier, the New South Wales Deputy Commissioner David Hudson told the Royal Commission that expanding CSG's ability to carry firearms would be perceived as the government or police showing favouritism toward one particular group. Do you share that concern?
No, I don't. I think that there's a reasonable expectation that the government would look at the circumstances as it's presented to us, and the attack on the Jewish community sorry, I was just finding it hard to concentrate. The attack on the Jewish community needs to be seen in that context. It was an extraordinary and damaging event for our state, and due regard needs to be made to policy changes.
Shouldn't decisions about protective security be based on the level of threat faced by a community rather than concerns about perceptions of favouritism, which was the answer David Hudson gave?
Well, look, he's a very experienced police officer. He's been in charge of Counter-Terrorism Command and senior positions in New South Wales for a long time. He was on oath at the Royal Commission and he gave his best advice. So I'm not going to knock him, Mr. Borsak. He was asked by the Royal Commission for his view and he gave it.
Would you support a religion-neutral framework under which appropriately trained and licensed security personnel could provide armed protection at high-risk public events where objective security criteria are satisfied?
No, I'm not going to be led into a policy change. I've explained the narrow area that the government's examining.
Given the New South Wales Police cannot provide armed protection at every Jewish institution and public Jewish event indefinitely, do you accept that appropriately trained private security could supplement police resources?
Well, that happens at the moment.
Sorry?
That happens at the moment.
That happens at the moment, does it?
Yeah.
If your government decides against allowing appropriately trained security personnel to carry firearms to protect people at high-risk events, what alternative will you provide to ensure an equivalent level of immediate armed protection, keeping in mind that you're looking at probably the first 5 minutes when the armed response group from the police won't be there? Who's going to protect the group at that time?
Well, look, we haven't made a decision about it, so it's hard for me to get into hypotheticals, but I'll also point out that the Royal Commission is looking specifically at these potential policy changes. That's one of the reasons they elicited evidence from Deputy Commissioner Hudson, and I mean, we'll take that into consideration as well.
Will you have a decision before the election?
I mean, I can't speak to that. The policy issues are profound and difficult to unravel, and you know, if it was easy, someone would have done it by now.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. Ruddock, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Premier. In March last year, you said, in a direct quote, "We don't have the same freedom of speech laws that they have in the United States, and the reason for that is that we want to hold together a multicultural community." And you've said a similar thing on multiple occasions. So, Mr. Premier, how can we have any other conclusion than that if we did not have a policy of multiculturalism, we would have free speech?
I don't think one follows on from the other.
Well, you've said it does. These are your words, Mr. Premier. You said, we don't have freedom of speech like they have in the United States, and the reason for that is that we want to hold together a multicultural community. And this was not a one-off, Mr. Premier, and you know it. You've said it on about 4 occasions. So what's the link?
Well, it's your question.
Yeah, it's a question to you, Mr. Premier. Why are you saying that there is a link between free speech and the policy of multiculturalism?
I think I was just making the point that in the United States there's a not implied but specific provision in their constitution that means that despite attempts to introduce hate speech, for example, which many Americans probably agree with, they can't, and it's different here.
Okay, so now do you think if we had a plebiscite on the question of free speech in this state and a question of whether we want to continue with the policy of multiculturalism, my view is that free speech would win easily and multiculturalism would lose badly. So why don't we put that to the Australian people, to people of New South Wales, rather than having it imposed from on high by the state?
Yeah, I don't know about the hypothetical question you're asking.
Okay, well, would you support a plebiscite in favour of free speech in New South Wales? Or should you think free speech policy should be set by you, the Premier, or by the people?
It's not set by me, it's set by the New South Wales Parliament. And hate speech laws that have been introduced to stop glorification of Nazis in our community after the worst terrorism event the country's ever had, targeting the Jewish community, I do think are crucial, not just in terms of community harmony. You seem to suggest that it's exclusively in relation to community harmony. It's also in relation to vilification and the hatred of people in our suburbs. And yeah, you've got a right to freedom of speech. You've also got a right to walk down your suburban street without someone screaming anti-Semitic hatred in your face.
Okay, well, let's move on to uranium mining. So this state has had a ban since the mid-1980s on even looking for uranium, let alone mining it. Now, the O'Farrell government did remove the ban on exploration, but, I mean, if you can't dig it up, there's no point in looking for it. Now, you're not just a political ally of Premier Malinakis. The media reports say that you're good friends with him. And his Department of Energy and Mining recently stated that the government openly and actively supports exploration for uranium. Now, the geologists I've spoken to say that it's almost certain that there is commercial grades of uranium in New South Wales. And we're not asking for any government funding, sir. We're asking for the government to just simply lift the ban And if there is uranium here, then the private sector will go and find it. If there's not, they're wasting their own money. So what is the justification?
Who's we? Who's we? You said we're asking. Who's we?
Oh, the government.
No, but who's we? You're asking the government. Are you asking on behalf of mining companies or something?
No, I'm just asking because this is what I believe in stimulating industry, sir. So
But you said we're not asking
you're
for...
just deflecting. But I want to know, why is the government opposed to lifting the ban? It's not going to cost you anything, and it could give us a new industry. I was just out at Broken Hill. Across the board, everybody's in favour of giving it a go, lifting the ban. What's the justification for the ban?
I don't think you can speak on behalf of everybody in Broken Hill. Just as I can't speak on behalf of everyone in regional New South Wales.
Let's answer the question, Mr. Premier. Why are we
you're
opposed?
making wild,
why is the
wild
government
insinuations in your question. South Australia's a different set of circumstances. They've largely been allowed to have uranium mining for decades. It's completely different and separate from here in New South Wales. We've got a big and large mining sector. We support it. We think it's crucial for economic growth. It is our largest export, and I think we've been roundly criticised for our pro-mining positions, but we think it's absolutely crucial for jobs, employment, opportunity, particularly in the Hunter.
Well, you say that we're completely different from South Australia. We share about a 1,500 kilometre border with them, sir. And South Australia supplies is the third highest supplier of uranium in the world. So it makes sense that since it's just over the border, that it's very likely on our side of the border as well. So my question, sir, which I'm hoping you can not deflect from, what's the justification for the government, your government, the Minns government, to oppose lifting this ban? And is it something that you could reconsider?
Look, we don't have plans to reconsider it, but we'll look at it. Is this accurate?
Yes.
So we've got some, with respect, we've got some fantastic news, Mr. Chair. Lily Hooper's been found alive.
I just saw that.
Found in the bush with half a bottle of water with her. So that's fantastic news.
Yeah.
That is great news.
Relief for everyone.
Well done to everyone involved in that search. That must have been very fraught.
With the indulgence of the committee, I just want to thank the New South Wales Police, the SES, the Australian Defence Forces, and literally the hundreds of volunteers who got in there and helped find what is a wonderful story. I can imagine her family are just over the moon, and everybody in New South Wales is rooting for her.
Here. Might be time for a dedicated search agency in this state, but I won't ask that question. That's something that will come up. We've got a whole inquiry looking at that. Search New South Wales, might be time for that. But anyway, Premier, as you are aware, this committee has been conducting an inquiry into unsolved homicides and long-term missing persons in New South Wales. Some of the information the inquiry has garnered so far, according to New South Wales Police, is that Ivan Milat was a person in the Wanda Beach killings, which I think you will find interesting. According to New South Wales Police, Ivan Milat was, and I quote, highly likely to have been responsible for the murder in 1971 of Karen Rowland and her unborn child, and for the 1988 murder of Peter Letcher and the 1991 murder of Diane Panaccio. Despite this, senior New South Wales Police have described the inquiry as, I quote, a waste of time, and to this point New South Wales Police have failed to provide the committee with Ivan Milat's full criminal charge history, his work records, or an explanation of how he was not pursued or prosecuted for the aforementioned crimes, nor a 1971 charge for 2 armed robberies. Given that, Premier, will you intervene to encourage New South Wales Police to participate fully with this committee's inquiry and provide the information I've listed as a matter of urgency?
Look, in fairness to you, Chair, I don't understand the reluctance of New South Wales Police. I don't know the circumstances in which they're, as you say, not participating. So I'm reluctant, given my absence of knowledge, to demand something of them. I mean, ultimately they've got to make decisions as they see appropriate in terms of resource allocation and their existing workload. I'm sure they've got due deference and respect to the committee. It's obviously been supported by the government.
Well,
and the
that's the question I'm raising. They've come to the committee and called it a waste of time. It was put to them by the Honourable Damien Tudobe that the inquiry was a waste of their resources and time, for which they agreed. And the committee has been functioning now for close to a year, and we are still yet to receive that information despite continuous requests and many meetings. How is it not in the public interest that even the committee cannot see Ivan Milat's work history, his full criminal charge history and his various aliases, nor receive any indication of why he was not pursued for the most serious of crimes, murders and armed robberies?
Well, why don't I take it on notice? I don't have answers for you.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that. Another matter that has emerged during the course of the inquiry is that of the Milat family's involvement in the $2 billion development of a large parcel of farmland at Leppington, the current development at Leppington, for which the Milats recently achieved a windfall gain of between $16 and $32 million. This property has been in the hands of the Milats since the 1950s, is just a kilometre or two away from where Ivan was arrested in 1944, and to this point, it and a number of other Milat properties, including a property in Sans Souci and one at Wombian Caves, have not been searched in relation to Ivan Milat's crimes. Does this surprise you when you consider much of the material evidence that convicted Ivan Milat was located at the properties of his family members?
Yeah, I mean, you're putting me in a difficult spot. I mean, operational policing decisions are a matter for police, and I just don't know both the reasons for it and the circumstances surrounding those inquiries and investigations. And I think I owe them the candour of a conversation before I would answer or render a verdict.
Would you be prepared to take that up, considering the seriousness of the issue, the possibility that, like, a key property linked to the Milats has not been searched at all?
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. Premier, the medicinal cannabis industry in Australia is now worth more than $1 billion. It's now the same scale as the Australian egg industry, and it's forecast to grow at a compounding annual growth rate of about 16% to become one of the biggest agricultural and, if not the biggest, horticultural industry in this country over the coming decades. Yet only about 2% of that industry is based on Australian production. Do you think that that's a situation that we can let stand, that we rely on foreign imports of potentially inferior products and we are missing the opportunity to develop a homegrown industry that supports tens of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars worth of investment in this state and across the country?
Well, perhaps you can help me with some of the answers. Where does it largely come from at the moment?
Largely now it comes from Canada, Thailand, South Africa and Israel, where about 80% of the market is imported, and a lot of the product is substandard in terms of quality control, quality assurance. Australian growers are struggling to compete with a flood of foreign imports, and Australian consumers of that medicine want Australian products, yet it's just not available because of our necessary but high regulatory barriers and a lack of assistance from various governments. Isn't it time that we developed a medicinal cannabis industry plan for this state?
Well, I mean, these are largely private sector capital investment questions for the industry. You know, if it was a lawful substance and there was an enterprising entrepreneur that wanted to pursue it, and it was legally both available through medicinal means and controlled in terms of security as to where it was grown, then I don't think I'd object to it. But when you say, isn't it time, I mean, these are questions for the market to determine and whether there's an enterprising entrepreneur that wants to jump in, surely.
All right, thank you. Ms Ward, you're on.
Thank you, Chair. Premier, do you continue to support Anthony Albanese's and Federal Labor's broken promise on tax changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax?
Look, it's a matter for the Commonwealth Government, but as it relates to the housing market, I think that living in the second most expensive city in the world, the tax preferred treatment as it relates to investment properties probably did need to change, and that wasn't just a view held by me, it was a view held by Mike Baird and Rob Stokes and many people that held my positions previously.
Even though it's costing the state budget $200 million in lost stamp duty revenue, are you happy to stand by while New South Wales is being shortchanged?
Well, they're breaking apart that issue. Firstly, as it relates to prospective losses from stamp duty to the New South Wales budget, prior to the budget closing, Treasury took billions of dollars out of projected revenue forecasts in anticipation of that change. Now, whether they've got that about right or it's a slight underestimate, it's still a significant downgrade in our projected revenues on the basis of stamp duty receipts that the other states didn't pursue. Now, I'm not knocking the other states, it's just that they closed their budgets earlier than the federal budget cycle, so they didn't have the benefit of the proposed changes.
So 200 mil, give or take.
But the low clearance rate is not exclusively related to changes to the preferred tax treatment of housing. It's also in relation to high interest rates, driving many potential buyers out of the marketplace, and that's as big, potentially if not bigger, to the drop in churn when it comes to the housing market as changes to the taxation arrangements.
So you're not going to ask for additional funding to make up the shortfall?
I'm always asking for additional funding. We've specifically asked for additional funding. On every aspect of federal-state relations we want and we think we need more, whether it's the GST split, whether it's infrastructure spending, whether it's partnerships on major projects. I mean, I've been clear about that.
Yep, and so you've asked him specifically on this?
Asked specifically about what?
The 200 million.
No, I mean, $200 million isn't going to cover the gap. The better
have you asked or not?
The better solution is a fairer distribution of the GST, because that's billions. So I'd rather have billions than a couple $100 million.
Okay, so don't ask. Don't ask, don't tell. Premier, the member for Coogee, a parliamentary secretary in your government, has been extremely vocal in her support for saving Victoria Barracks. Do you agree with her, or do you agree with Anthony Albanese, who wants to sell off Victoria Barracks?
No, I think she's got a point. I think Victoria Barracks is an incredibly important part of our heritage in New South Wales, and I think it needs to be preserved by the military. And I mean, the reason for my position on that is recently I hosted with the Governor a veterans reception at Government House for Vietnam and Korean veterans, and every single veteran, people that have served our country with distinction, a lot of national service members, were very clear and very precise about their desire to hold that in government hands and to continue to have it run by the military, and so I support them.
Thank you, that's helpful. So will you support the Liberals and Nationals bill to save Victoria Barracks? That was second read. Well, it was second read. It was tabled last sitting week. It's a simple proposition. We put forward a bill to do exactly what you've just agreed should be done.
I'd be surprised if it does that, just because this is obviously a federal government decision, and if they dispose of the land, then there's not much the Liberals and the Nationals can do about it. But
Okay.
But I'm throwing my weight behind the Diggers. I think they're right on this one. This is a piece of national heritage, and it needs to be held by the Commonwealth Government.
Thank you. So supporting and throwing your weight behind the Diggers, you're not backing our bill. If not,
Look,
what will you do about it?
I'm surprised. I think you guys are pretty late to the party here. Marge has really led the campaign here alongside veterans, and look, it's good that you came to the table and supported her, but the RSL's been very clear about this too. Vince has been fantastic.
So backing Marge and Vince in, what will you do about it?
Well, I want to meet with them and do what we can. There's also Penguin, which is in Mossman, which is a hugely important piece of natural heritage preserved as a result of its military history. So let me take it on notice, but the two together are really important parts of Sydney's heritage.
So with a bill on the table that you won't back, which would solve both of those problems, how will you solve it? What will you do about it?
I'd be taking at face value that your proposal would do much of anything. So, but I'm happy to take it on those.
It was second read and tabled last week, so I'm sure one of your 39 staff can probably have a quick look at it. I'll move on. Premier, before the last election, you said, and I quote, under a government I lead, there won't be a single new toll on an old road. That's my promise to you. That's what you said, isn't it, Premier?
I believe that's what we said in the run-up to the election campaign.
Would you like me to table it? It's your tweet, 9:07 on the 5th of November. Under a government I lead, there won't be a single new toll on an old road. That's my promise to you. But in government, Premier, you've introduced 4 new tolls. So is it the case that we can trust your word just about as much as we can trust Anthony Albanese's?
So what roads are you referring to?
The 4 new tolls that you've introduced.
Would you mind detailing them?
Yeah, sure. Harbour Bridge, the Harbour Tunnel, the Eastern Distributor and the Western Harbour Tunnel. 4 new tolls when you said in your tweet, under a government I lead, there won't be a single new toll. You've introduced 4.
Well, it's important to
So can we trust your word as much as our vote?
This is an essential part of this dialogue. Firstly, obviously we inherited a mess, I think specifically from you, which was the worst handover of a toll road infrastructure from one government to another in the history of the state. You led a situation where one government owned all or part of the M2, the M4, the M5, the M5 East, the M7, the M8, the Cross City Tunnel, the Lane Cove Tunnel, the Eastern Distributor.
It was a
monopolistic toll road extravaganza. And prior to the 2019 election, the then government, which you remember, promised that there'd be no further privatisation of those toll roads. After the election, you privatised them 100%. So one company owned all or part of all of those toll roads. It was a toll road monopoly. And we came into office and we instituted a policy called the toll cap. $60, it's been reduced to $50 in line with Opal fares across our public transport network. It's a good policy. And the reason you know it's a good policy, Mr. Chair, is that the Victorian Liberals have just stolen our policy as one of their signature ideas to take to the people of Victoria at the next state election. But we want that in place permanently, and the way to do that is to have two-way tolling on those harbour bridge connections. Otherwise, it will throw out the distribution of traffic across the harbour bridge and the harbour tunnel. However, those in the Central Coast and in the western suburbs, particularly those that use it every day, will largely benefit from the toll cap, in which case they'll meet their number very quickly, their weekly number of tolls.
So has your policy changed?
Well, we've introduced a ton of changes and policies.
Oh, so your toll cap, I think your evidence was just saying that it would be permanent?
Yep.
So it's not going to run out at 2027?
Nope, it's permanent.
Oh, okay. When did that change?
I don't know.
Well, it's presently going to run out in
Isn't that good
2027.
news?
That's the case, isn't it? I want to see it continue. I just want to know
God,
that it's
you
going to
do.
continue, because presently it's not going to under you.
No, it is going to continue.
Oh, that's good to know we've had a change. So are you prepared to say that you've broken your promise when you said under a government I lead there won't be a single new toll on an old road? That's my promise to you.
Look, it's
that's a
important
broken
to
promise
note,
right
Mr.
there, isn't
Chair,
it, Premier?
that the Eastern
It's a broken
Distributor,
promise.
the toll of which you comment, is being applied each way. That's true, but it's being
New
dropped
toll.
to 53% of its cost. So it's not as if we're applying a $9 toll each way. I think that was erroneously and misconstrued by the member opposite. I mean, the second element here is that we want to have a permanent funding stream to run the toll cap in New South Wales. It will not be implemented until the election campaign, but we're proud to say under a Labor government, we'll keep the toll cap in place. We'll have a source of funding to keep it in place, and it's a fair go for Western Sydney families. And it's a distinct and clear departure from the mess that you specifically and personally left the millions of road users in this state.
So it's sounding a little like Albo. Yes, I broke my election promise. So you said there won't be a single new toll. There's 4 new tolls, but that's straight up.
We're going to go to an election on it. It won't be implemented before people vote, and they'll know the full context of Labor's position. they'll know that we'll keep the toll cap in place and they'll render a judgment on it. And I think that's reasonable and fair in the circumstances.
Good to know. On 11 August 2015, you provided a statement to the police in relation to an alleged assault at Parliament House involving your good friend Jamie Clements, which your government has refused to provide under a parliamentary call for papers. What's in the police statement that you're so desperate not to provide to the House?
Look, I'm not going to go into the details of it. It was obviously a police investigation that was conducted via the police and the courts. I didn't ring the police up and volunteer to give a statement to New South Wales Police. They called me up to make a statement to them, which I agreed to do in the circumstances. And given that, I think it is part of the administration of justice in the state. Given it's part of the administration of justice, and the advice from the Crown Solicitor and New South Wales Police was that it is part and parcel of their operations, I think it's the appropriate decision.
Legal advice from Jeffrey Watson, Senior Counsel, tabled in the Parliament earlier this month, said the Premier's police statement should be provided under the parliamentary call for papers. Will you provide those papers?
Well, I think that you'll find that there was several pieces of advice that the Legislative Council received. Is that correct? Yeah, 2. And the other Senior Counsel was Georgina Wright. Look, my understanding is that her judgment was that if it was served, it was part of the administration of justice, and if it was part of the administration of justice, it's not covered by section by 52, Standing Order 52. Look, it's obviously of concern to the New South Wales Legislative Council. I accept that, but it would be an extraordinary change to the procedure and operations of an upper house inquiry, or a parliament, or a political party, or an individual to reach across the separation of powers and into the police and courts to demand witness statements, police interviews, police notes, and that's obviously a precedent change in New South Wales that we've not had before.
Including, I won't go there. Do you know if that was served, that statement?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
but there is some speculation you've acknowledged. You could clear up that speculation today by providing that and letting the committee know what's in your statement. If there's nothing to hide, clearly tabling the document is the right thing to do.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think in the circumstances I have to weigh up whether setting that precedent, which would be a massive precedent, I mean, that would be politicians and the Parliament reaching across the separation of powers into the administration of justice to grab documents that they seem fit. I suspect it wouldn't be the end of it. I'd suggest to this committee and the Parliament it would just be the beginning, and that has to be weighed against your concerns.
And the concerns of the victim who alleges sexual assault, to the point of which making a police statement and asking for other statements, that's a serious matter.
Well, look, I'm not involved in that. But
well,
again, given the circumstances, given police contacted me and asked me to make a statement, what other choice would a Member of Parliament make? Of course she'd make that decision and give a statement.
Well, it doesn't need to be a precedent. You could just tell us what you said in the statement.
Well, I mean, I haven't spoken to the people involved and asked their view on that. And I think that would be a relevant consideration.
I think the alleged survivor, or the survivor, is happy for that to happen. Why haven't you conducted an independent investigation into Minister Washington giving an ex gratia payment against her department's advice to an unauthorised carer linked to the Labor Party and the union movement?
Oh, I'm not aware that she's breached any law.
There's allegations that have been made, and we understand confirmed. You're not prepared to look into that?
What allegations?
That she gave an ex gratia payment against her department's advice to an
And what law did she
unauthorised
breach?
carer linked to the Labor Party and the union movement.
I mean, you're asking me to pursue an expensive and time-consuming investigation. I think the least you owe the committee is candour as to what law you believe has been breached.
I don't have to be the lawyer here. I did that in a past life. What I'm asking you as the Premier of this state to look into a member of your own cabinet in relation to
Who's
advice
accused of
against her department's advice,
Well,
something
that
that
happens all the
she's
time.
concerned about, we're
What law
concerned about.
provision did she breach that we would conduct that inquiry.
I'd be more concerned about whether she's breached the code of conduct under your watch.
Is that what you're alleging?
Premier, that's what it's a matter for you to manage
Well,
your cabinet.
Normally you've got to stack
You've
up
got
a bit
Crackers
more
to
of an
manage, you've
allegation
got
before you
Joe
run
Howland
here.
to manage. I'm sure there's a few more. On the 18th of September 2025, Office of Local Government Deputy Secretary Brett Whitworth, PSM, gave sworn evidence to an upper house committee which indicates that Minister Honig, another one in your cabinet, has made false statements to budget estimates and to the Legislative Assembly. Why haven't you conducted an independent investigation into his most senior public servant, accusing him of lying to the Parliament?
No, I'm not going to launch an independent investigation. All the
Why
time
not?
and money associated with that on the basis of, I guess, a difference of recollection between the two. I understand Mr Whitworth's still employed in that senior position. They're working well together. It wouldn't be the first time a public servant and a member of Parliament had a difference of
See,
recollection.
and
And in
you're
the
not con-
circumstances, I'm very confident. I think the context is important here. I'm very confident that Minister Honig was attempting to get to the bottom of the circumstances and let the public understand what the individual involved was accused of. And I think that temperament, that instinct, is one we should be encouraging to unearth and release information as it relates to bad conduct. He wasn't doing the opposite. He wasn't trying to bury it.
Mm-hmm. Unlike your statement in the Jamie Clements matter, but it has to be concerning to you, doesn't it, when a senior public servant, Mr Whitworth, says he's shocked but not surprised to hear Minister Honig explicitly denying discussing the Bayside pre-selection with him during budget estimates in September. That's not of concern to you?
I think it's been well ventilated in committees in the past, and no, it's not a concern for me.
How can that not be of concern to you? When you've got Kate Washington, you've got Rowan Honig, you've got your own statement. There's a whole lot going on here. It doesn't seem to be concerning to you. Oh, he's got the cheat note. Do you want to read the note first?
Yeah.
Get the advice.
It's on another matter.
Thank goodness for Kate.
Thank you, Kate.
I've got some terrible news, and I apologise to the committee, but it seems as if the early advice was wrong.
Can we stop the clock,
And
please?
Lily's
stop the
body's
clock?
been found,
Oh,
and
God.
she's been found deceased. And
I'm sorry.
I only
can we
raise that
please stop the
because
clock?
Order.
I only raise that because I made the earlier advice, and I'm very sorry for that. But this is obviously devastating, and I'm just profoundly sad for her family and for all those concerned. And I apologise to the committee. This is terrible news.
Premier.
No, not at all.
It's terrible news, and our condolences to the family and to all those people impacted and affected, and that's devastating news. But we must continue on with this inquiry, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. The Electoral Commissioner, I just want to add my condolences to Ms Hooper's family. That is awful news. We were elated to have heard the earlier wrong news, and we're so sorry to the family. Premier, the Electoral Commissioner has stated under oath that your 2015 Cogra election campaign benefited from an illegal donation scheme. Did you arrange that scheme, or if not, when did you first become aware of the illegal scheme?
Look, I don't know the dates. Obviously, I had no involvement in arranging any illegal scheme, and if there's evidence to the contrary, you should provide it to the authorities rather than using parliamentary privilege to smear me or anyone else.
I'm not trying to do anything other than get some facts and some clarity around it. There's been questions asked. When did you first become aware of the illegal scheme?
Oh, look, I don't have the dates, but I mean, this has
You take it on
been
notice?
investigated by the Electoral Commission where it should be investigated, and I mean, they're well resourced, they have independent authority and responsibility for this
All right, did you
part of
arrange?
public administration.
Sure, did you arrange the scheme?
No, I mean, clearly I have no involvement in any illegal scheme in relation to illegal donations.
Okay, and did you benefit from it?
Well, to the extent that, like any politician who receives a donation that's returned, and there's been many to you and your party, you do benefit from it, but in the end, the money was returned. So on a financial basis, no.
Mm-hmm.
It was discovered and the money was returned.
And what did you do about it?
I just explained it.
You returned the money? You say you gave the money back. Who did you give it back to?
The Electoral Commission.
You gave the money back to the Electoral Commission from your electoral bank account.
I gave an amount of money back to the Electoral Commission as a result of Operation Aero discovering what seemed to be, it's alleged to have been, I don't think there's been a criminal prosecution, so there's alleged to have been a scheme to channel money into my account in the 2015 campaign, and I returned that money to the Electoral Commission.
Thank you. The Public Accountability and Works Committee has found that Minister Graham directed the Local Small Commitments Allocation Program Office to not examine conflicts in all 93 electorates. Do you think it's acceptable that a conflict of interest check wasn't conducted for grants under the LSCA program?
Yeah, I think that the correct procedure was followed. That was an important program for the state and an attempt to remediate the gross pork barrelling that the state has been subjected to under the National and Liberal parties.
So without conflict of interest checks, you're comfortable that
Well,
that was
there
fine?
was conflict of interest checks involved in the process.
No, the
All right,
committee
thank
found there
you,
weren't.
Ms Ward. Thank
That's
you.
just
Your
wrong.
time for questions is concluded. Mr Borzak.
Not according to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Premier, before police and the registry run the largest firearms logistics exercise in decades, I want to test whether the system can carry it. You announced $42.8 million over 10 years, yet the June police report shows average PTA, for example, processing at 89.59 days, 8.5 times more than November last year, while monthly finalisations fell by 69%. Before announcing the buyback, did you personally read the June Firearms Registry Performance Report showing an average PTA processing time at now 89.59 days? Yes or no?
No, I didn't, but we did take criticism from you and your colleagues seriously about the lack of investment and the overwork of the registry. And in the May 26 budget, we announced nearly $40 million to put into the firearms registry in New South Wales, and that includes the hiring of an additional 22 staff, as well as a massive systems upgrade. So I accept that the delays were too long, accept that it wasn't running in an efficient, effective manner, and if we were going to be providing it with even more work to do as a result of the buyback program and gun law reform in the state, then it needed extra resources, and that's what we've done.
Thank you, Premier. You announced, and I think this is the money you're talking about, $42.8 million over 10 years. Can you name one measurable registry service improvement firearms owners are experiencing today from before and after the result?
Well, I'm hopeful that the 22 additional staff will clear the backlog and make processing times quicker.
You're hopeful it's going to get better?
Well, with extra staff, I mean, that's certainly the experience in other government departments, particularly those that are paper intensive.
Just to cut into that line of questioning, just over the break, my office and I sat down and did a fact check. It is a fact that the Pieta and the Stoger pistols you quoted are among the cheapest firearms in the category that a licensed firearms owner can buy. You're using the cheapest guns to justify those prices. We can only surmise that the rest of the price list is equally misleading. This misleading budget estimates, remember, Premier, you're under oath. Have you received any input, direction or advice from federal or state police or the federal government to direct in relation to these pricing? Is it all your own work?
Well, look, I mean, I don't need a reminder about being under oath. I come here and answer all your questions honestly. I don't have to be here, but I accept that it's part of the process.
Wow.
Well, sorry, I'm happy to do it, but I mean, if there's any element of the evidence that I provided to any of you that's been misleading, I'm happy for you to call
Premier,
it out.
You get my
the
point.
I'm trying
the
to make
examples that
in
were given
relation
to
to
you
your
and the
question
research you did on
is that,
Google,
is that
you were targeting the cheapest, most nasty firearms that are available on the retail market.
Look, I'm not going to get into a slaying match with you, Robert. I mean, there's been quite a few times when you've talked about Gestapo tactics from police or the lying from law enforcement. I'm not interested in having a big blue about it. We have looked at the prices that can be bought for second-hand firearms on the market, and that's the case. We were told, as part of the criticisms of the government's reforms over the last 48 hours, that everyone was being ripped off. And I think it's reasonable for me to say, well, there are examples where the compensation amount is larger than the recommended retail price, bearing in mind the wholesale price will be lower than that.
Well, would you take advice from, in the next 24 hours or 48 hours, from people right across the board in relation to the majority of firearms that would be sold in those categories and others?
Look,
because they're not good examples, Premier, of what actually does get sold.
Yeah, but in fairness to the government's proposal, you said, and the industry said, that the schedule of fees that was promoted in Western Australia wouldn't do justice to particular kinds of firearms that had a higher retail value. So we instituted a brand new system for those that wanted a higher amount, up to $10,000 above the schedule that was released. So, I mean, we haven't done nothing about it. We have listened to the concerns of the industry. We've tried to apply a system for dealing with firearms and a compensation arrangement package that's not the same as Western Australia, but is bespoke for New South Wales, particularly for those that have got a firearm that doesn't meet the schedule, which the owner of the firearm is able to do as part of this reform. The only reason we did that is because people criticised the Western Australian scheme.
Well,
and the beginning of these questions, we were getting knocked for not having that out and running yet. Well, it's not up and running yet because we have to invent it from scratch.
Premier, has the Prime Minister or anyone from the federal government or federal law enforcement had input into your price list to limit the amount it will cost them?
No, I mean, we looked at the Western Australian schedule and we increased the amount that was being compensated to firearm owners, not taking into consideration the second category for those that want that have higher value guns, firearms, and want a different amount.
Premier, are you aware that aware of an anonymous firearms survey currently being run independently of government by the SSAA New South Wales and Shooters Union? Preliminary data provided to me so far covers 4,174 New South Wales respondents. It's not a population poll, but it is a substantial sample of the people using the firearms licensing system. Premier, does it concern you that 4,174 New South Wales respondents, almost half rated the registry turnaround, 1 out of 10, 1 in 4 registry users reported errors or incorrect information, and half of the recent users rated registry staff competence below 5 out of 10?
Well, look, I don't know the circumstances relating to the survey, whether it was conducted under, standard procedure. I don't know. I'm not questioning it. I just haven't, not only have I not been given it, I don't know the circumstances in which it was distributed. But I do take the point that the firearms registry didn't have the capacity to deal with the changes that we've announced, and there was significant criticism of it, even under the existing arrangements. It was taking too long, it wasn't efficient, the transfer of information and intelligence was not where we need it to be, particularly post-Bondi, and that's why we put the extra money in.
Well, there's evidence that came out of the Royal Commission already, Premier, that said that they did have intelligence money and then that was taken away from them. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And what's your reaction to that penny pinching by the police budget?
Well, we're trying to turn that around. That's why we're injecting significant funds into it.
Will you commission an independent registry customer service survey and publish the full results?
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, I think we do that across particularly taxpayer-facing agencies. So, yeah, I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Do you know what the registry's target time for correcting an incorrect serial number, calibre, model, address, or disposed firearm record? And is performance against that target published?
I wouldn't have a clue.
No. Just for the record, Premier, I transferred a firearm to a friend of mine 5 years ago. It was all done properly, all the paperwork was done. He got a certificate of registration from the firearms registry, and when he was having an audit last week, they told him that that firearm was not on his list and not in his name. How do you justify a firearms registry that is so inefficient that it is making those mistakes still after over 30 years of functioning? And it's a documented fact. I can give you names, numbers, the whole thing. It's a disaster, Premier.
Well, I mean, I don't know the circumstances of that specific
I'm happy to
charge.
give you the circumstances in detail, and I'm sure the person that I transferred, I'm talking about an air rifle or something as simple as that.
Yep, I accept that. I mean, I don't know that particular transaction, but I do accept the central point that it's been too slow and it's not operating efficiently. And given that we are proposing to give it more to do, it needs substantially more resources.
Well, shouldn't the registry be taken away from the police and give it to a bureaucracy that actually knows what they're doing and is being professional, and not allowing the police to play politics with the registry?
I don't think they are playing politics with it. I think it's essential it stay within police, and the reason for that is that ultimately we want police rendering, in part, a judgment on gun licences, and they need to use their intelligence networks, their associations with security agencies at the federal level. I think it should be more embedded with New South Wales Police. I don't believe it should be further apart, because we will need the intelligence that's garnered via police networks on domestic violence, organised crime, terrorism links, security concerns. And I'd be worried if there were walls between the registry and New South Wales Police. We'd have more errors, not less.
You don't need walls, Premier, you know that. You don't need walls.
Robert.
What you need is competent administrators.
Thank you, Robert. I'll take that as a comment. Premier, one of the representations that's been made to me in recent times, and it's a very difficult time considering today's news, is that we need a coordinating agency to lead searches in this state. Searches are led by one agency, that is the New South Wales Police, when it comes to missing persons. When you look to other areas like fires, floods, others, you have multiple agencies working independently, but sometimes coordinated by a standalone agency to oversee those responses. In New South Wales, we don't have that. We don't have a coordinating agency that can work together, bring together, other than the police, the SES, volunteers, the ADF, others. It's an ad hoc situation. Isn't it time that we had a standalone agency in this state, such as a Search New South Wales, to coordinate missing persons searches? And I know I'm putting you on the spot. Is it something that government would consider?
Well, I don't know. I mean, my initial reaction is that it should continue to sit with police as the best resourced, most appropriate agency, particularly as it relates to those who are suspected of being victims of crime. But I don't know, does it operate in another jurisdiction we can look at?
I think there are other jurisdictions where they have a coordinating agency, and they do have, dare I say it, like a more efficient response in the various. There's a multitude of circumstances in which people go missing, sometimes associated with crime, or people are lost, or elderly people. More and more elderly people become missing persons. But other jurisdictions are bringing together coordinating agencies that bring together all the other agencies. And is it time that we had a look at something like that in New South Wales?
Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, look, I think I'm not aware of the other jurisdictions, the types of agencies you're referring to, but the police are a coordinating agency. That's their role under our emergency response plans. They take both at a local, regional and a state level, they take on a leadership. They're called the controller of those events. They're usually a particular combat agency. In the case of something like a search, as we've been having over the last week, the police are the combat agency. They have specific technical capabilities and also much stronger investigation powers than most other agencies have. So, I mean, from a public service point of view, I think a preliminary view would be that that's a pretty good arrangement. But we're obviously constantly looking at other models, and we're happy to provide the government with advice on that.
Thank you, Mr. Trafford. Premier, you've described the Great Koala National Park as having the potential to become a world-class tourism destination. What investment will be needed in walking trails, campgrounds, visitor facilities, and in and around surrounding towns to turn environmental protection into a lasting economic dividend for the Mid-North Coast? Is the money there, and will we be seeing legislation before the end of the year?
Look, hopefully we'll have an announcement about that soon, but we are investing $140 million to support the establishment of the park for a new visitor and tourism centre. We're serious about upgrading facilities in the parks, including $130 million relating to campgrounds, picnic areas, amenities, lookouts, road, visitor centres and the like. So this will be an amazing opportunity for North Coast and the Mid-North Coast in the immediately surrounding areas, and I've spoken to a lot of tourism providers and others who can't wait for the opportunity. Shouldn't be seen as just a locked up national park either. I mean, they're an important part of our national parks portfolio, but this is also an opportunity for mountain bike riding and horse riding and paddle boarding and other forms of value-add tourism for people to get out in nature and enjoy it.
You'd be very brave paddleboarding on the Bellinger River, I've got to say that. No one swims there. It's like 10,000 bull sharks in it. But you're more than welcome to come up and have a crack. Land use change is a key sector of our efforts to decarbonise our economy. It's gone from a net emitter to now a sink over the last 35 years. Our agricultural footprint nationally in New South Wales has reduced by about 10% over that period. But in New South Wales, this key part of our economy and our efforts to get to net zero is not measured in New South Wales. We rely on the federal department through the National Greenhouse Gas Register and the inventory there to record our emissions. Are you confident that the land use change sector of those emissions, the recording of those emissions, is being done accurately and reflects what's actually happening on the ground? Because the latest net zero report indicates that those figures are based on 2021 figures. So we're asking a huge part of our economy to decarbonise rightly, to deal with climate change, construction, mining, all the agriculture and the rest. Yet this potentially very beneficial sector of our economy, land use change, as it's described in terms of our Paris Agreement, may not be accurately recorded and reported. Do you think that if that is the case, is a concern and something that we need to pay attention to?
No, it is a concern, and I'm not sure what the latest information is about the registry or attempts that we're pursuing, but do you know, Simon?
No, but I think in the case of land and land use change, one of the factors in terms of the currency of the statistics is the types of surveys that are done on the vegetation that's available in that land. So they might happen that frequently in some places. That may be one contributing factor.
It certainly is. There's a model called the full cam model, and I would put to you, Premier, there's the potential that the amount of carbon sequestration occurring in that sector is far greater than people are suggesting. That we've had a massive urbanisation, a contraction in agriculture, a decline in land clearing, an expansion of our national park estate, and there may well be a massive benefit in terms of decarbonisation that they're missing out on. And if that is the case, would it be something that the government pays attention to through an inquiry, maybe through the Joint Standing Committee on Net Zero or something like that?
No, that does look like a good initiative. We would definitely consider that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Premier. We'll now go to questions from the Greens.
Thanks so much, Chair.
You're very welcome.
Premier, national parks inject $19.5 billion into the state's economy and support 62,000 jobs annually. By contrast, the people of New South Wales have been now about 100 million in losses from logging the public forest estate over the past few years. Logging is incredibly unpopular now. National parks are very popular. Just this week, a poll showed 67% of people support the establishment of the Great Southern Forest Park. Do you support this proposal, Premier?
Look, I don't know the proposal as it's as you've articulated it, but we've made major changes in relation to the Great Koala National Park, and that involves changing logging and logging designations in that part of the state. So,
do you think you would support doing that in the south, given where things are heading?
Well, I'm not prepared to commit to that in this committee meeting.
I'm not actually asking for a commitment, just whether you would support that kind of proposal.
Well, I mean, that's sort of a distinction without a difference in my position, so perhaps I could take it on notice.
Thank you. I'd be very grateful if you could. Going back to the proposal to allow the CSG to be armed at community events, given the weight of expert opinion that separate systems for different groups will further fracture the community, and evidence from the broader New South Wales community that Zionism and the State of Israel is not in fact supported in New South Wales, can you see that your public opinion right now, by not ruling this quite unbelievable initiative out, could actually drive anti-Semitism and make our communities feel less safe through more inequality?
No, I mean, it's a silly proposition. I don't agree with that, and I think
What parts don't you agree
ignores
with?
the fact that we've just had a horrifying terrorism event directed at the Jewish community.
Nobody's ignoring that, Premier.
Order.
No one's ignoring that. It's about you not outruling.
Order. Ms Higginson, the Premier is halfway through.
No, I'm
He's
done.
just leave it, Chair.
Excuse me, order. I call you to order for the first time.
You do what you want, Chair. Do whatever you want.
I will. In actual fact, I will. I'll call you to order for the second time and ask you to desist from interjecting while the Premier is giving an answer to a good question.
Premier, would it be next? It is mosques, it's Catholic churches. Like, where? Do you understand? Even Virginia Bell, the Commissioner overseeing the Anti-Semitism Royal Commission, has expressed her views that this would be nothing more than dangerous escalation.
Oh, where did she say that?
She said it. It's her views. She made it very clear.
Can you show me that?
I think it was on the radio this morning, Premier.
Virginia Bell was on the radio this morning.
A snippet was played of what she said.
Where
Does this end?
Is it
This
unreasonable?
escalation.
Would you mind just, for context, because I hadn't heard that, explaining or showing me where she said
Premier,
that?
what will it take for you to rule it out?
Well, I mean, in those circumstances, Mr. Chair, I haven't heard that before. I'd appreciate some context. Could you tell me where and what Commissioner Bell said?
Forget what I said, Commissioner Bell said. You can look at that in your own
Sorry,
time.
what was that?
When,
Just forget it.
When will you rule out this initiative?
Mr. Chair, I've answered this question previously.
No, I'm asking you, when will you rule it out?
Well, I've answered the question. I'm not ruling it out.
Premier, this week you posted on your social media, we've brought privatised assets back into public hands. It's about backing our own workers, having pride in what we achieve and putting New South Wales first. And you went on to say we're running our own hospitals with a photo of the Northern Beaches Hospital, which you brought back into public hands. Why isn't the New South Wales government running the Calvary Mater Hospital in Newcastle yet?
Well, we didn't privatise it. I mean, it's run independently of government, and we didn't give a commitment that all independently run or privatised hospitals would be brought back into government hands. There's many of them across the state. We made a decision as it relates to Northern Beaches Hospital, which was complex and difficult to execute, but the right decision in the circumstances. But I don't think that negatively affects our commitment in relation to privatisation. We haven't privatised government assets and we haven't privatised hospitals.
Calvary Mater Hospitals lost the trust of the community, lost the support of staff. We literally had maggots fall from the ceiling onto a patient. What will be enough to convince you that PPP has failed and needs to end?
Well, look, I'd leave that to the Health Minister. He can answer that.
Thank you. The opposition.
I just have a quick one. Premier, how many times have you been to regional New South Wales so far this year?
Many times. I couldn't give you the answer.
Could you take it on notice and
Sure.
provide how many? And as part of that, how many times have you visited the Hunter specifically this year as well?
I don't know.
Could you? Well, no, that's interesting. But could you provide that on notice for me as well, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Premier, when did you first become aware of the proposed redevelopment of the Supercentre next to Moore Park?
I don't know about it.
You don't know about it at all?
No.
Will you take it on notice if you were advised or you haven't received advice? Whether you
No,
have or
I
haven't?
don't. I don't know about it. So
So you're not aware of it?
no.
Okay, and was the Moore Park Golf Course redevelopment done, sorry, just on that, one of your 39 staff might check, it has been reported that that's the case, maybe somebody in the media group can check it, but was the Moore Park Golf Course redevelopment done purely to facilitate the Supercentre development?
No.
Well, how do you know?
What?
How do you know if you're not aware of the
Because
Supercentre
I understand the
redevelopment?
reasons why Moore Park Golf Course was changed, and it had nothing to do with the Supercentre.
Have you been to the Moore Park Golf Course?
What's that got to do with the question?
I'm asking, have you ever been to the Moore Park Golf Course?
Look, where I have and haven't been in my private life is not relevant to the committee.
It's not a matter of your private life, it's a matter of, as Premier sitting in the big chair today,
Okay, well, I
concerned
don't have
golfers
anything more
at
to
Moore
say,
Park
Mr.
Golf
Chair, to
Club.
that.
I'm asking simply and politely, have you ever played golf at Moore Park Golf Club?
Order. The time for questions is concluded.
Well,
I've got one.
Chair, you had additional questions outside of your time repeatedly.
No,
I
I
was
didn't.
halfway through a
Order.
question.
No,
You
there's
did
been
each time
no.
the clock finished. Every single time the clock finished, you
No,
asked at
you
least
can't.
2 more questions. Each time, I didn't
sorry.
say
That was
anything.
part of crossbench time. The opposition.
The clock wasn't running.
The opposition.
The clock was stopped each time.
Order. There has been an equal allocation of time between the crossbench and the opposition.
Excellent.
The crossbench in Globo,
Absolutely.
as according with the resolution of the committee, and unfortunately, time for questions in the absence of government questions, the time for questions has concluded. Thank you very, very much, Premier, for your attendance. Thank you very much for officials. We now have a lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
everyone. Welcome back to our hearing into Budget Estimates 2026-2027. We have to, before we resume questioning, I would like to remind Mr. Draper and Ms. Boyd that you do not need to be sworn. You've already been sworn. The additional witnesses who have joined us at the hearing will need to be sworn. So could you please state your name and position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation, and we'll start with Ms. Hardis.
Thank you, Chair. Lucy Hartis, Deputy Secretary at the Cabinet Office for Energy, Environment and Evidence. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Paramaguru.
Thank you, Chair. Abby Paramaguru, Deputy Secretary, Economic, Housing and Infrastructure Policy at the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Gillian White, Deputy Secretary at the Cabinet Office for Social Policy and Intergovernmental Relations. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ma, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Kate Ma, Deputy Secretary, Delivery and Engagement and Group in the Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, and Ms. Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. Samara Dobbins, Deputy Secretary, People and Workforce at the Premier's Department. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you all very much. We'll now turn to questions and questions from the opposition.
This afternoon, Mr.
You'll
Chair.
open the batting. Away.
I'm going to open the batting. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back and welcome to the other witnesses. I have some more questions just in relation to the firearms buyback, which I might direct to you, Ms. Boyd, but happy if any of your colleagues are also able or better placed to answer. Prefacing this by saying I'm not a lawyer, although I work with many of them. I want to better understand, I guess, in terms of the process legally of who is actually going to be acquiring the firearms as part of this buyback process. Is it the state government or the federal government? What will that look like in practice?
The firearms will be surrendered to New South Wales Police, and then the payment will be made by police to the firearm licensee. The weapons will then be securely stored by New South Wales Police, and destruction will occur. That destruction is being funded by the Commonwealth, but at this stage, operationally, the end-to-end process is a New South Wales Police process.
Okay, so presumably, and I appreciate you said, or either yourself or the Premier said this morning that some of these details still being worked through, but will people go to the local police station or a designated places to hand in the firearms, and then they will become the property of New South Wales Police?
They will go to designated police stations to hand over their weapons, and they will be compensated in accordance with the fixed price schedule.
Okay, and then the ownership of those guns will be with New South Wales Police until they're destroyed?
They will have custody of any surrendered weapons until they're destroyed, yep.
Okay, and then in terms of, I guess, and obviously if it's only going to police and police are destroying them even though the federal government's going to pay for it, that eliminates, too much sort of double handling between agencies. But will each of the firearms have like a serial number allocated to them to ensure that they're all destroyed appropriately? How will we make sure that there isn't any sort of lost guns as part of this process?
Yeah, it's a serious issue and one that, there's learnings from the 1996 buyback around in this space. Given that all of the weapons that are being surrendered should be licensed weapons, there will be, a record of the firearm, and there will be measures put in place to ensure the safe and secure storage of those weapons until the point of destruction.
Okay, is there going to be additional funding for police stations to have additional storage to be able to have the guns on site?
Yeah, if that's needed, it'll have to occur. Yep.
Okay, and is there funding for that?
Yeah, there's a provision for the scheme. We can't tell you the exact amount because we're not sure. As the Premier mentioned today, it's very much demand driven and really does depend on the proportion of firearm owners who go through phase 1 versus phase 2, and there's a whole other range of unknowns at this point. But there will need to be, there are a range of operational and administrative costs that are associated with this scheme and that will need to be funded.
Yeah, and sorry, I think you said this morning, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it the Special Appropriations Fund or somewhere that's coming from?
In Budget Paper 1, there's a special
How
appropriation.
much is that allocation?
I can't remember the total, but it's a provision for a range of unmet liabilities. So there's no specific sum attributed to the buyback but it's just from that bucket.
And what other sort of things would normally come from that bucket of money?
Oh, just things that are expected but not yet known what the costs are going to be.
Okay, thank you. And then just in terms of to have the people, comply with the legislation and then any subsequent regulations around the caps. Say if you're a farmer and you've got 12 and you've got to get down to 10, do you have to do this buyback, or can you sell it to someone else interstate, a family member who might also have a gun licence but doesn't have 10? What's the mechanism? I guess, is it a compulsory acquisition for if you've got more than 10 guns, or have you got that option?
No, there's still a private market for firearms, while the government's policy intent is clearly to, get the maximum amount of weapons as possible. There's no restriction on market sales. So you could sell within New South Wales to somebody who hasn't met the cap. You could sell to a market in another state or territory, or even internationally if that's sort of permitted or
transfer ownership to a family member, for instance, who also is able to have that number.
I think that would be in accordance with the usual provisions around transfer of licences.
So no issue with selling to another state that doesn't have these caps in place.
Yes, it's the same as with the Western Australian buyback, but they found there wasn't that much leakage. People tended to opt for the simpler and clear fixed price schedule for compensation.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple more on a different topic before I hand over to Ms. Ward to have a go. I wanted to ask, and again, it's probably directed to you, Ms. Boyd, the review that the Cabinet Office did into the two individuals who absconded from Cumberland Hospital. We did ask the Minister about this a little bit yesterday, which you may or may not have seen, but I wanted to sort of understand, I guess, as best as you can give it in this setting, the advice around why that's not appropriate to have some of that information released publicly.
It may well be, but I am really conscious that there are not only criminal proceedings but coronial inquests that will need to take place in relation to these incidents. And so, our normal advice to government would be that it would be premature to publish an internal agency review ahead of those proceedings or inquests being finalised, so as not to prejudice the outcome of those. So that's our usual advice to government. In relation to the Cumberland review, it's ongoing. We've got a draft report. We're consulting with Health about it, and the intention is for Cabinet to be advised about that when it's finalised.
So is that in relation to the two specific circumstances of those individuals? That will go to Cabinet for consideration?
Yes. Yep.
Right, okay. And is there a time frame for that?
It's imminent, but then it's public release. Our advice to government would always be that we need to be very, very careful of not prejudicing criminal proceedings or coronial inquests. And so, our advice would be that that report should not be made public until those things have been finalised.
Okay. So even though, and again, non-lawyer, but presumably the allegations and the proceedings of a criminal nature will be into what had allegedly occurred. Maybe or not necessarily, I guess, sorry, I'll rephrase that. My point is, won't it be about the alleged incidents rather than how that individual came to be in that place to allegedly commit those crimes? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to be considered with my words.
The criminal proceeding will definitely be more focused on that, but I think we take a really precautionary approach to this, just knowing that families and victims have a right to justice, and if we were to do anything that might compromise that or delay that for victims and their families, that would be a terrible outcome. In terms of the purpose of a coronial inquest is to find out what happened and why, and to make recommendations about systemic changes to stop similar deaths in future. So the coronial is much broader and does go to those issues of how, when and why this happens. So our advice to government would always be to proceed with extreme caution before you made any public reports.
Okay. And then, sorry, just one more back on guns, and then I'll hand over to Ms Ward. So the Commonwealth's role in the buyback is funding 50% of whatever the compensation amount ends up being, and they will also pay the costs for destroying the weapons.
That's right.
But they have no ownership of the weapons at any. So that's all state government or New South Wales.
Yeah,
Police.
and look, obviously we're mindful of the constitutional limitations that apply to the Commonwealth as opposed to states, and so we've been mindful.
Yeah. So has it been designed intentionally that way, that it's all state run?
It was announced in that way, and it's state legislation. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I might come back, but I'll hand to Natalie for a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming back this afternoon. I just wanted to ask a couple of quick things. Excuse me. Ms Boyd, just in relation to to Cabinet in confidence documents, is it the case that those documents could, for example, the Premier could decide to override Cabinet in confidence and release those documents?
Yes, the Cabinet Practice Manual does say that if authority is sought to release a document that would otherwise be Cabinet, that can occur either by Cabinet approving the document for publication or by the Premier as Chair of Cabinet giving approval to publish it.
Okay, so in his capacity as Chair, he could make that decision. So if, for example, I'm not asking for a political answer, it's not a trick question, it's a process question, before the Chair jumps on his feet. So if evidence regarding the 3 strikes drug driving laws are, and I'm not conceding that they are, but if they are Cabinet in confidence, as the Premier has said this morning that they might be, he could make that decision should he choose to, or Cabinet could, should it vote to make that public themselves by choice. That's great.
Yeah, and I think they'd consider the public factors for and against disclosure.
Understand. Yep, thank you. Okay, I'll move on. Mr Draper, thank you for joining us for what's probably your last estimates.
With us, anyway.
With us,
Last
at
one,
least.
yep.
Before
Last
you go
7
to
or however many you've got to
Club Fed. So can I just ask when you wrap up in your position?
My last day on the job is the 4th of September.
Okay.
And then I'm taking some leave. I've got a bit of a leave accrual, then I'll be starting on the 6th of October in the Commonwealth.
6th of October. Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful. Good luck in
Thank
the new role. Can I ask then, Ms Boyd, or whoever's appropriate, I understand that your position, Mr Draper, is not being replaced until April 2027. Am I correct in that understanding?
No, Michael Coos-Trotter is going to be put into this position as of the he'll be commencing on the 5th of September, the day after I finish up.
Oh, so he's got the position.
Yeah.
Right. So he's not acting. He will.
Well,
have that.
he's in it. I mean, he's an ongoing employee of the state at the secretary level. He's being assigned to the role of secretary of Premier's department. I believe if he wanted to stay, I think he could stay, but he's expressed a desire to go back to Treasury in the sort of first or second quarter next year.
Okay, so will he be in the role of secretary, or will his title be acting secretary, or how will that work?
It's sort of not that material. I mean, he's already said that he wants to go back, so I guess we'll be calling him an acting secretary.
Right.
But he'll have all the authorities of a secretary.
Okay, so he.
That's sort of his call in a way.
Nice place to be. But I guess I am interested in what exactly the firm position will be. So he will be the secretary until, when did you say, sorry, until
at least April.
April, okay. So then, given that he doesn't want to return, is there a recruitment process underway to fill a permanent secretary in that role?
No.
No.
Is there a process underway now?
Yes.
Is that the question? No, there's not, and it would be unusual if there was.
Why would it be unusual?
Because, well, it depends on what you mean by a recruitment process, but the appointment of secretaries is not done in the same way as other positions in the public service. It doesn't go through the same processes, generally speaking, as other public sector senior executives.
So he will be there till April. There's no recruitment process underway. Somebody will be appointed as at April.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless there's a decision that he continue in that role at the time.
Okay. So then there will be.
I think it's probably worth saying. Obviously, there's an election between now and then, and so whoever forms government after the election will have their own views about that.
Yeah, I would have thought, though, that that doesn't impact on the public service in the sense that those decisions may well be made after an election, but for the consistency and continuity of the bipartisan public service, that we would not be entertaining issues
Yeah,
about
the public
before and
service
after the election.
is apolitical, and so are the senior office holders, but we all serve in those particular roles at the discretion of the Premier.
Yeah, Josh Murray, Michael Coates-Trotter. All right, so that's interesting, thank you. I just wanted to go on to an issue in Candos. I know I'm not regional.
It's all right, you're
Don't
allowed.
mind me tipping
We
in.
welcome you.
I'm a
Yeah.
Pitt Street farmer. So I'm just
Trying to find it on the map.
interested. No, I know it well. I quite like it.
Near Ryleston.
Actually, no, I'll just go back. Sorry, I just have one further question on that then. So, following your departure, Mr. Draper, Michael Coates-Trotter will serve as acting Secretary of the Premier's Department until April 2027. So, I guess the public statement has been that he will be acting, but are you now telling the committee he will not be acting? That's not correct, that statement. He will be the Secretary.
Yeah, he will be. He will have all the powers of the delegations of the Secretary. I guess
But
the
not
reason,
acting.
the reason why we're saying acting is because he's personally expressed the desire to go back to Treasury at that point.
Okay, so might there be a correction made? Because I think the public statement was that he was acting.
Well, he is acting, but I guess what I would normally
like
say is that
I'm in an episode.
usually when we say
Yes,
someone's acting, it's because the standing incumbent of that position is absent for leave or something of that nature. But in this case, it's a different situation.
Yeah, it's just that the press release says he's acting, so
Yeah.
people rely on what he said.
And
in the press release.
had he expressed the desire to stay on beyond that point, it would have said he was the new secretary. Wouldn't have said acting. So I'm just making the point that it was at his
Yeah,
at his call.
not quibbling with why,
Yeah,
just
sure.
trying to understand the mechanics of who's
Yeah.
acting, who's on first, who's on second. It's a lot of hot air. So, all right, so Kennigan in Candos, this is the waste to energy proposal at Candos. That project, as I understand it, the waste to energy, there was a committee inquiry about this proposal, which was told by the EPA that the project couldn't proceed outside of the identified precincts, for example at Candos, unless it falls within an exception to the Act. I understand that that is nonetheless going ahead. Documents produced to Parliament and a brief have said that that is proceeding. I'm just interested about what might have fueled that, because there's some concern that the current rules don't allow that to occur. The EPA has confirmed it doesn't fall within those requirements of its Act. So just wondering how that proposal can be proceeding.
Yeah, happy to take that on notice and check on the status of that proposal. It's not one I'm familiar with.
Yeah, no, I understand it's not in your direct bailiwick, but there is concern that it's $1 billion project, but it seems, and an unsolicited proposal, our concern is that it doesn't seem to meet the current regulations outside those identified precincts, and no exception. It would be helpful if you could provide on notice the exception that is proposed that it fall under. Just for your clarity, that's the prohibition in Part 4 of Chapter 9 of the Protection of Environment Operations General Regulation 2022, for all those watching at home. Or that otherwise the precinct or regulatory settings would have to change. So either the regulation changes, there's an exception, or that area is included. We just want to understand which of those it might be. I'm also interested, and you may or may not be able to comment today, but we understand that Kennigan's own published material says former Labor Premier Morris Yema chairs its advisory board, advising on public policy and regulatory frameworks, and state significant development and navigating regulatory approvals. We'd just like to understand what advice has been given or what meetings have been held with Mr. Yema. the date of those meetings, who they were held with?
Just on that bit of your question, I think I'd just refer you to the publicly available diary disclosures of the relevant ministers. I don't know that, I think that's probably the most efficient way to find that's all public.
I'd be appreciative if you would take on notice to provide to this committee, given that I've been asked to ask a direct question.
I'll certainly check
to
for the
clarify,
Premier, yeah.
because there seems to have been some involvement, question of Yemma Patterson Premier Advisory. We just want to understand the date, who attended, which agency that was with in relation to this project, and what was requested to be done concerning energy from waste settings and Crown land. Is that something you're able to provide?
I can check in relation to the Premier's portfolio, yep.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I just need I might come back to that one. In terms of, Mr. Latham might be interested in this, the Allianz Stadium turf. We understand that that was under warranty, and I think there was a promise that the taxpayers wouldn't pay anything further for that, but the committee was informed on that inquiry that they didn't know the status of it. I just want to understand the status of that warranty and the payment, or how much Venues has paid or set aside in compensation in relation to that issue, including to hirers such as Sydney FC in dollar amounts.
I think they're just in the other hearing. It might be something to raise with Minister Campbell.
All right. Well, I'm not stuck. I'm
sorry.
Pleasurably in this one, but it's one that I thought perhaps we might be interested in, given that the length and breadth of that project. Can I just go to the? Actually, I'll go to that next. In relation to ministerial staff numbers, they're released every 6 months. I just want to understand why the latest published snapshot is still 31 December 2025, the published numbers, and when will the 30 June 2026 data be published?
That's probably one for me, Ms Ward. I'll have to take that on notice, but my understanding is that they're about to be published imminently. The hold-up might be with me, actually. I just need to approve their release.
Okay, thank you. If you could let us know or take on notice when that might be able to be done, just after a head count, obviously, to understand that it is a little bit out of date, so appreciate that.
No problem.
Thank you, Ms Ward. Mr Borzak.
Thank you. Perhaps to you, Ms. Wood. When I came in earlier, you were talking about police safe storage. Are you saying that you won't be using a dealer services or for safe storage?
No, that hasn't been ruled out. I think there's been, some discussion about how dealers might participate in the buyback in phase 2, and I think those discussions are ongoing.
So what about phase 1?
It's my understanding that phase 1, at this stage, the locations for collection and storage will be police stations.
Right, okay. And that's obviously all over the state then?
Yeah, I think the locations are yet to be finalised, but there'll be a desire to have collection points across the state in a range of locations.
Right, okay. Before Cabinet approved the 7 flat phase 1 prices, the $3,000 phase 2 threshold and the $10,000 cap, what independent market valuation or evaluation was done and that the Cabinet could rely upon?
I'll have to take that on notice and consider what is appropriate to reveal about those deliberations. But I can say that the Western Australian schedule of fees was probably the most relevant baseline for government in starting its analysis of what would constitute a fair and equitable compensation schedule. Obviously, increases in CPI were taken into account, but beyond that, I'll have to take it on notice.
Okay. You realise, of course, in 1996, the New South Wales compensation schedule distinguished individual makes, models, and separated new and used values. Is yours going to do the same?
No, look, and I appreciate the point that you're making, and I think there are always trade-offs with these sorts of schemes between minimising cost, maximising public value, reducing complexity, and streamlining operations. So those are the difficult trade-offs that have to be made, which meant that I think simplicity was prioritised in determining the schedule.
So, what's the answer?
So the fixed price schedule was preferred as the means of compensating licence holders for firearms that are listed in the schedule, and people with higher value firearms of $3,000 or more are entitled to go down a more bespoke valuation exceptions pathway to ensure that the compensation matches is more closely aligned to the value of their firearm.
Okay. So at what stage is someone going to be compelled, if they can't get below the various caps that are in the legislation, at what stage is someone going to be compelled to have the cops come and knock on the door and hand over? I mean, how long is this going to run for?
Yeah, I think that is a good question in terms of when the caps actually commence. But the broad answer is that the law will always be enforced, and so if people for a prolonged period of time maintain firearms above the cap, the law will have to be enforced.
No, we understand that, but at what stage? Is it 12 months from when the cap starts? Is it 2 years? Is it when your licence is up for renewal? Because that could be a trigger point where you won't get your licence renewed if you're not complied.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's still to be worked through, and a lot of this is tied up with the TOLA regulations, which are still being worked through and being led by the police portfolio. So yes, that's an important point.
Yeah, so you're saying it's not resolved point yet?
No, but we appreciate that there'll have to be a grace period whereby you allow the buyback to take place before the caps are enforced.
So you're saying it's at the option of the firearms owner as to whether they avail themselves of phase one, or just say, well, I think this is worth more than $850 or whatever the arbitrary figure is that's been allocated for that make and model, that they will then move it to phase two.
Yeah, that's the idea, that if you've got a high value firearm and you're not happy with and you think it's valued at $3,000 or more and you're not happy with the schedule, that you would avail yourself of the valuation.
And so my Holland & Holland, which is valued at $159,000, I'll be able to sell it overseas.
I don't know what the market's like for a Holland & Holland, was it?
Well, the replacement one is 290,000 Australian dollars.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So what you're saying to me is that you're not going to compel me to put that in for 10,000 and have it destroyed?
Well, I mean, it depends on how many other firearms you've got, I think, is the answer to that.
Well, I might not be able to get within the cap. I mean, that's the thing. But anyway, that's another discussion. So am I right in saying that?
I'd maybe ditch your cheaper ones first.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I think I'd keep that one.
Simon's saying you should probably keep that really pricey one and ditch the cheaper ones first. But
well, I've got a number of other cheaper ones, but I think I may well sell it. I'll see what happens, but I won't be selling it to the government. In terms of valuation, how are those valuations going to be derived? I mean, who's actually going to do it? Or as I said earlier, is it going to be someone from some faceless bureaucrat in the public service saying, oh, this is what it's worth, take it or leave it?
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to try and ensure that the valuation is done by someone with relevant expertise, but we also need to manage for the integrity of the scheme and the efficiency of the scheme. So while dealers may be really well placed to undertake that function, we have to consider a range of other operational issues to ensure the integrity and efficiency of the scheme, including public safety and the efficacy of third parties valuing weapons as part of this when the weapons have been surrendered to police.
Well, someone from the firearms branch doesn't have expertise in that space.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it will be, but I think there's a range of people that could undertake it, and the principles will be the integrity and efficacy of the scheme in determining who's best placed to do that.
Has anyone had a look at the likely market value of those firearms that will be handed in at fixed prices, whether second hand or used? I mean, let's just say for argument's sake there's $100 million there at valuation handed in, but has anyone actually looked to see whether they're worth more than that? from a market point of view and what the likely reaction is from legal firearms owners?
Well, yeah, the cap is 10,000, and obviously, you know, there's definitely firearms that, as you've pointed out, will be worth more than that on the open market, and I think it'll be up to individual firearms owners to decide whether they would opt for the compensation scheme or whether they'd rather try their luck in selling the firearm.
What evidence did Cabinet receive proving that an approved owner with 5 ordinary registered firearms represents a greater danger than the same owner with 4?
Well, look, I won't go into the detail of what Cabinet did or didn't consider in its deliberations, but what I will say is that there is a significant body of both Australian and international evidence that firearm reforms, including buybacks, have resulted in a sustained and significant reduction in firearm-related homicides and suicides, and so that is the nature of the evidence that was in play when making that policy.
With respect, Ms. Boyd, that's not answering the question. The question is, what's the difference between 5 and 4? And you know as well as I do, the long-term murder by firearms has been going down anyway, regardless of the fact that we haven't had a buyback for 30 years.
Look, I would just say the difference is that it's less, and the evidence is that less guns equals less homicides and less suicides.
Well, that's not true either, because we've had more guns in the system since in the last 30 years. This is the reason why you're purporting to reduce them.
I'm happy
and
to...
yet safety is unaffected. In fact, murder by guns is going down. So
I'm
again, that's not
to
the right answer to the question.
Happy to take your question on notice and provide you with some of the sources that we took into account.
So basically what you're saying is there is no real or demonstrable difference between 4 and 5. It's just that's
less.
What was selected.
It's that, you know.
Was that a political decision, not yours?
Of course, the government policy is a matter for the government of the day. We're here to advise government, and we're not here to argue about the merits of government policy. Our job is to faithfully implement.
Oh, I don't want you to argue, because I know you won't argue about the merits of government policy. It's the advice you give government that I'm concerned with.
Yeah, I'm happy to take on notice and provide you with
please.
some of the evidence. Yep.
So what you're basically saying is there was no provable risk assessment that was carried out to get the reduction done.
I'm not sure what you mean by risk assessment, but
what we're talking about is doing a risk evaluation of whether you have 4 or 5. But then again, I'm still allowed to own 10 if I do something else.
Yeah, look, I'd just refer you to the Premier's comments this morning. The caps are, somewhat arbitrary, but the policy intent was to limit the overall number of firearms in the community, noting that there is a significant and substantial amount of evidence that leads to fewer deaths in the community related to firearms.
Yeah, I dispute that, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officials. To Ms Hartis, Deputy Secretary, Energy, Environment and Evidence. The 3 E's, it's evidence that I was seeking last time we gathered, and I was looking for a measurement on the impact on global surface temperatures of New South Wales net zero policies. You were going off to talk to your science colleagues at DCCEEW. How did that go?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Latham. And I did engage with my science colleagues at DQ, and as I think they provided evidence on Tuesday too as well, we looked into what modelling they do have, which is the NARCLIM New South Wales and Australian regional climate modelling that we do here in New South Wales. And it is difficult to reverse engineer then what we do here in New South Wales and how it impacts what is a global effort. So my answer to your notice is the best available information.
Well, I keep on getting excited here because this is like trying to track down the Loch Ness Monster in terms of the data that I'm seeking, and Minister Sharp excited me on Tuesday. I went to that website with the strange acronym, and no such data was available. You were going to talk to your science colleagues at that other place, and then came back to say you couldn't split out the New South Wales impact from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Scenarios. So I've now turned, given that New South Wales has a proliferation of data centres, to the genius of AI. And what they told me is New South Wales has a CO2 equivalent emissions per annum of 106.2 million tonnes. And if you use the IPC impact projections, you can actually work out that the impact on global surface temperatures of net zero in New South Wales by 2050 is 1/833rd of a degree Celsius, and by the end of this century, 1/278th degree of Celsius, which might excite some people, but not necessarily me. I think that's sort of close to nothing. So are those calculations wrong? Should we blow up the data centres?
I'll start with your first question, Mr. Latham. In terms of those figures, I wouldn't like to hypothesise what AI has been doing.
Do it off AI. Why can't all these geniuses, science colleagues and your good self and websites do it?
Yeah, I'm sure there are lots of different tools and people who do try to hypothecate what that might be for the global surface temperatures and climate change targets. I think in terms of the work of the scientists internal to government and also at the Net Zero Commission as well, in trying to sort of track and hold that sort of high standard of scientific integrity, which I've no doubt my science colleagues in DQ do have, is that what I would say is that the IPCC's scenarios and analysis of all of the jurisdictions globally for their contribution towards shifting those targets and meeting those targets means that you would have to do a lot of reverse engineering to hypothecate that. So I would say, sure, you could, but in terms of the reliability of those figures and the relevance of those figures for the work here in New South Wales, I would say it's not where policy making is happening.
I've got my figures here. They'll be on the Hansard. Could you have a check of them? It may well be in government. Accurate, precise data is not necessarily welcome because it's so feeble. I'll discount that and throw back to your evidence title. I hope you might have another crack at it on my behalf.
Mr. Latham, I'm very happy to do that, but I just think...
I get excited when I see someone's involved with evidence, evidence in the school system, climate change, it all matters.
Yeah, and I would say we're very much into having really kind of strong scientific evidence in all of the policy advice we put to government, and I would say the advice from the scientists at DQ is exactly that.
Right, okay. Now, Ms Boyd, have you given any advice to the Premier about the use of the Jewish Community Safety Group guards using handguns at public community events? At the moment they guard schools and synagogues. The Premier's in the Australian newspaper today saying he personally supports this particular initiative. Other people point to a potential downside. Does it make this group a target? Some people say, ethnic shootouts on the streets. And the police and the police union have come out heavily against it. Have you provided any advice about this particular matter?
Look, what I would say, it was publicly announced after the Bondi Westfield attack.
Was it announced as firm policy or something to be looked at?
Let me finish. After the Bondi Westfield incident, it was publicly announced that the Cabinet Office would undertake a review of the arrangements for licensed security in terms of the weapons and other protections available to them. That report was prepared for Cabinet for consideration of the issue in that context. So we have given general advice about some of the policy issues that this sort of proposal raises. I would just say that the Royal Commission is actively considering this issue, and I would not want to, elaborate on it. I think the Royal Commission's final report will undoubtedly make recommendations to government on this issue.
Okay, you're waiting for that?
Yes.
Right, and who took the material you mentioned to Cabinet? Is that the Premier?
Yeah.
Took it there?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So there's something on the Cabinet table and you're waiting for the Royal Commission recommendations and then there'll be a final decision. Okay. Mr Draper, congratulations on going to Canberra. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr Latham.
Down there. But from our last budget estimates, do you now concede the Bill Berger problem at Rhodes was real? Has the Housing Development Authority been party to rewarding a developer who dishonestly claimed other landowners had consented to its SSD application by rewarding Bill Berger the full dwelling cap allocation for the site? Is that what it would have seemed a common sense fair position of a pro rata allocation of the dwelling cap to Bill Berger based on their land mass and the other 6 landowners who were never told about this application we discussed last time?
Going back to your question, I think the answer is no.
You don't concede that this happened.
No, I don't concede. Can you go back to your question again?
Yeah, from our last budget estimates, do you now concede the Bill Berger problem at Rhodes was real? Because last time you said were inferring that I made it up.
No,
Since then we've had the Maddox review, the Minister's addressed it. But I'm asking if the HDA has looked at the way the Minister resolved it, which is to give the whole dwelling cap to Bill Berger, which rewards their dishonesty and unfairly excludes the commercial interests of the other 6 landowners, 4 private, 2 council.
Well, the answer is no, I don't concede that, but also we've looked at the question of the dwelling cap in roads. We've sought advice from, particularly from Transport and other agencies that are concerned about it. We're hopeful that there will be some progress on that, some ways to resolve that. There have been some other approvals in that part of Sydney. Some of them fall outside the area of the dwelling cap. So I think we've done as much as we can with the information we have available.
Okay. And as you leave the government here, how do you reflect on the HDA, particularly the lack of shovels in the ground and what appears to be an oversight? Because the second objective of the HDA is the prompt development of housing supply, which we all support, but the big apartment builders don't seem to feature much in the HDA, but there seems to be a new form of property development where they're called in the industry, I'm told, tyre kickers, who form these little entities, commercial entities, consolidate or get a lease on some sites, put forward an SSD through the HDA, get that through, get a consent through, and then on-sell it. We've never any intention of building anything. And, you know, you talk about 600-700 dwellings, you need a lot of expertise, finance and experience to do that. And the HDA seems to tick through a lot of companies that clearly have got no experience in any of those areas.
Well, going back to the beginning of your question, I think the HDA has been probably one of the initiatives of the government about which I'm most pleased to be involved. We've considered, as of July, we considered 1,300 expressions of interest. There's been nearly 500 of those declared at that date. I think we've probably ticked over that now because we've had meetings since that time. There are 15, at that point there were 15 DAs that had been determined, many more, a couple of hundred others that were either under assessment or awaiting the lodgement of their DA. So there's a huge pipeline of high density dwellings being developed in New South Wales. And to the extent that you say that there are groups that may seek a declaration and then not proceed with development, the minister,
well, they don't sell it.
The minister, well, whether they, in a way, it's not that relevant whether who the developer is. The most important thing for the state is that homes are developed. But the minister, to the extent that they haven't progressed in the planning process, the minister has already removed some from the process. So if they haven't made significant progress against the timelines, their declaration has been, either has been removed or threatened to be removed.
You go 1,515 DAs. How many projects have started?
I think all of those.
Shovels in the ground.
Yeah, there are some under construction. I'm not sure if it's 15, but
you're
some
not
of
sure
those,
if it's 15. How many is it?
I don't know. I can find out for you.
The objective is to get the housing done quickly.
Yeah,
and surely if you're just speculating here to get it, look, I saw this in local government. It's the oldest trick in the book. You just get your approval, on-sell it, make your profit. You never had, you used to do property luxury interior design or something. You had no experience, no intention at all. You just make the profit. Shouldn't they go back to square one?
Well, as I just said, where those developments don't progress through the planning system, they do go back to square one, or at least they're removed from the state significant development planning pathway. Well, there's a set that usually the planning process is meant to be resolved within about 9 months. So it depends on how far it may happen earlier than that if they haven't submitted a request for SEARs, if they then get SEARs and then don't lodge their DA. So it can happen at any of those points.
Okay. And on notice, can you find out among the 15 DAs how many have got shovels in the ground?
I will do.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Chair.
Mr. Latham. The opposition.
Thanks, Chair.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you. Just back to Ms. Boyd for a last couple on guns, I promise, I'm nearly finished. I asked this morning, I think, whether there had been legal advice obtained as to whether or not that buyback was compensating people fairly. Is there any advice of that nature from either yourself or the Commonwealth Government that you're able to table or take on notice and give back to the committee?
No, but I will say that the wonderful Professor Anne Toomey has done a YouTube post about the constitutional issues at play here, which I found really interesting, and it's really informative. So I just encourage you to check that out.
I'll have a look.
The issues really well.
Okay, thank you.
Follow that.
And then also, I think this probably is to you, Mr. Draper, and can I also wish you the best for your next career stage, and thank you for the work you've done here in New South Wales for a number of years. The Investment Delivery Authority, I think, sits under you guys, and again, there might be someone else better placed to answer. I just wanted to know, there was an expression of interest, I think, in May in terms of fuel supplier shocks and calling for expressions of interest for sort of major commercial scale projects. I'm wondering how that EOI has gone and what the current status of any of those projects may be.
Yeah, so we've those ones are obviously earlier in the process than the data centres and their energy projects and hotels that we're developing. We've only just very recently had a look at the outcomes of the evaluations of those.
Mm-hmm.
The proponents are in the process of being notified about where they stand in that process. So I'll have to probably leave it at that because it may be that some of the proponents haven't been identified. But there are proposals that have emerged that we think are quite prospective.
Okay. Are you able to tell me how many expressions of interest there were?
Let me just check my notes if I've got that. If not, I can provide it on notice. I don't think I have that number, but I'll provide that to you on notice.
Okay, thank you. And then I appreciate what you've said in terms of not being able to go into detail as you're still going through the mechanisms, but is there any indication in terms of, I guess, timelines for delivery for any of these projects when you would expect them to be operational?
They are, well, it's probably fair to say that nearly all the proponents can't wait to be operational.
Yeah.
Some of them are really...
Some of the community would also like to see it happening too.
Yeah. But they are, by their nature, very large major projects. There was a threshold of it being over $1 billion, and some of them are many multiples of that. So they all have to go through standard planning processes. Probably in both cases, the renewable energy or energy security projects and the data centre projects, they have a thing in common, which is they both have need to be able to interact with the energy network system and get connection arrangements in place. So that's another significant issue for them. They're probably the two biggest things is the planning approvals that they have to go through, like exhibiting their EISs. I know there's one of them at the moment is sort of in the response to submission stage. Others are more advanced than that. And some of them have to secure those energy connections as well.
Yeah, okay, so like could be several months, it could be a year, like it's probably going to take a little while if I'm kind of paraphrasing what you're saying.
I think that's right, and I think by the nature of those projects, they are very long processes. The idea of the IDA is to try and compress that time frame, and I think, maybe to explain, we've got teams working on a bespoke basis with each one of those proponents to identify the issues that they have and trying to resolve those within government in a sort of more accelerated way than they would normally be done.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you also about the mental health and wellbeing strategy for first responders, which I think is being also done by the Premier's department.
Have you got that one, Samara?
On the website it says it is, so I don't know if Miss Ma, you might be...
Yes.
I think Ms. Ma might know more about that
yeah,
than I do.
I just wanted to get an update on how many of those first responders have been through. I think the training for suicide prevention is part of it, and how many have been trained with that psychological first aid, if you've got any data on that.
I'm probably going to have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, Miss Mitchell, unless my team texts me in the meantime. I just don't have a...
Okay, no, that's fine. If you take that on notice,
very happy to do that.
Good. And then my last questions, I think, are probably back to you again, Miss Boyd. In terms of official caretaker period starting in the lead up to the election, what's the date that will begin?
19th of Feb.
Okay, and is there a pre-caretaker period?
There's a pre-election period from when the House last sits in November up until the beginning of caretaker.
Okay, and in that pre-election period, does that have any bearing on decisions made by the current government, or is it business as usual until caretaker mode begins?
It's business as usual, but as you'll recall, it's really important time, and you've got to be particularly aware of maintaining the political neutrality of the public service and making sure that public resources are being used for proper purposes. So there's no formal conventions that apply in that period. The government is still free to make decisions and appointments and grants and all of the usual activities, but it's just given that an election is approaching, it's a time where there is a heightened need to pay attention to political neutrality and protecting public resources from inappropriate use. So that's what the caretaker memo will say when it is released.
Well, that kind of leads me to my next question. Just in terms of what advice has been provided to ministers and their staff, appreciating that this is the first time this government is going through a re-election period as an incumbent government, what guidelines and advice has been or will be provided to them?
So the caretaker memo from the previous election is still an active Premier's memorandum, and I believe it'll be in the next week or so that a new one will come out. The conventions are the conventions; they don't change. There might just be some additional guidance or practical tips that are included in that to kind of give people more guidance about how to apply the practices.
Is that publicly available when it comes out? It will be? Yeah. That would be great, thank you. And then I also wanted to ask, and this is a little bit muddled, but I actually had a member of the community ask me about this and I didn't have a good answer for that individual. What are the guidelines or rules around social media videos being posted by ministers? And I'll just be frank, there was one that the Premier put up on his site a couple of weeks ago, which had footage of the former Premier Berejiklian talking about trains and not building them here. And then there was footage of the Premier at the Labor Party conference talking about how I'm going to deliver. Someone sent it to me and said, this looks like an election ad. Why is there no authorisation from the Labor Party? Has this been made with the Premier's, ministerial staff, and is that against the rules? Now, I appreciate that these things can have kind of shades of grey, but in those sort of circumstances, where is the line and what advice goes to ministerial officers about that, particularly as we are getting close to an election?
We don't provide them with advice about election campaign matters, so I can't give you much information about what the technical rules are around when parties are required to have their electoral material authorised or not. But what I would say is that there is an inevitable fusion of ministerial and political spheres, I guess, for ministers, and so the line between making a government announcement and electoral material is somewhat grey. So that might be the best answer.
I think I'll ask the Electoral Commission about that this afternoon too. It just, as I said, I thought it was a valid question that someone from the community put to me, and I thought I would ask it. But okay, thank you. I'll hand over now to Ms. Wood.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, what would your advice be, though, to be strictly within the rules to ensure that ministerial staff aren't carrying out the bureaucracy isn't carrying out work that should be electoral and vice versa. If it is electoral, then it should be authorised. If it's not, it should be government. What would your advice be?
Look, as I said, we don't provide them with advice about about campaign material, but what we do give them advice on is about the proper duties of ministerial staff who are employed with taxpayer money to serve ministers, and so the advice in that regard hasn't changed at all. It's their employees under the Members of Parliament Staff Act to assist the minister with their duties, and so that can be very broad. They're not required to be apolitical like we are. They are able to give, that is their role, to give political advice, so that there aren't the same restrictions on political office holder staff in that regard, and as long as they are doing duties that are associated with the exercise of their minister's portfolio, then that is fine, and a lot of that will involve things that involve politics and issues that are at play in an election campaign. So the line is somewhat grey, but I think if they're engaged in activities that are supporting their minister in relation to the minister's duties, then that is fine.
Okay, and so, for example, just to follow that on, like a practical example, obviously there's candidates coming online in various places as they're announced. So is there any restriction on, say, ministerial staff with a minister assisting with a candidate announcement, for example? This is our Labor candidate for X seat.
I think, would you let me just take that on notice, because obviously there's a connection with if a minister visits a location and makes a government announcement about a new public preschool or some other bit of infrastructure, then that is the minister's role, and so to the extent that it's in that context, it would be permitted. So that's generally the way that I have seen those sorts of things play out, but I'll take it on notice if that would assist.
If you could. There was an example, just to the question that came to me separately was that the Labor candidate for Miranda was announced at a press conference with the Premier last Friday. So was the Premier otherwise announcing something in Cogra at that time? It seemed like a standalone campaign activity on that day.
Yeah.
And so I'm just interested in whether that was, something that was an announcement. Is it a standalone campaign to announce somebody, or was there some other announcement? Like, where's the line?
Yep. Happy to take that on notice.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That'd be great. Can I turn, Ms. Boyd, to the Budget Paper 1? The measures statement in Budget Paper 1 identifies the creation of an election project management office within
that's
your
right.
Cabinet office. What's the purpose of that office?
It's the same sort of office that was established prior to the 2023 election, and it consists of staff from across government who are there to not only ensure that incoming government briefs are well coordinated across government, but to ensure that there is consistent advice given about caretaker conventions and other integrity issues leading up to the election, and also to ensure that the public service is prepared for the election commitments, both of the government and any potential incoming government in the lead up to the election. So there are a lot of work streams, as you'll recall, from associated with an election, and we stand up an election project management office before every election to make sure that the public service is coordinated in prepared for that electoral event.
All right, so is that different from the thing I think that was called the transition office?
No.
Or is it the same thing?
I think that was in a transport context. No, the election project management office is very it's nothing to do with the transition office. It's the same sort of entity that gets stood up in central government before every election.
Okay, so I think it's just, so if we can just dig a bit into that a little bit more, because I think it's described in there as supporting preparedness for the 2027 election, which you talked about, and I was just interested in what that would mean. So what preparedness specifically? Is that preparing two sets of, for example, election commitments, red folder, blue folder, green folder, and what that might look like? Is that, can you just sort of expand
that's part
on what
of
that role
it.
is?
But there's, as I said, a range of work streams, including working closely with the Electoral Commission on, the interface between it and the governor, informing an incoming government, and then also preparing to support the swearing in of the incoming government. So all of those things the Cabinet Office leads for government. But up until that point, there is a need for the sector to prepare for whatever electoral event is coming. And so the tracking of election commitments, policy announcements, PBO costings, that's another big work stream. And then, of course, the preparation of advice for incoming government briefs is another one.
Okay, thank you, because that was sort of leads into my next question, which is, does it play any role in the costing of election policies and the PBO work that the current government's considering?
I don't know what you mean by the current government is considering.
Would this office specifically, given it does some, I think you've said it would do sort of work with PBO or do PBO work?
It might.
If you can just explain it, I'm trying to guess.
They obviously go direct to agencies under the relevant legislation to assist with costings.
The PBO?
Yes. Yep. But to the extent that there are issues affecting the whole of the government, or if that process is, if the PBO has concerns about that process in any way, the Election Project Management Office is there to help coordinate and smooth out any of those to ensure and to assist the PBO with its effective functions.
Okay, all right, I might come back to those. Thank you. I might just come back to the ministerial staff. And apologies for the detailed questions, but I would have done my homework if it had been published. I'm not having a go, but I will go through these just because I can't find it there. So just on the ministerial staff numbers, how many ministerial staff are currently employed by the Minns Labor government?
If you'll just give me 1 second, is what I'll find the relevant note.
Because normally it's up there by now, and I'm not in any way having a go, but this is why I'm asking.
Sorry, I don't have the numbers in front of me. But as
someone
you say,
from your office, maybe Eve, send a message through if they get a chance.
Yes, absolutely.
There should be a head count as it today, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So with that head count,
I have a number for June 2026.
Yeah,
Great.
that's right.
Saved by the
They're supposed to be
Secretary?
published, yeah. Is that 30 June?
Yep, so 240.
Yep. Min stuff. And can you break that down by each office? And I'm happy for you to provide that on. You can write that down.
I don't have that breakdown with me.
All right. Is someone able to get that breakdown? We can write that
That will
down.
be-
I
I mean,
just don't want
that'll
to
be
waste
published
everyone's
when-
time, and I've got 4 minutes
Yeah.
to go through each department. Is that something we can just get written or
Yeah,
message we
get-
can
I mean,
read
that-
out at the end if you like in the
We can
government
take it on notice, and
I'll
likely
try and
be
get it
published in
before the
near
end of the
future.
break.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, just should be available. And the total cost of that as well, please.
And total cost,
Yes,
no
please.
problem.
And then the staff cost in each of those offices. I'm interested in how many departmental liaison officers and other public servants were working in the office of the Premier at 30 June 2026. And from which agencies those DLOs were drawn.
I'll get what I can by the end of the break.
Yep, thank you. Just for Hansard and for in case we need to come back to it or this afternoon, we've got a little bit of time. Are you able to detail, or Mr Draper perhaps, the annual pay rises received over the past 3 years for ministerial staff?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably pretty straightforward. Ministerial
Yeah.
staff have got the same as, generally speaking, as the Crown Employees Award and senior public servants.
All right, if we can get that number, that would be helpful. As I say, I would have done that if I'd had it, but I just don't have it available. I understand that in terms of the growth of the public service from June 23 to December 2025, those numbers grew, I think, over 50 FTE, unless I'm wrong, by the new numbers. I'm just interested in whether the public service plays any role in approving that growth, or what kind of process that goes through.
Which growth in which number are you talking
Public service ministerial staff numbers. So FTE went up by 50 from June 23 to December 25. That's the last number I have. So does the public service play a role in approving that growth in FTE
No.
for ministerial staff?
We
No,
don't, and
so
I'm not
ministerial
sure.
office staff are a matter for ministers and the Premier.
I'm not sure it is a growth in FTE over time. In any case, I think it's around the same number as it was about 3 or 4 years ago.
All right. Well, as I say, I don't have the numbers,
Yeah,
which
sure.
is why I have to ask. If we can get the numbers, then we'll know, and we can clarify that today. But it seems that in the absence of anything else that it has. All right. So what department is that budgeted in? Is that in Premiers or in Treasurers then, that budget?
That budget's in Premiers.
Premiers, thank you. Okay. And then how many departmental staff are seconded to ministerial staff officers?
So you're not talking now about DLOs, you're talking about the secondments.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll have to get it. I don't have that number with me.
We'll take that one on notice too.
Okay, and yeah, of those, could I have a breakdown of which are DLOs versus which are secondees?
Yes.
Well, they're different categories, so they're obviously operating
Yeah,
under
different. Yep,
yeah.
yep, yep. Okay. Then, all right. I wanted to go to SO52s, which we're a big fan of. Sending a lot of 52s
Now.
returns to papers. Now we're very open to them.
The shoes on the other foot.
Yeah, Ms. Boyd, have you been given any direction by the government to slow down or not proceed with electronic returns?
No.
No? You've been asked
I
to
think Kate
hurry
would
them
like
up?
them.
I think Kate's a big fan, and we'd like to see the...
No, we've been working with the clerk to try and work through this, yeah. I haven't got an update, I don't think, compared to what I said at the last estimates about this in terms of what some of the barriers are, but no, we're working with the clerk on this.
So, are there still the same barriers? Has there been progress? Is there something significant standing in your way?
I think it's probably a better question for the clerk as to whether they have resolved or got responses to some of the issues that we've raised about this.
Mm-hmm.
But let me take it on notice and I can give you a better update about where we've gotten to in our discussion.
Yeah, we just want to understand what the timeline might be on there for those
Yeah.
poor clerks more than anything,
Yeah,
and the boxes that are piling up around our heads. Thank you.
I think just to answer one question, we've got
Thank
two DLOs in the Premier's office at the moment.
Sorry, I had the chair
We
speaking.
have
I couldn't
two
quite hear you. If you
DLOs
could speak up.
two DLOs in the Premier's office.
Yes, thank you.
From
You'll get the
Premier's
breakdown of
Department
the
and
others.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. And thank you, Ms. Boyd.
Ooh, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair, and good afternoon. Two quick issues, and then I'll hand over to my colleague. SO52s, we've got a outstanding SO52 that I passed on the 3rd of June. It's the meetings with lobbyists and clients further order. I'm yet to receive anything from the Premier's office, and I haven't had anything from the Department of Planning.
Right.
And I followed this up to confirm with the clerk's office, and they say that's correct. It just hasn't come. Do you know anything about that? And what
No.
is the level of, I guess, your responsibility for making sure that those things are complied with?
Look, we do follow up, and we always write to the clerk when an agency or an office is unable to meet the initial deadline. And we do provide advice about the options for seeking a variation of the due date and, you know, offering any assistance we can provide. But on that particular one, I'll have to take it on notice and check with the Premier's office and DFI about the status of those returns. But we're really conscious of the importance of this and the need for prompt returns and good communication back to the House around the status of orders. So
Thank you. That'd be really useful. In responding to the order, the Cabinet Office and Premier's Department have returned documents, but they say that they've returned, in the letter it says, we've returned documents relating to lobbying as defined in Section 4 of the Lobbying of Government Officials Act. But we didn't ask for anything about lobbying. We asked for all documents relating to meetings, correspondence, briefings, actions, or policy proposals regarding the following, and then we had a list of companies.
Yep.
So it's like the two things don't match.
Yeah, so we've taken a narrow, or we've assumed you're just interested in
Please don't
meetings
assume.
with them. Yeah, okay. I think that's why we put it in the letter, to sort of give you a heads up, to say, look, we've taken this interpretation with a view to getting you something back. Let us know if that's not the right approach. And I think what you're saying is you want the full, the full everything.
I want what we asked
Okay.
for.
Great.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So coming on to something different, so I did ask the Office of I forget what PSC stands for, but you will know, these questions, and we got told that they're for the Premier's Department instead. And they're just in relation to people with disability within the New South Wales public sector. In the New South Wales public sector report, people with disability reported the highest rate of bullying at 21.1%. What are you doing to address that?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think that's a question for me, and I was trying to get the information from Ms. Ward. Would you mind repeating that, Ms. Boyd?
Okay, I'm looking at the New South Wales Public Sector report. People with disability reported the highest rate of bullying, 21.1%. What is the Premier's Department doing about that?
Bullying of people with disability within our department, the Cabinet Office and the Premier's Department, or across the sector?
Across the sector, which I understand is now the Premier's responsibility, or Premier's Department's responsibility.
Certainly, the PMES and the workforce profile are our responsibility. As you're aware, we split responsibility between the Public Service Commissioner and the Premier's Department in relation to some aspects of public sector workforce. So the Public Service Commissioner is responsible for diversity and inclusion. The Secretary's Board, however, takes responsibility for bullying of all demographics in all forms. So there's many initiatives in many agencies, you know, anti-bullying initiatives. I can only talk to what we're doing in the Premier's Department and the Cabinet Office.
Because I did ask the Commissioner about this in the last estimates and got told that it was not them to answer, but it was the Premier's Department. So it seems again like one of those things where no one actually has responsibility. Everyone has responsibility and no one has responsibility.
No, I think the truth is that each department and employer has a responsibility. So there are many of those employers, but in terms of coordinating approaches across the sector, as Ms Dobbins said, that's the sort of thing that we would normally discuss at the Secretary's Board. The Public Service Commissioner does provide a degree of coordination on that and issues guidance. and leads groups within government to work on that.
But if 1 in 5 people with disability in the public sector are saying they're being bullied, that's pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, no, it's unacceptable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Has that been discussed at the Secretary Board level?
Yeah, we discuss all those results from those surveys at the Secretary's Board.
And
Absolutely.
what's being done about it?
Well, as Ms Dobbins has said, each department will have their own anti-bullying strategies. And, well, look, I mean, that's the truth of it.
I know, yeah. I will have to go to my colleague. Thank you.
I just want to circulate, if I can, a document. The screenshots of messages that were sent in a Signal chat on the 9th of February. I know you're familiar with them, but if you could, thank you. One of the... Yeah, it's all. Yeah, they're all documents that have been obtained. I'm happy to.
Where from?
It's a GIPA document, and I think Kate's nodding and is aware of the documents. Basically, it's
there's two Kates.
Ms. Ma, sorry, Ms. Ma. I apologise. Look, while that's happening, can I just go to quickly the. I'll come back to that in a sec. Can I just ask you, the Premier's backed the trial, it seems like the Premier's backing a trial of the Community Services Group to use guns when guarding Jewish public events. And it's a move, as you know, as we discussed this morning, that the Police Association have slammed. If the police aren't driving that work, who is driving that work? Is it happening in Premier's department?
No, I think the police are the primary advisor about this. They're the combat agency, and they also have direct regulatory powers in terms of licensing of people carrying firearms. So I think the police are the primary.
So the police are even though they're speaking out and saying the police association.
Police association. That's not the police, of course, but that's the police association. Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware? Has the Premier been briefed on the Administrative Review Tribunal decision from February 2025, where it was found that a member of the CSG group, anonymised as HWMW, was considered by ASIO to be more loyal to the foreign government of Israel than Australia?
I don't know.
I'm not aware of that particular case, but as I said before, the Cabinet Office has provided policy advice to government over a pretty long period of time about the many policy issues that are raised by this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Can I just go to now the document that I have?
Just for clarification, where is this document from?
It was provided under a GIPA application and it's in public access now. Yeah. Those screenshots sent of messages sent in a Signal chat on the 9th of February, various Premier's office staff. I understand you, Ms. Ma, were in the control room, the police control room.
Yeah, so the Premier's Department runs the Government Coordination Centre, which is major events or major, in this case, major public gatherings. We have a role in the Police Operations Centre for coordination across government agencies. So myself and a number of other staff regularly are in attendance at the Police Operations Centre, City to Surf, Mardi Gras, Australia Day, and other occasions such as this.
And sorry, just at the top of that chat, it includes the initial KB. Is that you, Ms. Boyd?
It might be. I don't think there's another KB.
Okay.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you notice in there, it makes very clear that the timer in this chat is set for a 1-week deletion. If I'm understanding that correctly, is that what it appears to you?
Yeah, and that's right. Correct.
How is this consistent with the State Records Act, or is this communications that you would suggest is not?
So in this context, I'm happy to defer to Ms. Boyd in terms of the intricacies of the State Records Act, but for the purposes of information in regard to the Police Operations Centre and our role, our teams record this sort of intelligence or the information that's shared through briefings by police in the central logs. So all of this information is recorded through police in the operations centre. That's the state record, if you like.
Sorry, so this Signal chat was recorded?
Well, I mean, I guess the facts are recorded, if that makes sense.
I think what Miss Mark, do you want me to
Yeah,
jump
no,
in?
go.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think so. There's an official record of all of the decision making and official actions that are taken by police as part of the State Operations.
That's right.
Centre. So this is
The
potentially
unofficial.
an ephemeral record, but I think the fact that Miss Ma kept it is shows that when a record does appear to be of continuing value, either because there is, a matter of public interest or other policy around it, it's been kept for that purpose. So I think that's entirely consistent with the State Records Act.
Thank you.
Yeah. Keep
Okay,
going.
thank you. I see. And so on that basis, what was your reasoning for thinking this was something that you should keep, Ms. Ma?
I guess as Ms. Boyd's pointed out, this was obviously a matter that was going to be subject to a further investigation. I think it's under a LEC inquiry.
And you mean because of what eventuated that night further?
Yeah.
I see.
So
Thank you.
I thought it was probably a responsibility of mine to.
Thank you. Can you, in terms of that night, Ms. Ma, who else was in the control room in terms of the non-police or the non-other staff?
Yeah, I might need to take it on notice for the details. Certainly, members of Premier's Department, Transport for New South Wales, they would have had a number of representatives, ambulance, then landowners. So City of Sydney are always in for events like this. I'm just trying to think who else. Possibly Darling Harbour, who's that placemaking New South Wales, because as you know, at the same time there was the event for President Herzog down in Darling Harbour, and so we had line of sight of both of those major events that were happening. If you don't mind, I'll take on notice just to double check who else
was there. Thank you, I'd appreciate that. Were you in contact that night with the Premier himself?
No.
No. And in terms of, so the records show quite a bit of discussion about preventing a march, the idea that, a march couldn't happen. Was it your view at that time and the view of others in the control room and you in the chat here that there was some lawful authority for the police to be able to prevent a march?
I'd rather not express an opinion on that.
Sorry, not your opinion. What was the working understanding between the people who were in the control room?
I presume that, and again I'll defer to Ms Boyd, who understands better the operation of the Major Events Act, that the police would have been complying with the legal arrangements in place at that time.
Okay, so what was your understanding, what was the operating understanding in terms of the police's lawful authority to do what they were doing to prevent, if that's the words, a march from taking place?
Yeah, look, I can't speak to the knowledge or understanding of others in the control room, but it's, public. It's on the public record that at the time a public assembly restriction declaration was in force, and that anyone gathering at Town Hall, did not have the benefit of any immunity under the Summary Offences Act from offences that might otherwise occur in the course of a protest. So that might have given rise to an expectation that there would be no organised march, because those invariably involve breaches of other laws from which the participants would not be immune because they had not been authorised to march under the Summary Offences Act. So that might be one explanation.
So you're referring there not to the Major Events Declaration but to the Public Assembly Restriction Declaration?
Yeah, I mean the Major Events Act declaration merely bolstered police's powers to deal with people that were creating a risk to the event during that period, but the fundamental instrument I think that was that was at play here was the Public Assembly Restriction Declaration, and the fact that, if that large group were to march, it would be highly likely that they would be committing offences for which they were not immune because the Summary Offences Act was
the
not.
court has completely and utterly taken away that basis, has there been discussion in Cabinet or Premiers to say it would be important to now have some of those police charges, and has there been those discussions about the legal authority upon which the police acted that night?
No, look, it's clearly subject to a Law Enforcement Conduct Commission inquiry, you know, and the laws were valid as at the time that they were enforced. But beyond that, there's nothing I could say.
Well, I don't think the laws. I think the court has ruled that they were invalid ab initio, like they were never valid. There was never a valid basis. Has that been the subject of discussion of Cabinet or Premier?
No,
or?
not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay, thank you. The Cabinet Office, I know it was raised earlier with the Premier about his statement that was made in the event that took place on the 11th of August in 2015 and an error transcript. Is it, and as it was raised earlier, Jeffrey Watson's confirmed the documents fall under SO 52, and Georgina Wright, Senior Counsel, has made it clear if the documents were not served, then of course they'd be subject to SO 52. Have you seen the police statement?
No.
Can I take it that can I take it that the documents were not served, based on everything we've seen with the Crown Sol's advice?
It's highly likely that they were served. There was a hearing set down and a timetable set for the defence to file their evidence, and that wouldn't happen if the prosecution brief had not been served.
But what makes you think, when you say it's highly likely, and I really appreciate this because I've vacillated myself from all the evidence, what makes you think that statement is highly likely to have been included in the brief and served based on what we've been provided from Crown Sols and the police to date?
Oh, I'm just aware that factually a timetable was set by the court in the AVO proceedings, and that wouldn't happen in the normal course unless the prosecution brief had been filed and served.
But that particular statement, you don't have anything extra about that particular statement, if a brief was served, that was in there?
No, it would, I would assume that it would. I mean, if it's evidence, but I can't certify that it has been, but it would be very odd if it hadn't, given the orders that were made by the court in those proceedings.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just before I hand over to Mr. Latham, I've got a question to Ms. Hartis in terms of the Cabinet Office. Who takes on the role in terms of Cabinet Office, or is it you, or in government, to ensure that our the reporting in the national greenhouse gas inventory that's handled by the Federal Department of Energy, Climate Change and Water is accurate? Because we hand over for reporting of greenhouse gas emissions to the federal agency, but does anyone in New South Wales keep an eye on those figures, that inventory and the assumptions that underpin that reporting, those quarterly reports and annual reports, to ensure that it's actually reflected what's happening here in New South Wales?
Oh, thank you, Chair. We don't. The Cabinet Office doesn't provide that information to the Commonwealth. I suspect that would come from colleagues into Q, and I suspect they engage with their Commonwealth counterparts to ensure that it's accurately understood and used.
So the Cabinet Office, in terms of your role in environment, energy and evidence, takes no role in auditing or checking those. It's entirely the responsibility of the Department of Energy, Climate Change and Water.
That's right. Yeah, we don't have an auditing function in the Cabinet Office for that information that gets provided routinely from other departments to the Commonwealth.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. To Ms. White, in social policy responsibilities, you cover school education?
I do.
Right, and how much of your work and advice to the government would focus on school education?
Obviously, at the Cabinet Office, we cover a really wide range of matters and work in collaboration with all the relevant line agencies. So, not a great deal, to be honest, Mr. Latham. We provide advice to the Premier on any school education matters that would come before Cabinet or other major matters. So I work with my education colleagues on those issues, or anything intergovernmentally that we might be raising, for example, in the early childhood space with the preschool reform agreement. But my portfolio covers education, health, communities, justice, disability, national security, police, a whole range of things. So we're covering quite a fair range.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. But in terms of uplifting social opportunity and fairness in New South Wales, we've got a big task at hand in scaling up school success, because there are some schools, I visited some with the Secretary Disdar on Friday, that are
fantastic.
Amazingly successful. You think there's been a miracle.
Yeah. Where did you go with Mr.
The Entrance
Disdar?
and Gorican.
Fantastic.
And on Tuesday we're going back to Marsden Road, and Mr. Disdar wants to take me down to Briars Road in Aids, which I used to represent federally.
Wonderful.
And if they've turned that school around, it's more than a miracle.
Yeah, I used to work at the Department of Education, and school visits are one of the most fun parts.
Well,
yeah.
You know, the paradox is
yeah.
our NAPLAN results have basically flatlined. The gap between advantaged and disadvantaged schools and outcomes is widening.
Yeah.
But some schools, like this East network of explicit and systematic teaching, are racing ahead getting results. How do we scale that up?
Yeah.
Do you do any work, or the Premier takes any interest in that challenge? I raised it with Minister Carr on Friday and had some ideas for her, but what's your thinking?
We take a lot of interest, and I've been really glad to watch and observe the level of focus on explicit teaching and the nuts and bolts on literacy and numeracy, Mr. Latham, that you have seen. And I think that it's always a challenge, as you know, with a system of over 2,200 schools. Mm-hmm. And so just getting that balance right between what's held at the centre and provided out to every school, but allowing for that that flexibility and innovation in local areas is always the challenge in the education system. But I think there's been really good strides in many respects. For example, the year one phonics and the focus on consolidating high quality resources and making those easy and available for teachers. So there's been some great work.
It seems to me a key issue is classroom observation, to know that every teacher in every classroom is doing what they do in the East Network, what they do at the Entrance, and you can get these amazing results if you just follow the evidence base.
Yep.
But there's a restriction whereby, under the agreement with the Teachers Federation, you can as a teacher you nominate who does the classroom observation, and if you don't like what they reported about you, you can throw it in the bin. So don't we need to have the DELs with random classroom observation and mentoring to ensure that the pressure's there for explicit teaching, pedagogy, collective efficacy, disciplinary approach, evidence and data-led education? We can get the results. It's very frustrating that it's so hard to scale up.
Yeah. Look, I wouldn't comment on that level of operational detail. I think that is a matter for education and the minister. But I would say that, and you probably had this observation on your recent school visits, that really high quality DELs do play that leadership role, and it is critical to have that that leadership in that position. And you're right, when it's done really effectively and they have an excellent collaborative relationship with their schools and they bring their network together, that's where the magic happens.
Okay, well I just put a question to the Premier on the notice paper, so maybe you can answer that for me. We'll continue the dialogue. Thank you.
The opposition, you'll probably get a question, and then the crossbench.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Dobbins, I just want to ask about the ministerial staff then. So just in terms of the costing of that and child protection officers, can you tell me how many ministerial staff would need to be reduced to fund 123 child protection officers?
I'll have to take that on notice, Ms.
All right, thank you. You're looking eager there, Mr Draper. You might have something.
No, I was about to say the same.
All right, and can I ask Ms Dobbins or anyone else, anyone, have you been asked to do any modelling to reduce the number of ministerial staff to fund child protection officers?
No.
No, none's been done?
We haven't been asked.
No. Haven't been asked to do any? Okay, thank you. And then in relation to the gifts and hospitality, why does the Premier's Department public gifts and hospitality page, as at this morning, only provide information up to 30 June 2025?
I don't know the answer to that.
No, we'll take it on notice.
Yeah.
But it's usually published annually for the year that's just gone. So
yeah, so when will the 25 to 26 register be published?
We'll take that on notice.
Do you have any idea though? Like any
No,
clue?
they're probably just putting it together. They do go and consult with everyone who's registered and an entry to make sure that it's accurate before it goes live. So that might explain a bit of a lag, but we'll go and check.
Thank you.
Crossbench colleagues, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Just a real quick one. Is it true that there's not going to be a People Matter employee survey this year?
No,
It's
I just
running
announced
at
it.
the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all just happened.
Yeah. Well, it's running at the moment.
Yeah. Old news.
Started last week.
Yeah.
People
I'm
love
glad
it.
you
Everyone
asked.
wants it. Yeah. Okay. Good.
We call it
All right, then.
public service Christmas.
Ms. Higginson,
So that's
Mr.
been
Latham,
published.
do you have another question? You've got a minute.
Yeah, I'm just
Thank you, Chair. You've
just
been very
in the last minute. Can I just very quickly going back to the CSG and the issue with the police going to be handling that? When the Premier says he won't rule it out, he clearly imports himself as a decision maker here. That it would be a change of policy. Has that framework been set up in terms of when he will make that decision, what that looks like, and what process that will undertake? Is he waiting for advice from the police?
Look, I think the Royal Commission is so live still, and I think that any decisions of government or any policy changes in that regard would have to await the findings of
It's only
Commissioner
another,
Bell.
it's only another 4 months before the Royal Commission reports.
So the Premier says today he won't rule it out, but he will. Are you saying what he's saying in that is he will reconsider this once the Royal Commission has tabled its report?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean,
I'm
I
not
think
clear.
you have to take his words at face value. He's just saying he's still got it in his mind. I think that's how I would understand his words.
Yeah, and the usual process is that the government will respond to any relevant findings or recommendations of the Commission. So to the extent that, and they have been looking at this issue, they've asked witnesses for evidence about it, there will likely be a recommendation and a need to form a government position on a response. So he's probably just conscious of that.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for your attendance here today to our officials. We're going to have a...
Sorry, through you, Chair. Well, unfortunately I don't, but I just wanted to let Ms Ward know I was going to try and get those verified numbers for the break. I can't get them, but I'll absolutely take them on notice in relation to Ministerial Office staff numbers.
Why has it taken so long?
Yep, I'll take that on notice as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms Dobbins, and thank you all to our officials for your attendance. We now have a break for 15 minutes till 3:45, where we will reconvene to hear from our integrity agencies. Thank you for making the time to give evidence today. As you all well know, prior to giving evidence, I will require you to be sworn, So, beginning with Miss Lowe, could you all please state your name and position title and swear either the oath or affirmation, please?
Thanks, Chair. Katharina Lowe, New South Wales Public Service Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Oitanji?
Thanks, Chair. Bola Oyetunji, Auditor General for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. If Mr. Hatsos,
John Azistakos, Chief Commissioner, ICAC, New South Wales. I swear the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. McCallum?
Thank you. Rachel McCallum, New South Wales Electoral Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Johnson. I'm the Chief Commissioner of the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Paul Miller, New South Wales Ombudsman. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I think we've got Ms. Majotto.
Claudia Magotto, Deputy Auditor General. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Magotto. Ms. Harwood.
Thank you. I, Susie Harwood, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson.
Christina Anderson, CEO of the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Bergeron?
My name is Hugo Bergeron, Executive Director, Safeguards and Integrity for the New South Wales Electoral Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Summerall?
Thank you. Andrea Summerall, Assistant Commissioner, Electoral Operations Group, New South Wales Electoral Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ward?
My name is Michelle Ward. I'm the CEO of the New South Wales ICAC. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Snell?
Chantal Snell, Senior Deputy Ombudsman, People Performance and Sector Improvement. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Akwitan Muhi?
Nikki Akwitan Muhi, Acting Director for Office of the Public Service Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Again, thank you all very much for that. We'll now turn to questions from the opposition. Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. McCallum, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you update the committee, please, on the Commission's work to prepare for the upcoming state election?
Thank you. Yes, happy to.
And if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer so we can all hear you, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Is that working okay?
Still a little quiet.
It is, isn't it?
We're just loud, maybe.
All right. Thank you. We are approximately 6 months away. I think the 6-month time is the 13th of September, so we're very busy preparing for the election. 6 months is a significant milestone for us in terms of we're entering into a very intensive period of testing and further stakeholder engagement and mobilising our operations across the state with the acquisition of venues across the whole of New South Wales. To date, we've been meeting with parties and other participants. We've consulted on some changes that we are proposing in relation to our 6-metre rule guidelines, in relation to our recount policy. We are talking to our stakeholders about running a trial for in a low sensory voting trial in 3 centres. So we've been busy consulting on some of the key changes. Okay. I anticipate that around that 13th of September, perhaps not on that day, but hopefully on that day, we will be releasing a list of all of the changes that we propose to introduce for the state election that new compared to the 2023 state election. We're doing that so that we can be as transparent as we can with the participants and to some extent the voters as well about what we have in mind for the election or what we are implementing because of legislative change, which there have been quite a significant amount of legislative change this year. So we are highlighting how we're doing that and listing it so that it's in one place so that people can see that.
Thank you. I might just at that point, given I have limited
course.
time to share with my colleagues, invite you to put on notice any further work you're doing and detail that. It's obviously further going on. Thank you. I just wanted
happy
to turn
outline
to is the Commission aware of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters work and their report on display of electoral posters and other electoral signage at voting centres published in June?
Yes,
You're
yes,
aware of
we
that?
are aware of that. We certainly are aware of that.
Thank you. And do you have a view with respect to the proper and orderly administration of elections and having clear rules on whether there ought to be restrictions on signage at election polling booths?
I think the thing that I would wish to comment on is how late it would be appropriate to introduce changes before an election. I believe that our submission to that inquiry was that the preference was that it did not apply for the 2027 state election. That is because we wish to, as you say, run the election in as orderly a fashion as possible. We want the participants to understand what the rules are that will apply to them at that election, and we have a key, indeed a statutory role in educating the participants in elections about their obligations. So it is in our program management quite late now to be introducing a very significant change that would be able to be enforced by the Electoral Commission in an orderly way. Okay. Of course, were there to be late change, we would do our best, but we would do so with a note of caution about some of the risks that would flow from that, which may be that our own staff, of which there will be approximately 30,000 across the state running the voting, will need to have a very frontline role in any changes to implement the committee's recommendations, and there will be limited time in which to train them.
So I just wanted to follow up on that in terms of resourcing and whether the Commission would have adequate resources for the 2027 state election to implement an effective regime to police the number of signs specifically.
Yes, our position would be that no, not at the moment. We are not adequately resourced to properly administer or enforce a system that would limit the size and number of signs out to 100 metres from a voting centre. If that was implemented, we would to do a good job, we believe it would require additional staff across the state to be able to do that and to train them. I believe we have given an indicative figure. I would say that I think it is higher than that indicative figure that we gave to the Joint Standing Committee.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so would that change of signage involve sort of a register, or if you like a pre-registration of material for the types of signs and election material that a participant could have? You know, sometimes you pre-register material for distribution. Would you would it involve that
on
type of thing
election
for
day
signage?
and in relation to early voting, I might take it on notice in terms of whether I can't recall right now whether that was a recommendation, but I would say that there is there would be a significant administrative burden on the Commission to register everything that was being distributed.
Have a register of the types of signs that would be available? Yeah, this is in, this is out, for clarity.
Could we do that? Is that your question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Is that what it could involve? Or would involve?
It depends what the legislation might say, whether
Sure,
it could. We do have a registration system for electoral material which needs to be registered under the current provisions of the Act. Whether there would be an extension of that to more broadly posters displayed within 100 metres would require some further consideration, I think.
All right, and given those changeables, and I get the legislation will be what it will be, but I guess my question to you is, does the Commission have any concerns that by requiring a polling booth manager to police the number of signs, is that feasible? Do you have concerns that's not feasible? Is that something that's easily implemented? Or
I think it is a complex, potentially complex change to implement. Whilst in some voting centres, of course, it could be very few. It might be a very quiet centre by comparison to others. We have a huge diversity because we try to be in all reasonable locations to give accessibility for voters. So there will be differences between the voting centres as to the burden that is placed upon a voting centre manager. We have proposed that we would need someone additional to a voting centre manager. We don't think it would be appropriate to require the voting centre manager to do this on top of their other duties.
Okay, thank you. If you want to add anything to that on notice, please, I invite you to do so. But given the complexity, does the Commission believe it's appropriate for associated entities and third-party campaigners to have an equivalent or greater number of signs than the actual candidates appearing on the ballot paper?
I don't think the Commission would take a position on what is the appropriate number of signs for particular political participants. We would enforce whatever the
just to clarify,
limits were.
Even third party, these are third party campaigners or associated entities, more than just the candidates themselves.
Well, I think that we would. I thought your question was, do we think it's appropriate? I think there are design considerations that the Commission would want the Parliament to consider if it was doing such a change, that it would need to think about whether there needs to be aggregation or whether what is a fair system that takes into account the people's, as you say, affiliations or associations, though that would seem a logical consideration to take into account in any legislative design, but whether the Commission would think a particular number of was appropriate, I don't think we would comment on that.
Sure, you pick your adjective, but whatever you'd like
to say. Good, bad, appropriate, any of those adjectives,
All right, just in terms of advance payments, can I ask whether the government's engaged with the Commission on the bill proposed by the member for Wagga Wagga regarding advance payments to independent candidates?
I might take, not to my knowledge, but if I could take that on notice to clarify that, I'm not aware of that, but I would have to take that on notice.
It doesn't spring to mind, but
it doesn't spring to mind, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, all right, and it hasn't been second read yet, but in fairness to you and to the committee, the bill is there's very often consultation beforehand, obviously. and advice sought, and I would have thought that the government will be seeking your advice if it hasn't already, probably, or hopefully, but the name of the bill is the Electoral Funding Amendment Advance Payments Bill.
Right, okay.
So notice might have been given.
Thank you.
Of that. Can I just ask about developer donations political donations? Several donations were receipted by Labor MPs, which were referred to the Commission late last year by Honourable Chris Raff, which I understand Ms David and Mr Warren also referred to the Commission after they were contacted by the Daily Telegraph. Has the Commission resolved those matters?
I will have to take that on notice. I don't have particular knowledge of that. I would say generally, as the committee may be aware, we are not, we don't generally comment on where we are in relation to investigations. But there is you say late last year in timing, then I mean, we have a policy which sets a publicly available policy on how we review allegations that are sent to us, and review is the first step. So, but I will take on notice and obtain some further information.
Thank you.
And if it's appropriate to share it, noting that the Electoral Commission is the 3-member Electoral Commission that makes the decisions on public interest disclosures,
sure.
do so.
Yep. No, thank you. And I think after they were raised by the Daily Telegraph, they were referred by Ms Davis and Mr Warren to you, but I think the timing was late last year. So
okay, thank you.
That would be, we'd be grateful for an update on where that's at.
Thank you.
If you could perhaps then take on, you may need to take this on notice also, then what action's been taken.
Yes.
If you're able to comment on that,
okay.
or when if you're not able to comment, when you anticipate the likelihood is of having.
Thank you. Yes, I'll take that on notice.
Answer.
Thank you.
I note that there was a $3,000 donation from Painter Dixon to Donna Davis in 2024. Painter Dixon is a construction firm that's lodged several development applications, and Painter Dixon claimed in a Daily Telegraph article from November last year that it, and I quote, does not receive any developer profits, end quote, and lodges applications on behalf of developers. Has the Commission been satisfied that Painter Dixon does not constitute a property developer or property developer associate under the Act?
I wouldn't like to speculate here, or I don't know particularly this matter, but I would say generally that we wouldn't speculate about whether a particular person was or was not a prohibited donor, which is, I think, a point of the question, or I assume is the point of the question. I would say generally about queries that we receive or reports of donations that might concern property developers or are alleged to concern property developers. There is a legislative definition of what a property developer is, and sometimes we do get yes, but sometimes we do get referred allegations where they may be involved in the building industry, but it's not necessarily a developer donation. So we have to carefully consider in every matter whether or not it is in fact a matter involving a property developer. I can't comment on that particular one. Again, I would say that I would take on notice the specific question that you're asking.
All right. Well, given if you take specifically on notice that Painter Dixon is a construction firm, I don't think that's in issue,
right?
And that they have lodged several development applications. This isn't a home reno by one person. I think it's safe to say that they are potentially a developer and therefore a prohibited donor. But nonetheless, I'll leave that to your discretion.
Thank you.
But I would be interested in the Commission's view, specifically given that they have said that they don't consider themselves to be a prohibited donor, on the Commission's view, given that those DAs have been made, and whether it's just simply a question of developer them not receiving developer profits, or whether them having lodged a DA, which is my understanding of the definition of the Act. You can take that on notice.
I
if
think
you
I'll
like,
have
yeah.
to, yes, I will take that
sure.
on notice.
Understand.
Thank you very much. And
yeah, you can't just say I didn't profit. But take the name out of it. You can't just say I've got 5 DAs but I didn't make a profit, therefore I'm not a developer. That doesn't seem to make sense.
We're happy to provide a response which explains what the criteria are for being a property developer, and if there are matters that can be discussed in relation to this particular matter, then we'll.
All right, and if you could specifically take on notice whether the Commission is satisfied that Painter Dixon does not constitute a property developer or a property developer associate under the Act, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, I'll take that on notice.
I appreciate you may need time to do that.
Thank you.
On the 11th of August 2026, it was reported by the Sydney Morning Herald that Greg Warren, the member for Campbelltown, had referred donations he received from the New South Wales Harness Racing Club across several years to the Commission. Has the Commission resolved that matter?
Could you just repeat which matter you're talking about? Sorry, I didn't quite catch the name
Sure,
of the
Greg
member.
Warren. Yeah, Greg Warren, the member for Campbelltown. The Sydney Morning Herald reported that he had referred donations that he'd received from Harness Racing to the Commission. That was reported on in August 2026. Has that been resolved?
Thank you. As I have said previously, we do treat all referrals, whether they're from the political participant themselves or members of the public. We will review those in accordance with our published policies and investigate if we consider it warrants investigation. I can't give any. I can't answer the specific question that you've asked about whether it's resolved. I might again take that on notice and see if there is any information that the 3-member commission is able to share at this point in time.
Thank you, and also if you're able to take on notice, if any, what action has been taken on that, and if not, what could be anticipated. If you're not able to answer, I appreciate that.
Yes,
but if you
thank
are
you.
able to answer about what the timeline might be, given the serious allegations. Thank you. Can I turn quickly to you, Mr. Auditor General? Hello. Hi, thank you for joining us. Your grants report, thank you for that work. Since your grants report, has anyone from the government consulted your office on amending the grants administration guide?
Not consulted my office, but in my discussions with the Cabinet Office, I understand they're looking at some improvements and changes to the guide.
Okay, and when do you anticipate getting an answer on that?
We gave them to, I think, December. Yeah, December so the recommendation we gave was to be implemented by December 2026.
Okay, so when did you meet with them? Was that recently or some time ago?
So when we did our report, so we had a recommendation on the need to update the guide, especially around election commitment.
Yes.
And that recommendation was accepted. And in that report, we and I can check for you quickly. I think we gave a timeline.
Okay, you can take that on notice if you like. Just given the timing before, obviously the next election, December's getting a bit tight. Grants administration guide. Yeah, thank you. And can I ask, has there been any engagement from any minister directly on the grants administration guide?
No.
With you or your office? No. None? No. Okay, thank you. And in the 50 seconds I have left, so I just want to understand the steps that might be taken in your recommendation. Is that something that could be implemented reasonably quickly, your recommendations, or is that likely to take some time from December?
For the grants?
Yeah.
Yes, I think it can be implemented quickly because we've had discussions and the recommendation was clear about what we wanted. So I think that should be...
You could be getting to do that,
yes.
surely? Okay, thank you. I'm happy to...
It's not worth starting for 19 seconds.
No.
Okay, so crossbench, I'll just be going with this 20 minutes going 5, 5, 5, 5. So Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. To the ICAC Chief Commissioner, my colleague John Ruddock here has made some allegations that ICAC is leaking like a broken pipe. How do you respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Latham, for your question. The Commission was aware of the assertions made by Mr Ruddock and immediately referred the matter to the Commission's inspector and advised Mr Ruddock of that fact and invited him to contact the inspector with any material that he had to support the matter. I understand that he did contact the inspector and the inspector has responded to him. I haven't seen a copy of the correspondence that he received from the inspector, and I take it from the question that you've asked, you haven't either. So in the circumstances of full disclosure, I'll table a copy of the letter that the inspector has provided to Mr Ruddock, which details her analysis, her inquiries of Mr Ruddock and ourselves, and the decision that she has taken that she will take the matter no further. A one-week investigation. Is there something else you want to ask me?
No, sorry. No, it's my time.
Someone was talking over your... Sorry.
Okay. Chief Commissioner, how many times in recent years has ICAC used Work Dynamic Australia or similar bodies to investigate leaks out of ICAC? Say over the last 5 years.
I'm not aware of any leaks that we have had out of the ICAC. The Commission has... Commission staff have obligations both under the Code of Conduct and under the ICAC Act to maintain secrecy in the course of their work. The same obligation, however, does not apply to many of the people that the Commission interacts with. In the course of an investigation, there may be multiple instances where we are interacting with ordinary members of the public and in voluntary interviews, in search warrants, in other circumstances where they would be aware of the Commission's activities, but they are not under the same obligation that Commission staff are. I've not had an allegation prior to Mr Ruddock of leaking from the Commission.
Seriously?
No, I
That's
haven't.
your position as Chief Commissioner?
No, I haven't.
You're unaware of the investigation of the leak and Mr Walden was involved concerning the raid on Parramatta Council and the investigation, the report you commissioned, I assume, at public expense by Work Dynamic Australia last year?
Sorry, yes, no, thank you for reminding me about that one.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that one was an allegation that was made by one of the persons who was the subject of investigation, and that Work Dynamics report, as I recall, was undertaken in response to an inspector's report, inspector's request, and but again, there was no finding that there was any leak.
How do you explain that seemingly dozens of people at Parramatta Council and in the local government sector knew of this raid on Parramatta Council on the 14th of July 2025 in advance, and clearly confidential information like that had come out of it?
They didn't know in advance. They found out on the... many of them found out on the day, but Ms Connolly took a particular position. I don't want to discuss it, Mr Latham, for this reason.
Sure.
No, and I'm happy to, if you wish to put some specific questions on notice,
Yeah,
I'll
well,
see if I can
I
answer.
put a specific question to you that you haven't answered.
Can you please listen to me for a moment? Please don't talk over me. I'm more than happy to respond to you as best I can, but there was no outcome that the Commission had leaked in relation to the matter that you're referring to, so there wasn't leak, and I'm not aware of any leak. There was an allegation, but it was not sustained. Now, can I make the point that when a search warrant is executed, there is no secrecy obligations on the persons who are the subject of the search warrant. There was a particular position taken from some of the staff, as I understand it in that position, that they weren't going to circulate that information. There was a story that broke in the newspaper some weeks later about the fact. The Commission took the view that the Council was entitled to know about the fact that a search warrant was done on their premises, and I understand that was done.
Okay, well, my specific question, and maybe you need to take it on notice, is how many times in recent years has ICAC used Work Dynamic Australia or similar bodies to investigate leaks out of ICAC?
Well, that's the only other one that I'm aware of.
Okay, but can you check? Because you told us you weren't aware of any.
Well, that's the only one. You did remind me of it, and I'm sorry I forgot that, but it wasn't sustained.
So, but your answer is just once, Work Dynamic Australia in the last 5 years?
Oh, Mr Ruddock. made an allegation of leakage.
So too.
But you didn't use Work Dynamic Australia, you've used a different mechanism.
We didn't. We referred it to the inspector, and the inspector in the case of Navarra recommended that we get Work Dynamics. In this case, it didn't go any further.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair, if I may, point of order, just before any clock starts, just for those of us in the cheap seats, can I ask Mr Hatzistikos to pull the microphone closer? We just can't hear you down this end.
Could I just, Mr Chairman, I'm a little bit uncomfortable. Some of these questions are going to operations which the Commission has not reported on, and whilst I'm happy to do whatever I can to assist the committee, people need to understand that there is a process that is undertaken and there are reporting that ultimately has to be made to the Parliament. And I ask people to respect that process.
Sure. I respect that.
We certainly do respect that, and that's your prerogative.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr Ruddick.
Thank you. Now, Mr Commissioner, in your maiden speech to Parliament, you said you joined a political party as soon as you turned 16. Which political party was that?
Mr Ruddick, my political background is a matter of public record, and you would be familiar with it.
Well,
as is the fact that for 40 years or so, I was a lawyer, and you would also be aware of the fact...
That was not my question, sir, and I've got an
Well, it's a matter of public record. I don't need to go into it.
Well, for those listening at home, he was a member. He joined the Labor Party on his 16th birthday. Now, at the same time, you joined the Fabian Society. Would it be fair to say, as a teenager, would it be fair to say that was an intellectual movement designed to promote socialism via capturing institutions, and that it was close to the Labor Party?
I mean, seriously, Mr Chairman, do I have to be cross-examined in relation to a speech?
Okay, well, look, I'll cut to the chase, Mr Commissioner.
Yeah, please do.
Operation Rosny has the optics of looking like the Labor Party investigating the Liberal Party. I'm building a case that you've had a lifelong record as a Labor Party partisan person, and now you've accepted a job as the boss of the so-called Independent Commission Against Corruption.
So is there a question there that
you can take a point of order? Order.
5 minutes.
Order.
Budget estimates is not the time to make serious and adverse mention or imputations, particularly on members of the public service. There is a process and a procedure for which to do that, and I would encourage the honourable member, if he's going to prosecute this, that is the process through the House.
Order, Chair, the member has 5 minutes to ask questions, and he wasn't making
the
any
rules. If I could continue, if I could finish my point of
order.
The rules of debate in the House, while they don't strictly apply, they should be used as a guide, particularly in relation to adverse mention, and you can check that in the Legislative Council practice if you wish.
To the point of order, Chair, my line of questioning is far less than the line of questioning that Mr Hatzistikos' organisation has been putting towards many innocent people. So he can put up with some of what he does.
Look, I have a tendency to uphold the point of order because I do think that it's straying outside the remit of the committee in terms of our inquiry into budget estimates. But you are entitled to ask the questions you want.
Thank you.
Mr Ruddick and
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chair.
Hatzistikos.
Now, Mr Commissioner, the person that you've appointed to run Operation Rosny, Fabian Gleeson, was also an elected Labor Party councillor. Do you agree that that's bad optics, that some people who support the Liberal Party will think that this is partisan?
Thank you for your question. Once again, Mr Chairman, the Assistant Commissioner's record and background is a matter that's in the public domain, and it actually includes an appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal on the recommendation of the Honourable Greg Smith MP, former Attorney General in the previous coalition government, who, in a very lengthy speech welcoming His Honour's appointment, described it as the most significant event in world history since the coming down of the Berlin Wall. Mr Chairman, I said before that I wasn't going...
the appointment of that judge was the most significant event since the coming down.
That's the way Mr. Smith described it.
Well, he's obviously delusional to say
that. Now, let me just say one other thing. We currently have, as many of you would be aware, Mr. Ruddick would be aware of this, a public inquiry, and at that public inquiry we have a large number of persons who have a significant interest in the public inquiry, ranging from Labor Party people, Liberal Party people, Catholic Church, a number of councils, as I understand it, a person who's got an association with the liquor industry. They're all entitled to be afforded procedural fairness. They're not only entitled, the Commission has an obligation to afford them afford them procedural fairness. And that obligation entitles any of those persons, if they feel circumstances justify it, to get up and make an application to the Commissioner for recusal, to have it dealt with, and if they're dissatisfied with the outcome, to take it to the Supreme Court, which exercises supervisory jurisdiction. No one thus far has. Now, I don't know what interest the Honourable Member has. He's made his views public. It's open to any of them to adopt them and pursue that if they're so instructed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I turn to you, Ms McCallum? I just wanted to ask a question about whether... So there's been a number of investigations the Electoral Commission has conducted now where there have been referrals made to the DPP to, with briefs of evidence for the DPP to then work out if they want to prosecute, effectively. I'm using very casual language, but is there a problem with statute of limitations on some of the offences? And is that why some of these briefs of evidence for some of these potential breaches are not then carried through by the DPP?
I'm not sure what really you're referring to, and you say there have been several referrals to the DPP.
Sure. Then maybe let's not. So let's go to some specifics. So, for instance, in relation to the Kogarah, I'm just looking. There's a statement from you, for instance. Sorry, I think this was and apologies if actually this is more of a. This may. I'm trying to work out where the whether it came from Kogarah or not. But I'm looking at, for instance, a statement that you made from the Electoral Commission on the 9th of June that said that the New South Wales DPP has instituted proceedings against Mr Yee and Mr Wong. My understanding is that those particular proceedings related to related to offences that didn't have a statute of limitation. But in the statement that the ICAC released, where it was reported that the DPP had proceeded not to go ahead with certain or to carry through certain prosecutions in relation to offences that ICAC had initiated under Operation Aero, all of those appeared to have some sort of statute of limitations. I have put that into a very clumsy way, but I guess the question I have here is, are some of the, is there a possibility that a certain amount of delay by the DPP in coming to actually prosecute a referral from either the Electoral Commission or ICAC is actually leading to no prosecutions being able to be brought because of statute of limitation concerns?
Well, I don't think I think you'd have. I don't have an answer to whether or not delay by the DPP. But I think what I would say is there are there are limitations on offences under the Electoral Funding Act and its predecessor legislation. So that is a consideration that us as an investigation body generally, not in specifically, I'm not answering specifically in relation to the matter you're referring to, but there are limitation periods and that we as the primary investigator of electoral funding offences do need to bear that in mind. Sometimes...
So is it a 2-year limitation?
There are different periods.
Okay.
And I can take on notice and provide the committee with a list of the limitation periods. But I would say that we don't. We are generally the prosecuting body
Sure.
for electoral funding offences, and the matter that you're referring to was unusual due to the legal situation relating to those offences at the time, and so that referral, in fact, for us is not usual. And
I'm less interested in
so I
that
can't-
particular matter and more interested in the principle as to whether the statute of limitations is leading to situations where offences that otherwise might be prosecutable are then not prosecutable because the DPP hasn't brought it in time. Is that a possibility?
As I said, it's not ordinarily our practice to refer matters to the DPP. So in relation to the matter that we have referred to the DPP,
Can I ask
that matter is before the courts.
Can I ask Mr. Hastistikos, apologies, whether that's an issue for ICAC when you provide briefs of evidence across to the DPP? Presumably there are statutes of limitation on some of those offences. Is it in your knowledge, have any of those prosecutions then not been brought because of statute of limitations concerns?
Not that I'm aware of. I can check it. Not that I'm aware of.
Perhaps if you could both take that on notice. If it's a problem in practice, we should be fixing it. That's all.
Well, it may be a resourcing matter for the DPP in any event.
I'm not having a go at DPP, but I think it's like people shouldn't be slipping through the net.
It's all right.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not sure whether this is about the state records requirements, and a previous Auditor General, Grant Heer, said ministerial staff and public servants should be banned from using encrypted communications platforms like WhatsApp and Signal because they do not constitute proper records. In the previous session, I showed that I had documents from the February 9 event that took place at Town Hall, where Premier's office and Premier's department staff had disappearing messages turned on using a Signal with a chat amongst the very senior people in Premiers and cabinets. Is this a matter that should be investigated? Is that something that, or is, like, who would look at that kind of matter if we thought that was a concern about not proper record keeping?
Chair, can I just take a point of order with the question? It's not clear which witness this is.
Yeah, sorry,
sorry, apologies.
Sorry, I'm asking the Auditor General. I'm asking the Auditor.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Thanks.
what's the point of order?
No, there isn't.
I think she's responded. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so records management will be under my remit.
Yes.
So to have a look at. Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct. Yes.
All right, thank you. We'll send in the concern that we now have that's come to light. Commissioner Johnson,
yes.
I just wanted to, I've written to you today. I don't expect you to be aware of it. I literally wrote to you. I wrote to you early this morning after something quite alarming became apparent in the judgment of the State of New South Wales versus Farrat, which was a decision by His Honour Justice Fagan. It shows an alarming pattern of severe failure, in my view, and I've documented this to you. A 20-year-old with a severe drug and mental health and financial issues who was offered $4,000 and drugs to spray paint, and excuse the language here, in inverted commas. It's FCK Israel on a car. It was quite a known case that took place in Wallara. It was very clear this young man was recruited by organised crime, and the New South Wales Police Force's Counter-Terrorism Command advised local police in Bondi of this. They made it very clear that there was recruitment, there was evidence of this, including deposits of money into bank accounts. But the officer in charge appears to have withheld the financial statements and the CCTV from a sentencing court. And so the young person was sentenced on the basis of incorrect information. Is this something that the LEC would look into, as in to what extent can you as the LEC investigate police's involvements at that prosecution level?
Could I just ask you to get additional information? Was Justice Fagan critical of the police officer in his decision with respect to that, either expressly or impliedly?
Absolutely impliedly, in my view, yes. Possibly expressly.
The whole question of criticisms of police in judgments of courts has been a running issue, certainly in the 4+ years I've been at the Commission, and what the police do or don't do about that. So it is an issue which is capable of being subject to complaint. We'll have a look at your letter with that in mind. I'm not familiar with the particular judgment. I'm familiar with the type of application from my own experience in the past under the Terrorism High Risk Offenders Act. But anything where there is a judicial criticism of a police officer, in our view, needs to be examined. And in fact, we had a report we put out in the last year or so on adverse judicial comments where we've sought to emphasise that. And it doesn't matter whether it's out of a criminal court, a trial, a sentence, or an application like that. So we will look at your letter and give the matter consideration and respond to you.
Thank you very much. In the remaining 30 seconds, I just wanted to turn to you, if I could please, Mr. Miller. One of the things that the Section 18 notices to produce documents, I understand that you were, and this is my word, frustrated with the Commissioner of Corrective Services and the Minister for failing to comply with deadlines during the investigation into the management and treatment of inmates at the South Coast Correctional Centre. One of the things I understand Corrections told you was that they were awaiting ministerial approval before producing documents, which you highlighted would be unlawful if the Minister made a direction like that. I've just got a document that I'd love to be able to provide to you. Thank you very much. And it makes it very clear, this is documents that are available publicly under the SO 52.
Providing those to the committee?
To the committee, yeah. Thank you. And it seems here that there is a document that makes clear from Corrections Services to apologies. It basically is saying that on the 18th of August 2025, a departmental liaison officer sent in an email word saying the Minister's office is satisfied in this instance that this advice can be shared with the Ombudsman without the Minister's office's involvement. Are you aware of this particular instance?
I don't think I'm aware of that document, no.
Okay, and yeah, I'm sorry, we're over time. I'm just...
But also just to give the witnesses time to review the information would be procedurally fair in my...
And look, without reference to this, I do too, without reference to that document, the Minister has assured you that he nor his office ever gave a direction to gain approval before producing documents. Are you satisfied at this point of the truth of that?
Chair, just to my earlier point, I think it would be procedurally fair for the witness to have time to review the documents that the member is referring to before responding. It's just been put in front of him.
I'm happy to come back to it if that's helpful.
Yeah, we'll just give that a moment. You'll get another chance to ask some questions in a little while. The document has been circulated, and I'm mindful that we're now eating into opposition time. So I do uphold the point of order, and we will come back to that. The opposition.
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you, and thank you to the witnesses for being here this afternoon. Ms. McCallum, I just wanted to start with a few questions to you, and it builds a little bit on some of the questions my colleagues have asked already. But in terms of, as the Electoral Commission, when allegations are sent to you or people say to you, we've got concerns about a donation or something not being reported properly and the like. And I think you said before there's obviously a review step that the Commission goes through. Can you just talk to me a little bit about what that looks like internally? As best as you can, I guess. Yeah.
The Commission has an investigations team, a dedicated investigations team that reviews matters that come in, allegations. The reports come in all sorts of ways. They come in verbally, particularly during an election event. They come in verbally, but we do encourage them to come in writing for obvious reasons related to evidence, and we ask people who wish to report allegations that the law has been contravened to provide as much evidence of that alleged contravention as possible. So the matter moves between a review stage to establish whether or not there really is any, to put it colloquially, anything to it. And then if and some of those matters may come from within our own organisation. For instance, they might be referred from our own compliance audit team as well. So they come from a variety of sources, and sometimes we will instigate those things ourselves as well if we become aware of something. So once it's gone through the review stage, it may go on to a formal investigation, which does. The Commission has some powers to require the production of information statements and to interview witnesses, and so it is a more formal investigation. That we do distinguish between the review and the investigation stage along the lines of those compulsory powers of compulsion. But I think colloquially a lot of people may view the review stage as an investigation as well. But it is the first step before it moves into a more formal, if we consider the matter warrants a more detailed investigation, potentially with the use of powers.
Okay, thank you. It's good to get that clarity. And I think actually the last time that, well, you may have been to others, but that I had you with the committee was when we were here for the Cogra inquiry back in June. And I just wanted to ask you, obviously that day I think you'd made a public announcement that there had been a further referral to the DPP for Mr Wong and Mr Yee. I think there'd been one made in August 2023, and then the additional information that came from the committee had been referred. Is my recollection correct?
Well, I wouldn't use that language of a further referral. The matters were referred to the DPP, and further information was provided to the DPP, yes. And then along the way, yes.
Okay, and then again, I appreciate the complexities. I note obviously ICAC did work in this space on their Aero, and there's linkages and the like. But when the decision with that information, additional information to refer it to the DPP, is that a decision that you make, that the three-person commission makes, and how is it that the DPP is the agency that you landed on to refer that to, rather than say back to ICAC?
As I said in answer to an earlier question, it is unusual for the Electoral Commission to have to refer any of our matters to the DPP. This is likely to be the only time it happens, due to just historic provisions of the relevant legislation. So the DPP had, as the statement says, we had referred it. So it wasn't so much we chose to refer it to we really had to refer it to the DPP, if that's your question. And I'm not sure I can provide any other commentary on why we would refer. We have to refer all information to a prosecutor that they require in order to make the decisions about whether or not they're going to agree to commence prosecution. So we are the investigating agency in relation to this matter only.
Okay, and then just finally, there were some questions this morning put to the Premier about the money that was deemed to have been provided. I'm paraphrasing a little, but he effectively said that he repaid money that he became aware of that had been, I guess, obtained potentially illegally, and he said he repaid that back to the Electoral Commission. And I'm happy if you're taken on notice, but just in terms of the dates of when that money was returned to the Electoral Commission?
Yes, I'm happy to take that on notice. I didn't see the Premier's evidence.
I don't expect you to be sitting watching budget.
Well, we do. But I am aware that a statement was made. So
I might. He said obtained.
Yeah, I might take that on notice.
Obtained. Anyway,
I'll take it on notice so I can.
You might. I said I paraphrased, but
what we can provide in relation to that part of the evidence this morning.
I appreciate that, and you may need to take this on notice too. But genuinely intrigued, if and when money is returned, what do you do with that money?
Yes. Well, first I might just clarify the use of returned.
Yeah, I know it's probably the wrong
terminology. It's not returned, but it is. We describe it as forfeiture to us. So it isn't kept by us. It's returned to the consolidated revenue, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just would like to move to some questions now to the Auditor General, if that's okay. I note that there's been some media reporting in the last day or so about New South Wales Health asking you and your agency to do an inquiry into Concord Hospital, and I appreciate that it's a recent sort of public announcement, but I was curious to know whether or how much sort of advice you'd had from New South Wales Health when they'd approached the Auditor General and your office to conduct that inquiry.
I'll start with the issue with Concord Hospital came to my notice about 6 months ago, that we needed to do some audits in that space. Now, within the prioritization of our work, it wasn't picked to be part of what we do in my annual audit work program.
Yep.
But now I was approached by the Ministry of Health to actually then start looking at some things that is happening in Concord Hospital. So in the way we then triage or triangulate, whatever you want to call it, so that meant that receiving that increased the risk in that environment.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it sort of moves up the work plan.
Move up the work plan.
Okay.
And having said that, we still need to scope to determine what the scope will be, which will probably will start about next week. So it's still in flight, and there's nothing much I can say about that at this stage.
Okay, so are you able to recall when New South Wales Health, I guess, raised it with you again? Is it within recent days or weeks to prioritise it further up?
Will be in the last week or so.
Okay, thank you. That's useful. And then I appreciate what you've said in relation to needing to work through the scope, and that work will happen from next week. But is it intended that it will look at disciplinary procedures or broader workforce issues, or a combination of both?
I don't know yet. So when we start scoping, it can be as broad as that it needs to be, and that is, within my decision to determine what I do.
Okay.
Because sometimes when you start scoping, it could be seen as a disciplinary issue. Then there could be some root causes that you have to also go through. So for it to be a meaningful audit, it has to encompass everything that is important to improve the performance. So one of the things we also look at when we finish the audits, looking forward, it has to be some recommendations that will improve the performance of the sector.
Yes.
Not just some. If it's not going to be that, they will not be part of the scope.
Yes, okay, no, that makes sense. And this is probably a similar answer, but I'm assuming as part of that work of scoping, the process, there'll also be consideration of who will be sort of part of that audit process, being doctors, sort of allied health staff, nursing staff, who will be consulted as part of that. That'll all be worked through in your upcoming process.
Yeah, definitely, but I think what we do now, we actually open to everyone who wants to talk to us about it, because it's important to get all the evidence before we can start making decisions or conclusions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. And I also wanted to ask about the Regional Road Fund report that you put out in May. And the report talks about how 4 projects were switched from the Urban Roads Fund to the Regional Roads Fund with no documented rationale. And also that some of that money was coming from the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, and effectively that the locations of the projects don't meet the purpose of that particular fund as prescribed by the Act. In the course of your work, was there sort of information about who made the decision to reclassify those projects?
If you don't mind, I can call one of
I'm
my
happy
colleagues.
for one of your colleagues, absolutely, yeah.
Sorry, so the question was just with regards to who the decision maker was around the reclassification.
Yeah.
I may need to take that on notice.
That's okay.
Apologies. To confirm, we did discuss, as you're aware, the reclassification in the report, but I can't recall whether we were specific as to who the decision maker was.
Okay, I'm happy if you want to take that on notice. I do have a few more, so if you want to stay here, Ms. Harwood, please feel free. The other thing I wanted to bring up, there was also advice from Transport for New South Wales that instead of using, it used regional boundaries defined by the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, which are all areas outside of Greater Sydney. That's correct, isn't it? Yep.
Yes.
And does the decision to reclassify those projects contravene the purpose of the fund? Is that part of what you looked into?
We did look at the question of whether they met the definition of what the regional or geographic requirements were for the fund. I recall that there were certainly a couple of projects that we looked at closely because there was a question around whether they fell within those regions.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'd have to come back to you with the specifics on those projects, which sometimes might be known as being in outer metropolitan areas rather than regional areas.
Okay.
But if I can
Yeah,
take
anything
that
on notice on that would be great.
Yeah.
And then just one more on this topic. The report also said that Transport for New South Wales has not kept full and accurate records on the outcomes of discussions, decisions and directions made by the Minister's office, and that the documentation wasn't full and accurate and not consistently recorded. How important is it for outcomes of decisions and discussions with departments and ministers' offices to be recorded appropriately? And I'm happy for either yourself or the Auditor-General to answer that. Or both, yeah.
Highly important. So our focus is on the role of the agency and the advice that they're giving to the Minister, as opposed to the decision making of the Minister.
Mhm.
In particular, the role of the agency as it's described within the legislation and the Government Sector Employment Act and the responsibilities for advice to ministers. So we have made recommendations in reports about the importance of having that advice documented. It aids with the transparency as we work through the audit process and also aids with an understanding of decision-making processes and whether they've been compliant.
And in the course of this particular report, was there any sort of advice or reason given from or by Transport for New South Wales as to why, in this instance, the records weren't well kept?
Not beyond what we've included in the report.
Okay.
So we do look at the records for ourselves and we request documents. So from the documents that were provided, that type of information wasn't included, and hence, again, I'd need to double check the specifics of the recommendations, but the reason why we highlight this as being something that's important.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm going to move back now to the Electoral Commission, if I can.
Can I pick
yeah,
up
no,
on
please.
one
Yeah,
small
go.
point just while you're on? Sorry,
Please.
just
Yep.
reminded me of something, if I may. Ms. Harwood, anyone can answer, but just in relation to that and record keeping, is there ever an occasion where it is appropriate for ministerial staffers or advisors or departmental staffers to use, I think there were some earlier questions about WhatsApp or Signal or those encrypted disappearing messages for communications for the purpose of their role?
I can answer that. For the purpose of their role, they shouldn't use any form of communication that will not be part of the records management of the department. So if they actually then use any medium, there has to be a way to include that in the records management policy. Yes.
So, do you have anything to add, Ms. Howard?
No, nothing further to that. Again, sort of the importance of record keeping as it relates to their roles is important to us, and it's certainly important to us in carrying out our role in performance audit.
And that importance extends to it being clear. There's clarity assists people understanding what they should or shouldn't do in practice. So that clarity is that the WhatsApp and Signal messages, for example, should not be used. If that were the case, I have come across documents in produced Understanding Order 52s where media advisors have said we'll communicate on the WhatsApp and it'll be on there about read nothing into it. It was probably just for a media conference or otherwise, but in that occasion, are you saying that would preferably be done by another means? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because in the concepts and the principles in auditing is that if it's not documented, it's not done. So if it's not documented, that means they've not applied the process or the record management process that they should do to record any evidence of the decision making.
Thank you. And can we just, sorry, I'll come back to you. Can we just ask what an ephemeral record is? We seem to come across, we get that quite a bit. None of us really know what that means.
One that doesn't last.
An ephemeral record. Well, we know what ephemeral means, but is there an ephemeral record for the purpose of the records legislation?
Is there
that you're aware of?
definition of
Do you
ephemeral
recognise
record?
such a thing?
I don't recognize anything like that. We can take it on notice and check.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not familiar with the term.
I'm not.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm going to, and my colleague asked a little bit about this in terms of preparation for the upcoming election, Ms. McCallum, but I just have a couple for you on that. And the age-old question is, are you adequately resourced to administer the 2027 state election?
Thank you for that question. We will likely be seeking some additional funding in order to be able to deliver the election, probably in a couple of months. We will likely have to come back to the government to seek some additional funding, particularly due to cost pressures that we've experienced in relation to in the ICT space, in relation to security arrangements, decisions implementing new legislation, which was passed this year that is yet to be funded.
Yeah.
So our original budget, in my view, is at this point, and I stress that's a budget, would not be sufficient to deliver what we want to deliver. So we will be coming back and seeking some supplementary funding later in the year, and we have already sought from the Treasurer some additional approvals to transfer some of the funding we have between various sources to be able to do what we can, as I said, in relation to information technology
So actually,
pressures.
just on that, because that's one of the things I wanted to ask you about, particularly the issues with AI-generated content, and obviously you referenced the legislation that's been passed recently. I guess making sure you're adequately resourced to ensure compliance. I mean, I anticipate there'll be a lot more attempts at AI-generated content, as we're seeing everywhere anyway. But do you have the resources for that? And have you issued, or are you going to issue any guidance to political participants in relation to their requirements for AI content?
Yes. Yes, it is going to be interesting, I suspect, about the environment heading into the election in relation to AI-generated content. I would stress that the new rules are fairly focused in what they are regulating. It is, our role will not extend more generally to AI content. It's quite the definitions, which I'm happy to get back to the committee. I don't have them right in front of me, but the provisions are relatively focused on what kind of AI-generated electoral material we do have a role to play in compliance now for the 27 election. In answer to your second part, yes, we do intend to issue some guidance to participants. I mentioned earlier that we would be releasing a document in which we outline the changes, but we do intend to release some further guidance in relation to what the new offence is and what it is not as well.
That'd be great. Just one more in the 15 seconds I have left. As a regional MP, I always get asked about polling places. Are any going to close, particularly in small communities? Everyone wants to know. Are you anticipating having roughly the same number of polling places, any that have been flagged for closure for this election?
We're actually looking to use mobile voting in regional areas this time. We will provide some more information about what our criteria are for choosing to offer mobile voting in areas where there otherwise may not be possible to provide a voting centre that is open all day on election day. So we are exploring ways to reduce some of those barriers for particularly remote communities to vote be able to vote in person. So we will be providing some more information about that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and to the ICAC Chief Commissioner. Just 2 points of clarity from your earlier evidence to this committee. I've got a very comprehensive letter in front of me from Roy Walden, Solicitor of the Commission, about this leak of the raid at Parramatta Council last year. It makes no mention at all of the Chief Inspector recommending Work Dynamic Australia to conduct the investigation. It gives the appearance the Commission just did that. So could you check that,
Just
please?
what, sorry? Just what, sorry?
It makes no mention of the inspector to the ICAC recommending Work Dynamic Australia to conduct the investigation, as you said earlier.
No. I think what I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood me, or I may have not have explained it properly. As I recall it, she asked for an external investigation.
You mentioned the inspector earlier on.
That's correct. She asked for an external investigator.
The inspector did, but that's not mentioned here in Mr. Walden's very comprehensive letter about how this all came about. It says here that it was just commissioned by the ICAC. Anyway, if you could check that.
I'll check it, but my recollection is that it was recommended. She was asked to be done externally.
And
Mr. Latham, sorry, I do recall there was another allegation of a leak, but which was about 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, if you could take that on notice too.
Yeah, but what I'm not sure of is whether that was externally investigated or not.
Well, if you take that on notice and report
but I will
back
come
to
back
us,
to you.
that would
I
be
just remembered
appreciated.
that.
A second one.
Yeah.
And is it true, Chief Commissioner, the Public Interest Disclosures Act 2022 requires an agency like yours to protect the confidentiality and identity of whistleblowers? Should you have identified Gail Connolly earlier on, given she was making allegations of misconduct against your commission under a public interest disclosure?
There's actually exemptions in the Act for the ICAC.
Is there?
Mm.
Okay, and you're saying you exercised that exemption earlier on?
No, there are exemptions in the Act for the for the ICAC, and you asked me a question, and I answered the question.
Okay. And why did, in this investigation, you said it was the inspector, but wouldn't it be better, ICAC would have its own better knowledge of potential leaks, because you know your staff, you know your IT systems, you have a vast experience and expertise in surveilling other people. Why wouldn't you identify your own leakers? Instead of using a fairly obscure outfit none of us have ever heard of, Work Dynamic Australia.
I've heard of them.
Me too. Yeah,
Sorry?
not that obscure.
Why don't you catch and kill your own?
Well, depending on the nature of it, that might be appropriate. But sometimes, from time to time, we have to engage external people involved.
Right. Well, you're going to take that on notice as to how often that's happened. Do you ever investigate it internally yourself?
Occasionally.
Do you?
I'm not aware of leaks, but we have other issues of misconduct which we've
well, I'm asking about leaks. Maybe use us. The room's full of expert leakers here, so as you know.
I must say the confidentiality of the ICAC is very strong. I mean, members of staff are inducted, they understand the importance of their work. And frankly, I don't understand what the purpose is of any ICAC person leaking something proximate to the Rosny investigation going public. I mean, what's the purpose of it?
Well, we hear that
it's all going to be revealed.
We hear that at the Privileges Committee all the time.
Yeah.
So, we
mean,
know these excuses, but can I ask you...
With respect, Mr Latham, I think Parliament may have some of its own issues as far as this is concerned.
Yeah, I'm sure we do, and right now and in your day too. But can I ask you, Chief Commissioner, did you have a conversation with Dominic Perrottet in and around the time he left the Parliament at some event where he asked you about if his brothers were in trouble with this Rosny inquiry, and you actually answered that to him?
I had one meeting with Mr Perrottet, and I don't recall him raising the question of his brothers. And frankly, at that stage, Rosny had only just been the matter of Rosny had only just been referred to the Commission.
Why were you having the meeting with?
He asked for it.
Okay. And why did you want to participate in a meeting when his brothers were going to be under investigation at Rosny?
There was no issue. That hadn't arisen at the time.
So you've got no recollection that when he asked you, are my brothers in trouble, you responded, the younger one not so much, but your older brother is in a lot of trouble?
No, that never occurred.
That never occurred?
Never occurred.
When did this meeting occur?
Oh, I can find the date, but it was at his request.
You can find the date on notice?
I think I can find the date. I have to go back into the diary, but that never occurred.
Okay. And conversations with Chris Minns about Rosny?
I've never had a conversation with Chris Minns about Rosny or anything else.
Anything else? As Chief Commissioner, you've never had a conversation with the Premier?
Well, believe it or not, I've had one meeting with the Premier,
Mhm.
and that was with Mr. Perrottet. He asked to see me, and I didn't know him before then.
Oh, okay, right.
And so I went down there to see him.
Okay, so this is in Perrottay's time as Premier?
It was in the first week, I think, or two that I was appointed.
Right, okay. Thank you.
And with Minns, he's never invited me.
No?
He's never
Me
called
either.
me.
Join the club.
He's never called me. He's never invited me. I write letters. He responds.
Not even on the question of the confidentiality of the or the legality of the Hills Council phone taps that we legislated on.
No, I dealt with Cabinet Office and I dealt with the Attorney General.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, thank you very much for raising that. I do appreciate you raising the question of the surveillance legislation.
I'm always helpful.
Sorry?
I'm always helpful.
Yeah, no, thank you, because it's important that I get this information. I know we don't get an opportunity, Mr. Chair, to make openings, but I do want to thank the members of Parliament for firstly supporting the regulation that permitted the Commission to have access to unlawful recordings, and secondly for passing the legislation which established that on a more sustained footing earlier this year, the 2026 legislation. I did follow the debate and a number of members had some concerns about it, and I can advise that following that debate I asked for the Commission's protocol relating to unlawful recordings to be reviewed. We consulted with other jurisdictions and other agencies that do that, and we also consulted the Parliamentary Joint Committee, and we also consulted the Inspector. We didn't get any response. We got a little bit of a response from the Inspector, but not so much from the Committee. But as a consequence of that, we completely revised the protocol. It's now available and it's on the website.
Thank you, Chief.
And hopefully that addresses some of the concerns, particularly from those persons who weren't as enthusiastic about the
may address some of the
proposal.
concerns. I'm not sure it addressed any particular question.
No, and the other
but
aspect
we
of it-
appreciate the information.
I think it pivots off Mr. Latham's question. But anyway, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. Mr. Ruddick.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Commissioner, in the last half century, 50% of Liberal Party premiers of New South Wales have lost the job because of an ICAC investigation. No Labor Party premiers have lost their job. Now, with those Liberal premiers that did lose their job because of ICAC, how many of them were found guilty in a real court of an actual crime?
I'm not here to defend the Commission's 38
You're not here to
years-
defend the Commission?
For its 38 years of history.
Okay.
In fact, I've been critical.
Well, you're trying to work. Well, look, it's a simple answer.
no,
None of them have. You're just trying to avoid the
Order.
simple
Mr.
answer.
Mr. Ruddick, you've asked a question.
Sure.
Chief Commissioner.
If you want information, I'm happy to give you information. If you just want to talk on top of me, then
I want
make your
answers to
speech
questions, not waffle.
Yeah, well,
It was a simple question.
I was answering your question, and I said I'm not responsible for everything that's occurred in 38 years of the Commission's history. Mr. Farrell made a statement in a Commission hearing, which is clearly a result of a memory failure. The Commission didn't find him corrupt, accepted that he had a memory failure. He chose to stand down. I recall saying to him at the time that he shouldn't have done it. It wasn't the Commission's actions. He felt that he needed to do it. In relation to the issue with Mr. Greiner, Mr. Greiner was being dealt with under the legislation under Commissioner Temby at its infancy, and the court divided in relation to the question of one particular aspect of Section 9 and felt that the Commission couldn't find for itself that there were reasonable grounds for his dismissal, and therefore it didn't have the jurisdiction to make a finding of corrupt conduct. The Parliament subsequently legislated itself to provide that there would be that the Commission would have jurisdiction in a future case where there's a substantial breach of the Ministerial Code or the Members' Code of Conduct. That's the response, because the Parliament took the view that public servants shouldn't be under more stringent obligations than ministers and members, which was the outcome of the Greiner decision. In relation to Ms. Berejiklian, the Commission published its report. That report went on appeal to the Court of Appeal. The appeal was rejected. The Commission's findings were accepted by the court, and costs were ordered against Ms Berejiklian. The question of criminal prosecution did not arise because the Commission was able to rely on Ms Berejiklian's evidence, which it would not have been able to use in a criminal trial because of the provisions of Section 38. That's the way the Act is structured. Now, I don't want to go into why the Commission is structured the way it is, but you'll read it in Mr Sturgis's chapter of his recent book where he says that corruption is consensual and the aim of the Commission is to basically shine a light in dark alleyways or something to that effect. That's what he said. And he indicated that very often in these cases you don't get prosecutions, and that's the reason why the Commission was established, to be able to assemble evidence in appropriate cases, to be able to make findings and make recommendations for change and to provide an educative impact.
All about Neville Wran.
Order, Mr Ruddick, a question.
Now, having said that, there's been a lot of other Labor Party people who have fallen foul of the Commission, and some of them have gone to jail for very lengthy periods of time, and your question omitted to refer to them.
You have taken 4 minutes of my 5 minutes answering a very simple question. That's because you are scared of my questions.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, all the other states have an ICAC or an ICAC equivalent.
Yes.
They all have the option, like your ICAC, they have an option of a public inquiry or a private inquiry. The other states barely ever have a public inquiry. In fact, New South Wales ICAC has had more public investigations than all the other ICAC equivalents combined. Why does New South Wales ICAC enjoy shaming people who you've just admitted barely any of them ever end up found to have committed a crime?
Gary Sturgis said that.
Yeah, Gary Sturgis did make a comment about that. Can I just say, Mr Ruddick, that we apply the legislation that you people entrust us with.
I think
you have an ICAC Act, and we apply that Act. If that Act is changed, we will apply the Act as it's changed. But the Act at the moment says that if we...
What's the justification for all these public inquiries where you wreck people's lives who you just admitted are innocent people?
Well, first of all, when we have a public inquiry, we do not make a finding at the public inquiry
Why can't this be in
until
private?
we have considered all of the evidence and the submissions that have been made by the parties. And then we make a finding.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. Ms Boyd.
Thank you. I, for one, welcome the sunlight and apologise for how many corrupt politicians we seem to have in this state. Commissioner, I apologise for getting my last question clumsy, and because I just was thinking of it at the time. But can I give you a specific instance? So in the case of Operation Aero, when you publish that table where the DPP comes back, or you report on what the DPP is doing with the briefs that have been given to them, in relation to Operation Aero, they said that they were taking action in relation to offences under Section 96HB of the old Act, which
Sorry, can you just speak up? What was that?
Sorry, the offences against Mr. Wong and Mr. Yi under 96HB. Yes. They were taking action. Now, those ones aren't subject to a statute of limitations. However, it came back saying, quote, there are no reasonable prospects of conviction for offences contrary to Section 110A7 and Section 96H2 of the EFED Act in relation to Mr. Wong and Mr. Yi. Those ones were timed out by the statute of limitations. So my understanding is they couldn't have taken action even if they wanted to at that point. Is that your understanding of why no action was taken?
I can't answer your question because the other commissioners were dealing with the DPP in relation to those matters. Normally what the Commission does when it publishes that table is publish the exact advice we get from the DPP. I don't know if there was additional information. Usually not, but I can check it up and answer your question.
Thank you. That would be really useful. And then I will go back to you, Ms. McCallum. So in relation to the potential scheme relating to political donations disclosed for the campaign of New South Wales Labor's candidate for the State District of Cogra at the 2015 state general election. As we know publicly, the Electoral Commissioner made a referral of a brief of evidence to the DPP in August 2023. Did that brief of evidence contain information relating to offences other than an offence against Section 96HB of the EFED Act?
I would just simply refer you to the statement about those proceedings. I'm not quite sure what you're
So again,
asking.
it's the same question. So if 96HB of the EFED Act isn't time limited, however, the broader set of potential offences are. So the question for
I'm
you...
not quite sure what you mean by the broader set of potential offences, so perhaps I'll take that on notice.
Sure.
But more broadly, we wouldn't... the matter is before the courts, so I am very cautious about commenting...
Sure, the matters that are not time limited and not timed out by the statute of limitations are before the courts.
That's correct. So even in relation to that, though, I wouldn't want to impact that matter in any way by commenting on other matters.
I will turn to the original questions that I had before I thought of those ones. Much happier, I hope. So back to you again, Ms McCallum. In response to my questions for the March 2026 estimates, you advised that the Electoral Commission is planning a trial of low-sensory voting centres during the 2027 election, which you may not know, but is something that I have been raising for years in estimates, so I was very excited to read that. Can you please provide an update and hopefully tell me that this is definitely going to occur, and how many centres will it be trialled at?
Yes, we are planning to have 3 centres. Work is still underway in the planning for that, so I can't share details with you today about precisely where or the details of that, but it is work is underway to make that happen for the 27 election.
Thank you.
Sue, quick, take my 30 seconds.
All right, thank you, Ms Higginson.
Thank you. If I could just go back to you, please, Mr Miller. Does the email that you were able to have a look at, does that come to you with any surprise or concern, perhaps?
I can confirm that I haven't seen that email before. I'll answer your previous question, and I'll be as brief as I can, but I'll make 7 points if I can.
Yes.
The first point is to say that in an ombudsman investigation, unless I have issued formal directions regarding confidentiality, there are no concerns for me in an agency keeping the minister informed about the progress of that investigation. That's the first point. The second point is that in an investigation or following an investigation, we seek information from agencies, and there are 2 categories of that. In some cases, we require an agency to provide the information, so there's a statutory order that they produce the information. In other cases, we request information, and an example of the latter is when we make a recommendation, we request the agency to respond to our recommendation. We also request that the agency update us every 3 months on how it's going in terms of implementing them. There's no specific statutory requirement to provide us with that information.
Right.
In respect of requirements, though, where we have issued a Section 18 notice, it would be entirely inappropriate, in our view, for an agency to be required to obtain the approval of a minister to provide us with the information that we have required, or for a minister to, if requested for approval, to withhold that approval in a way that results in the agency not complying with our requirement. In our view, if the minister issued such a direction, it would be an unlawful direction. I mentioned requests as distinct from requirements before. Although that same concern doesn't apply necessarily with requests, there is still an obligation, a statutory obligation under our Act, Section 36A, on all public authorities, so that includes ministers, to cooperate and assist the minister. So I would still have concerns, although not to the same degree, if a minister was directing that information that we have requested from an agency not be provided to us, or not be provided to us in a timely fashion. In respect of this investigation, the South Coast investigation, it's now a matter of public record in our report that Corrective Services New South Wales did not comply with our notice to produce information, certainly not on time, and in our view, ultimately they only complied partially when they did comply. And we were informed by Corrective Services New South Wales that the reason they were not providing us with the information was that they were still awaiting the Minister's approval in order to do so. I met with the Minister on the 12th of June 2026. There's a requirement under my legislation that I consult with the Minister before making a report of an investigation public. And the Minister informed me that he had not required the agency to obtain his approval before responding to a requirement of my office to produce. And that's noted at footnote 49 of the report, where I say, during our consultation with the Minister on 12 June 2026, the Minister informed us that neither he nor his office required Corrective Services New South Wales to seek approval before complying with the requirement of my office. The Minister informed us that in case there had been any confusion about this by Corrective Services, he has reiterated that it should and must comply and within the stated timeframes to all such requirements. I've had a quick read of this email, and it's probably not appropriate in this forum for me to express a view as to whether what I read here is consistent with what the Minister has told me on the 12th of June. And I should also note that in any event, although I mentioned that a minister is a public authority under my legislation, conduct of a minister is expressly excluded from the jurisdiction of the Ombudsman. So I'm not authorised in any event to respond to an allegation if it is an allegation of wrong conduct by a minister. That would be a matter for one of my other colleagues on this panel.
Was that the seventh point?
That was, thank you very much.
Very comprehensive.
Thank you so much for that.
And that has wound the clock out. So the time being 5:15, colleagues, and in the absence of government questions, that concludes.
Yeah, they get 15 minutes.
15 minutes for the government. I would have.
So this record, yes.
But thank you very much to all our officials who've come and stayed awake at the back there. Thank you very much. And those who were very lively at the front. We appreciate it very much.